And there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about. And that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet them, get a picture with them. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there is Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then a flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
If everyone could please take their seats, we're about to get started. Welcome to the June 2025 Code Enforcement Board evidentiary hearing. During this hearing, we will hear testimony from property owners and the city's Codes Compliance Department about whether a property is in violation of the city code. We will hear testimony from the city's Codes Compliance Department even if a property owner who has received notice of this hearing fails to appear. A property owner who arrives late after his or her case has been called, heard, and decided by this board will not have a right to be heard. The hearing will be conducted as follows. The city shall present its case first. After each witness has testified, the property owner may, through the chairperson of the board, cross-examine or ask questions of the witnesses. When the city has presented all of its case, the property owner may present his or her case. An attorney or some other representative may represent you. You can present evidence in your defense, either through witnesses or your own testimony. If you present photographs or written documents as evidence, they must be submitted to the board's recording secretary for the case file. The city will be able to cross-examine you and each of your witnesses. You have the right to remain silent, and your silence will not be held against you. You have the right to testify and have your testimony considered under the same standards as other witnesses. The board may ask questions of the witnesses on both sides as the evidence is presented. This is not a criminal proceeding. Strict rules of evidence are not applied during the proceedings. After the board has heard all testimony from both sides, the board will entertain a motion and may enter a closed discussion at that time. During the closed discussion among the board, no additional testimony from the city or the property owner may be heard. Based upon the testimony and evidence presented, the board will decide whether or not a violation exists and whether the violation has been corrected. If the board finds that there is a violation that has not been corrected, the board will order the property owner to correct the violation in a specific time period and a daily fine to accrue thereafter for failure to comply. Failure to correct the violation within the specified time will result in a fine for each day the property is not in compliance after that time period. After the board has made its decision, a copy of the board's finding and order will be mailed to the property owner of record. The correction of violations must occur before midnight of the deadline set for compliance. If the corrections are not made by the deadline, the fine will be imposed for each day any uncorrected violation continues after the deadline. If, after your case is heard, you wish to appeal the decision, you have 30 days to petition the Circuit Court of Pinellas County. Okay, could we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And anyone who is going to give testimony, please remain standing to be sworn in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Could we do a roll call, please?
Everybody's here.
Schneider? Hensler?
Here.
Bruning? Hanshaw? Waite? Oseklis?
Here.
Wilson?
Here. Okay, so here's how it works. If everybody could please silence their cell phones. If you need to make or take a call, please go out into the lobby. In the lobby area, there are restrooms and there are also water fountains if you're thirsty. The city generally uses this podium over here to my left. If you are going to testify in your case, please come to the podium on my right or your left. Alrighty, first case, please.
Item 70, property owner Edwin Soto and Piedad Montero, investigator Joseph Bernori.
Good morning. I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 70, case 252577, regarding the property located at 9009 First Street Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on February 4th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 28th, 2025. Property was last re-inspected on June 9th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Post-disaster emergency permit is required for work. Please contact construction services. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June 9th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 16894, page 1331. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was March 3rd, 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are, as of 6/17, no application for PDP. And I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on February 4th, 2025, document 0204255577 JCB, and photo numbers 1 through 4. This is an elevation shot of the property on the day the drywall work was being seen. A couple of the service vehicles. Some of the materials. Some more of the compound here. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Mr. Bernori, did you say that no permit has been applied for?
So this is a flood zone case.
Right.
So post-disaster emergency permits are required for any work on a property in flood zone.
Okay, but no permit has been applied for.
As of today, I just talked with the contractor that was hired 10 days ago, just right before we started, and as of today, no permit has been applied for.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure I understood you. Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Could I please have your name and address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Edwin Soto, and at 9009 First Street Northeast, St. Petersburg, 33702.
And you're the homeowner, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Is the lady behind you going to testify?
Yes, Piedad Montero, 9009 First Street Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33702, owner 2.
Thank you. And you, sir?
And good morning. My name's Niall Nickel. I'm the general contractor that was hired 10 days ago. We're in the process of a permit. My address is 433 4th Street North, 4th floor, St. Petersburg, 33701.
Okay, thank you both, or all three of you. So about how long do you think it's going to take to get your permit?
We'll have the permit paperwork completed and ready to submit. As you know, the flood zone paperwork, the substantial damage paperwork package is fairly significant. We'll have that completed by the end of the week. We'll electronically submit in that time frame. So by the end of the week, that will be in. And then we will be at the mercy of the permitting gods and how long that's going to take. So right now, for that type of process, I'm assuming best case scenario, we're probably anywhere from 45 to 60 days minimum before they'd issue a permit. Once they issue a permit, this is going to be an after the fact permit application. There's work that's done. We've already done the engineering inspections, and we will be prepared to submit an engineering affidavit at that time to certify that the repair work has been done properly and to code. So this should be, once the permit is issued, a quick issue to resolve. There's a couple issues we have to resolve, but literally they are resolvable in a couple of days there.
Okay. So you and everyone else here knows, when you have a codes violation that is permit involved, once the permit has been issued, it puts the case on hold. Once the permit has been closed and all the final inspections are done, then the case goes away. So the amount of time that you're looking for is the time to actually get that permit issued. Okay? Does anyone on the board have questions for staff or the...
I'll read something.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Edwin Soto and Piedad Montero to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of September 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Osaklis?
Yes.
Schneider? Yes. Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, you have 90 days. We wish you good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good day.
Next case, please.
Item number 105, property owner Dow Volker and St. Petersburg Title Trust. Investigator Patrina Miller. Investigator Carl Gordon.
Asked me about it last week.
Good morning, I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 105, case number 24-19035, regarding property located at 633 10th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a multifamily structure and occupied by tenants. This is a C-Click fixed case. The property was first inspected on January the 28th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 19th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June the 11th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Garage doors are in disrepair. A permit may be required for a replacement. A certificate of appropriateness may be required if doors are replaced. Multiple securing boards are bare wood and must be painted. 4 out of 6 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June the 11th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 22734, page 1185. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs were taken on June the 11th, 2025, document 0611250035 CBG and photos number 1 through 4. Here's a front view of the structure itself. Here's the garage door that's in disrepair. As you can see, the garage door is not properly fitting within the structure itself. This is a closer look. As you can see, the gaps in between the garage door and the structure. And securing boards which needs to be painted. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. How many units are in this property?
2.
2. Okay. Does anyone have questions for staff?
Do you know if they're both occupied?
I just know one of them is occupied so far.
Thank you.
Good morning. May I please have your names and addresses for the record?
Yeah, Joshua Fravel, 1773 26th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, here on behalf of the owner.
I'm Gisela Hackman. I'm an heir to the St. Petersburg Title Trust, and my address is 934 Beach Drive Northeast, St. Petersburg.
Okay. Are we good to go?
I'm sorry, sir, are you the attorney?
I'm the attorney for the trust.
Okay. So, how much time do you need to get the rest of the repairs done?
We need 90 days. We've got most of them done. The last one that we have is the garage door. It's about halfway done, but we just need more time to get that one finished.
Okay. And you can slap some paint on the securing boards, please?
Yes, we can paint the boarded up ones.
Yeah. The board looks at the C-click fix cases a little closer sometimes than we do others, because that means that you're annoying the neighbors. So anything you can do to speed the process would help.
Yes, and we're working on it. They're kind of unique garage doors, so it takes a little bit more to get them fixed.
They're very old style, yes.
Yes.
Does anyone have questions?
Chair, I'm sorry. I thought I heard the city say it might or could require a permit.
Yeah, that was my question.
Certificate of appropriateness if the doors are replaced. if the doors are replaced.
It would require a permit.
Yeah, it could use
versus repaired. Is that what you're?
Yes, sir.
Is that what the city's position is? So you guys aware of that?
Yes, we're in the process of repairing them to try to restore them so that we wouldn't have to go through this certificate of appropriateness.
Okay, so your plan is to not replace them, but to repair them?
Correct.
Are you using a contractor or a garage door person, or are you doing it yourself?
We're doing it ourselves. We have people that work for us that are repairing it.
Okay, and you need 90 days for them to make
Yes, so the building is historic, so the quality of the craftsmanship is, superior. So we want to ensure that it is matching and in line with the existing door that's there. We also have a pre-planned family vacation for the next 60 days. We have remedied all of the other violations that were on the building. And I think with the picture that he had showed where there was a gap on the door, that door is actually an automatic door. So I think that door in that picture is just slightly open. It just needs to be closed. That's not like a structural issue for the door or anything like that.
So is the handyman that you would have repair the garage door, is he going on the family vacation with you?
No.
No, okay.
But we oversee his work, right? So if we're absent, then we want to make sure that it's being done correctly, especially since the door is historic. And
I mean, this has been since January, so has he been repairing it very slowly?
There were other violations that had to be repaired. There was, I think, 6 originally, so just been working on going through all of the violations.
Thank you.
And the door is about halfway done already as well.
90 days just seems a lot.
Too long.
I'll read something if you guys want.
Okay.
Based on the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Dow Volker and St. Petersburg Title Trust to correct the violations within 60 days or by August 24th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Auseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, the board is giving you 60 days. Please light a fire under your handyman.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item number 10, property owner Hotel Detroit Condo Association Incorporated. Investigator Timothy Howard. I'm sorry, who's the demo? It is.
It is number 10.
I'm Timothy Howard,
Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 10, case number 2322752, regarding property located at 215 Central Avenue. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a commercial structure and is occupied by owners and tenants. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on December 15th, 2023, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 20th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June 20th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Per the Phase 2 milestone inspection letter, the balconies for units 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, 2F, 2G, and 2H are condemned until the required structural remediation can be permitted, inspected, and the repair work approved by a threshold inspector. A separate permit will be required for the temporary shoring and pedestrian protection installed. Temporary use permit 2404001047 and right-of-way permit issued for scaffolding 24324 MISC have expired without completing the work, restoring the public right-of-way, and without approved final inspections. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June 12th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 10859, page 2012. During the course of our investigation, the department's last contact with the Condo Association prior to today was on June 17th, 2025, and the association member did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 5 days and $250 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case, as of April 24th, 2025, the Condo Association's engineer provided the city a report outlining certain deficiencies with the existing temporary shoring. As of June 25th, 2025, the temporary use for the shoring remains expired. As of June 23rd, 2025, engineering permit 250532 MISC has been issued to allow the temporary shoring to remain in the public right-of-way. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on June 20th, 2025, document 062025752, TJH, and photo numbers 1 through 10. So these are some of the balconies, the temporary shoring, and the pedestrian protection referenced. Another photo of the balconies, shoring, and scaffolding for pedestrian protection. One of the balconies with deficiencies and the shoring beneath it. Three more of the balconies referenced. An additional area of scaffolding, temporary shoring, and pedestrian protection. An elevation shot of the property. The other side of the property. another angle of the temporary shoring that is in place. And another angle. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Chair, if I could also provide some additional context for the case.
Absolutely.
So this was, as Mr. Howard said, noted from a Milestone 2 report. This was in December of 2023 that the city started the case and first issued a notice to the Hotel Detroit. At that time, due to that engineer's report, we stated that the balconies were condemned and they were required to install hard barriers and prevent any access to the balconies. The condo association provided another engineering report stating that as long as temporary shoring was installed, the balconies would still be okay to use, and their engineer signed to that. So that's what the city allowed. The temporary shoring was installed, and the case was active under our unsafe process before, but since enforcement actions there are limited to essentially just condemnation, once the temporary use had expired, we brought it back before the board now. So we have 2 issues. One, the unsafe violation for the permanent repairs to the balconies. And then 2, the temporary shoring is still in the public right-of-way. Their temporary use to have it there has expired, but they did just reactivate a new engineering permit that would allow them to keep it in the right-of-way.
So can I ask a question, Chair? So there's a lot of information there, so I'm trying to, thank you for the clarification, by the way, because I was going to have to ask quite a few questions. So at the very end, and you just confirmed that there's some temporary permitting allowing them for the shoring, I guess that's there, the temporary. And so the issue that is before us today, this morning, is because the permit that they had to fix the balconies permanently has expired?
No, the permit that they had that allowed them to have the temporary shoring has expired, and then there is no permit that has been applied for yet for the permanent repairs. So we have the unsafe violation that we are going to continue to pursue until the permanent repairs are made to the balconies, and then a permit violation for the fact that this temporary use has expired.
Well, what was just re-upped?
They had to have 2 permits. So one from the building department, the temporary use where they reviewed the shoring under the engineer's direction, and then one from the engineering department that allows them to have something in the public right.
So they're still missing one of those, is what you're saying, and
Correct.
that's what's before us today.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So I have a question. A through H, are they vacant?
I do not believe all of them are vacant. It's just the balconies that are posted unsafe.
Yeah,
And
there are plants on one of the balconies. Assume somebody's using it.
I hope they got a permit for those plants.
in the public right-of-way, is a permit been issued, has it been reopened for the public right-of-way?
Yes, so the engineering permit that allows them to keep it in the right-of-way was just reissued on Monday.
Okay, thanks.
But did I hear the city say that you guys had said you have to block off access to the balconies, but then they had an engineering report that came back later that said, hey, we're going to put this temporary shoring in.
Correct.
And that makes it okay. And
Correct.
is that the one that's expired now?
Yes.
Okay.
So now that's what this was originally in the start of, or at the end of 2023, their engineer stated that they did not have to block access to the balconies as long as they installed temporary shoring, which was fine. But now we're in 2025 and their engineer has identified deficiencies with the shoring as it is right now. And that's because it's been more than a year with this temporary use.
So the city's position is we're back to you need to block off access to the balconies.
No, the city's position is that they need to get the temporary use reactivated to allow for the temporary shoring again.
Sorry, I'll stop asking questions.
Okay.
Oh, it's complicated.
I mean, to that point, yes, I mean, if there's deficiencies with the shoring, then that original assessment would now, essentially be void. Now, the building official would have to review that, but the goal here is with that new engineering report to get these permits reactivated, to have whatever repairs need to be made to the temporary shoring, that then makes it safe for those balconies to be utilized. But that piece has not been evaluated by the building official at this point to say that the deficiencies that were identified would now make it unsafe for those to be.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, thanks.
I just have one question. When did the right-of-way permit expire?
I don't have the exact expiration date. I know that the new one that they just reactivated is good for 3 months. They have to provide monthly updates on their progress to the repairs, the permanent repairs to the balcony, in order to continue to get extensions.
Okay. I was just wondering how long they just let it
Correct.
sit before they got it ready for today's meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Good morning. We will need names and addresses for all of you.
Of course.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Amico. My address is 1607 Vineyard Lane, Oldsmar, Florida. To provide clarity as to who I am, my family owns a number of units within the Hotel Detroit. I'm a board member of the Hotel Detroit Condominium Association, and I'm also a construction law attorney. I have with me today Mr. Nick Farrow, our new property manager, RCT construction representatives, Larry Nardelli and Rob Publenti, and I'll have them.
Each of those gentlemen will have to give their name and address, please.
Nick.
Nick Ferraro, 926 16th Street North, St. Pete.
And you are?
I'm the property manager for the association.
And you, sir?
Hi, Larry Nardelli. I'm Chief Operating Officer for RCT Construction Group, Tampa, Florida, 310 East Harrison Street, Tampa 33602.
Okay.
Good morning, all. Bob Pablotti. I'm the VP of Construction for RCT.
Okay. So, I guess top of mind here is what in the world is taking so long to get this done?
And I'm here to provide some clarity. I'd like to take a moment to go back in time a little bit for you. So we initially hired Associa as our property management company back in 2011, and originally we had no issues with their management style or management of the property. Approximately 3 years ago, we started noticing they were having some internal issues. We had, in the past 3 years, 7 to 9 property managers assigned to our building. Unbeknownst to us, there is zero to no handoff and very little continuity in records. In the past 3 years, or in the past year alone, we've had 4 property managers from Associa. Pursuant to Florida law, we had the milestone inspection conducted, a milestone report, and the second phase 2 milestone report done. As a result of that milestone inspection, it was found, as stated, that the balconies were in poor condition and needed immediate repair and shoring. At that time, Associa, the property manager we had, Associa had hired contractors and engaged an engineering firm named Ray Engineering to obtain permits and shore up the property. At some point in time, unbeknownst to the board, Associa stopped paying any of the invoices for the shoring for the contractor and stopped paying Ray Engineering for their work. We were not aware of this. Everything we had been told by our CAM officer was everything was going smoothly, permits were being applied for and obtained, and the work was going forward. It wasn't until I received notice that the permit was expiring that I began to question what was going on. I immediately sent that notice that the permit was going to expire, the temporary use permit was going to expire. I sent that to Associa. I was assured they were going to handle it. They were on top of it. Don't worry about a thing. And so we, again, relied on our property management company, not this gentleman here, to handle that. I got a second notice saying, hey, it hasn't been addressed, at which point I reached out to Associa with the lawyer cap on instead of the board member cap on and said, hey, what's going on? And we began investigating. We found a number of deficiencies with Associa's management, including non-payment and processing of invoices, not management of the property, not following a lot of other things, not properly collecting and assessing the unit owners. Because of that, we undertook a review of the property management contract, submitted a notice of termination, which they fought. We finally were able to get the property management company terminated. At the same time, the board personally undertook assuming control of the milestone project and the balcony project. We hired NV5, which had some of the engineers that originally worked on the project from Ray Engineering. We engaged a new construction company, RCT Construction, and we hired a new property management company with Nick here.
So let me stop you for just a minute.
Yes.
What's most germane to us
yes.
at this point is when are you going to get the permits that you need to deal with this violation, and when are the balconies going to be fixed?
You got it.
How much time do you need to get that done?
I'm marching that way as we speak right now. Since we now have a new team in place, we have applied for and been approved for an MOT, a TTC, and an ROW permit. We have officially switched contractors on the expired temporary use permit to RCT Construction, and the emergency re-inspection of the shoring, which was identified that the shoring was deficient. That report has been inspected and sent to the city. Repairs have been begun. They started this week. The new lights have been up. The planks were replaced. We will finish replacing the planks no later than Wednesday of next week, with a re-inspection by our engineer to be conducted and signed off on and submitted next week. In addition to that, the temporary use permit will have an application to reinstate it sometime either before the end of this week or next week, depending on their availability to come down to the city and get that reapplied for in person, because it's a little backlogged if you try and do it via the phone or online. As far as timeline for permanent repairs, there are going to be phases. The first balcony that needs to be fixed, I believe, is 2F. That one needs an emergency repair. We expect the engineer, he confirmed yesterday, that we will have the permanent repair plans for 2F within 2 weeks. Those will be submitted for permits and approvals and plan review. Within 6 weeks from yesterday, we expect to have all of the other plans for the other balcony repairs to submit for permitting. On average, we're anticipating 2 to 4 weeks for permit review, plan review, comment, and all of that. And we expect to be able to start ordering materials and mobilize and have the work completed within a span of 6 months. We also are waiting on envelope repairs and plans. That'll come shortly after the balconies. Plans are completed.
So for our purposes here today, for these 2 violations, it sounds like you need 60 days.
The unsafe permit, the temporary shoring permit, temporary use permit, that'll be applied for next week, however long it takes to get that approved. Right. And then the emergency repairs to the shoring, that'll be done next week, and you should have a report and a sign off from the engineer by the end of next week, I would hope. And then as far as permanent repairs, that'll take about 6 months. And I'm happy to have anybody you need answer any questions you have.
Does the board have questions?
I just, again, to clarify, the city's position is there's one permit that needs to be re-upped, and they've already applied for it. Is that correct? There's one permit that is before us today.
The temporary use permit will be, we will submit an application to reactivate it.
When?
This either Friday or next week?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that something that's like a high priority for the city because of the safety issue?
It's certainly something that once they submit the application, I could bring it to the building official's attention to assist with expediting it.
Okay. Again, we're just trying to get a time frame sorted out here for this one issue that's in front of us, not all this other permanent stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
I just hope no one has any 60-day family vacations coming up that would delay this.
I think the only concern I had was, if I may, the only concern I had is, and I understand that you were relying on your property manager, but everybody's been walking under that for a year and a half. Your neighbors, other businesses, huge inconvenience. Seems like a very long time for somebody not to say, why are we still walking under a scaffolding?
When we spoke to Associa about the progress, we were assured it's a lengthy process. You have to have plans, you have to have permits. We're dealing with a historic building. It's one of the older buildings in the city, so it's not as simple as having plans and submitting. We also have to go through approvals with the historic department, which we know can be time-consuming and difficult. So the board assumed the delays were related to plan reviews, inspections, and all of that, because that is what we were being told by our property management company.
So this isn't an assessment issue. You have the funds. This isn't for that purpose.
We are waiting to get back the plans for the repairs so we can bid the project and then do assessments based on the bids. So we don't know, yeah.
Something, Chair. One thing that we hear every month from homeowners who are in situations much less complicated than yours is, oh, my contractor told me everything was on schedule. And we hold those people accountable for not following up with their contractors, for not going and making sure the permits are moving forward and all the plans and everything. So I just think, if we're going to be genuine. We have to hold you to that same level of accountability. You have more resources than most of the homeowners that we deal with. You've got I don't even know what the billable hour rate is for all these gentlemen standing behind you, but quite high. So I guess, Chair, what I'm saying is no reason for leniency. The city is recommending 5 days at $250. I would concur with that.
May I request clarity on what the 5-day to repair, to have the,
That the permit, the expired permit must be reissued within 5 days.
Again, what's
yeah, I just want clarity, reissued or applied for? I can't control the timeline for it to be.
city answer?
Yeah, so I wanted to provide some clarity here because Mr. Schneider had asked or made a mention of just the permit, but the part of what was read in today was the unsafe structure for the actual balconies. So, you know, we're a year plus down the road here with just temporary shoring that's continued to be on the right of way. No indication that there's any plans in place to repair those balconies. And so it's not just the permitting issue of getting that reestablished. Obviously that needs to happen as well, but it's also the fact that we need to see some movement on getting some permanent repairs done to the balconies. And that hasn't happened at this point.
We're hearing, though, that it sounds like that's
Coming.
coming.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to clarify that I just want to know what's in front of us today. What's in front of us today is this one permit that will allow them to continue, and would take them out of violation?
No, and the overall conditions of the balcony. So we were deferring enforcement based on the fact that they had put temporary shoring in place. And then when that permit expired, that's when we put it into this process. Now, condemnation on a structure like this is not something that the city wants to do, right? We don't want to go in and condemn a historic building, even if it's just the balconies. So we want to try to work with the property owners in order to get our historic buildings repaired and keep them in good shape for the next 100 years, hopefully, as long as this one's been up. So we want some movement going on the permanent repairs there. Now, I have some concerns based on testimony that was provided that they don't even know what that dollar amount looks like. They don't even know if, I didn't get a clear answer on if the funds are there, right? So there's an assessment that's gonna go. So there's a potential for this to drag on another year without any further progress. So that's why, you know, with any unsafe situation, we're gonna recommend to the board that 5 days, 250, because that's the standard for whether it's a single family home or a condo situation. But also, consideration that it's been a year, the state of the building being historic, and the fact that, you know, we need some movement forward in order to get these violations resolved.
Agreed.
Our position, as you know, is we're trying to figure out how much time to give them so that they can get in compliance. I'm just trying to figure out what in compliance means right now. How much, so we can decide, do we give them 5 days? Do we give them 10 days? Do we give them 30 days?
Yeah, so compliance with the violations that are before you would be one, reactivating that permit, and then it's unlikely they're going to be in compliance with the unsafe structure violation because they would have to have the permanent repairs done, you know, but if we get a permit that's in place, that's actually finally approved, then we can take that in consideration as far as whether or not we want to continue to bring this case forward to the magistrate after whatever time you provide.
The permit you just referred to as the permanent permit.
Correct, for the permanent repairs, yes. Yeah. So, I mean, I understand that there's a balance there, right?
That's what we're trying.
5 days isn't probably realistic in order for the overall, but that's the standard for the unsafe condition. But at the same time, I don't think that from the city standpoint, 180 days, you know, is something that we want to see because it kicks this down the road another 6 months.
I understand.
So,
thank you.
Yep.
So to answer your question, ma'am, once the permits are issued, the case goes on hold. That doesn't mean that you can just get the one permit that's expired reactivated. That means you have to have your permits in place to get this thing fixed.
No, I understand. I just, for clarification purposes, we're talking about 5 days to get the temporary use permit reactivated, not the permits for the permanent inspections, because I don't, as stated, 5 days is not realistic. Our engineer hasn't even been able to provide us plans to submit, so it's wholly unrealistic. The temporary use permit, I've just been informed, will be applied for tomorrow.
The temporary use permit is not going to get you off the hook here.
I understand that. And the emergency repairs will be completed on the shoring by the end of the week.
Correct.
that may seem unrealistic because we're here today, but understanding that this violation notice was issued in December of 2023.
And that's exactly where I was going next. As another board member has expressed, we're holding you accountable for your inaction over the past year and a half.
For the condo
So if we
association,
seem harsh and it seems like we're pushing you, it's because we want these repairs done.
so do we. The scaffolding is $40,000 a month.
At this point, you don't know
Or
the
4,000.
extent of the repairs. You don't know how much the repairs are going to cost. You don't have any engineering diagrams to submit. What have you been doing for a year and a half but trusting a management company when you shouldn't have?
We do understand what the repairs are and are needed. We're waiting for the plans from the engineer to be able to submit them.
Okay.
We have cost estimate, but we don't know the actual cost.
Okay, so if none of the other board members have any questions, I'd like to read something and we
I have
can
one
decide.
question.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, gosh, now it just slipped out of my mind.
Of course.
Question has left.
Sugar. Your engineering plans, you said they would be received and submitted to the city next week?
The engineering approval for the repairs, the emergency repairs to the shoring will be submitted next week. The emergency repairs to balcony 2F, the permanent plans will be within 2 weeks, and the remaining balcony permanent repairs, I've been told, within 6 weeks for the drawings and everything to be completed.
Okay.
Somebody want to read?
I'll read something.
So they will be submitted as we receive them.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Hotel Detroit Condo Association, Inc. to correct the violations within 15 days or by July 10th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay.
So the reason why I did that is to give them an opportunity to get the information submitted.
Any other discussion?
I was thinking the same thing.
Let's vote.
Osaklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. All right, the board's given you 15 days, ma'am. If you can't meet that deadline, you'll get a notice to attend a special magistrate's hearing. You can come before the magistrate and ask for more time.
And just for clarity, that's 15 days to temporary use, emergency shoring, and to try and encourage our engineer to get plans quicker.
You get the permits you need issued.
Submitted and issued.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Will we have the support of the city in processing, expedited process of our permits?
The processing of the permitting is when
Right.
we need
Yes.
help from
Yeah,
the city.
If I'm,
Help with that.
I mean, there's no guarantee. I mean, based on where we're at right now as a city and the number of permits we're trying to issue for homeowners who are trying to get back into their homes after storm damage, I mean, there's delayed permitting, so there's no guarantee. We'll do the best we can to try to facilitate that.
All I ask.
So,
So I guess the confusion then is if we have 15 days to get the permits, but the city can't issue permits within 45 days.
right, but you've also had since December of 2023 to try to sort this out.
Okay.
And you used the, it was my contractor's fault excuse.
It wasn't my contractor's fault, it was my property
And
management
it is every
company's fault,
time.
but
It
I
is
get
every time. We hear it from homeowners the same.
If we could, please, the hearing is closed.
Yeah, no, that's why I was.
If you need to speak to Mr. Howard, he's out in the hall and he can help you, all right?
Item 102, property owner Lorin Rowe Moten, investigator Carl Gordon.
I apologize, Chair.
No, it's fine, but
I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 102, case number 12305 regarding property located at 2346 and a half 4th Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a multifamily structure and occupied by tenants. This is a C-Click fixed case. The property was first inspected on February the 6th, 2025, and a violation notice to the owner with a compliance date of April the 14th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June the 12th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Disrepair to roof with multiple portions of roof with tarp on it. A permit will be required for repairs or replacement of roof. Disrepair to metal awning at front of structure. Disrepair to fascia and soffit with areas covered with plastic and chipping and peeling paint. Cracking on exterior walls. Disrepair wrong framing for door at 22346 unit. And chipping and peeling paint on accessory structure. 2 out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June 12, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 14796, page 1543. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on June the 12th, 2025, document 061225 305 CBG and photos number 1 through 10. Here is a front view of the structure itself. Here, actually, you see some roof disrepair here as a tarp is on the roof here. The metal awning, which is in disrepair, as you can see, one of the support posts is hanging down, which is not properly supporting the metal awning. Here, as you can see, as far as soffit and disrepair, this plastic here is covering the area in disrepair. More of the plastic around the structure is covering the fascia and also the soffit, which is in disrepair. Cracking on exterior walls. Here you got chipping, peeling paint. Here's cracking on the exterior walls, also around the door frame. Here's a rear view of the structure as far as in the rear. As you see, the tarp is on the roof. And chipping, peeling paint located on accessory structure. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Is this a duplex?
It's two units in the front, 1 in the rear.
The accessory door?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody have questions for staff?
I did. Are any of these deemed to be safety issues? Some of these look like safety issues.
Well, as far as the roof, I said the roof would need to be taken care of. As you see the tarp that's on the roof there, and it seems like that tarp has been on the roof for quite some time, as the tarp is sort of deteriorating itself. So it could lead to a safety issue.
Mr. Gordon, all of the issues that you've got identified, are they with the residents up front? I didn't see any pictures, I didn't think, of the accessory unit. Is that correct?
The accessory structure mainly was chipping, peeling paint. Most of the items were the front unit.
Anybody else? Good morning, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Michael Moten. My address is 6104 2nd Street South.
Okay, and your connection to Lauren Moten?
That's my wife.
Okay. So how much time are you going to need to get this work finished?
Well, now because of the roof issue, I know that was the big ticket, and that's concern for mine. I know I need to get a contractor. So I'm in the process now of trying to find a contractor. And just found out, with other cases that I would have to get a permit.
Right.
So
your contractor should be able to pull that permit.
Right.
You get a roofer.
Yes. As far as the painting, I did reach out to a guy, someone that I use painting. So they did give me a bid on the painting, so that painting can get done. And the tarp, I actually did put another tarp on there to try to buy me to try to clean up some stuff, but I know it needs to get done.
Okay, so it's been 4 months, and roofs don't get better when they sit?
I know.
Okay.
Chair, I have a question. Was this damaged from the storm, or was this tarp on there prior to the storms?
No, it was before. It was on there because of the storm.
Because of the storm. And
Yes,
this is a C-Quick fix. Do you know who reported it? Was it one of your tenants that reported this?
No, you're talking about the reported what?
So this was a C-Quick fix case. That means the online app that the city uses where you can report code violations. Someone reported this via that application. So I was just wondering if your tenant might have reported it. If they're having a leaking roof, they probably aren't too happy about that.
Right, and I'm not aware if they did report that, but I know that I did address after the first storm. I put the tarp on there, and did whatever I need to do to try to expedite. To help out with the case.
Yeah. Careful.
Yeah.
Are all 3 units occupied?
Yes.
So you're collecting rent from all 3 units?
Well, one of the one in the back is occupied. Two of the ones in the front, there was just one that just moved in. Yes.
Okay, but they're all under contract and you're collecting rent from these people?
Well, not really, because it was on housing and I'm not getting anything.
Because they're what, sir?
I said I'm on housing, but I'm not getting anything right now.
So they aren't approving your payment because of the disrepair of the property? Is that the?
It was some other thing that I just got notification of that I was trying to see about why I wasn't getting any rent. So that's an issue.
Can you help me with that?
Yeah, I can try. If you apply for subsidies, you have to, the housing authority sends out an inspector, and if the inspector finds defects, they hold your rent.
Gotcha.
So do you have water intrusion inside these apartments, the 2 apartments?
No, not yet.
You just have the tarp over there?
Yes, because I know that. I know I walked up there personally and looked, and I know some of the shingles was displaced, but I know I needed to put that tarp on there, so there
would. Will
wouldn't.
you be able to replace the roof and get a contractor and get that done?
Yes, that's the goal. Yes, because I actually had two roofing companies come out and give me an estimate.
Okay.
And just to clarify with the city, if I'm not wrong, isn't the waiving of the permit fees for the post-disaster emergency permit, doesn't that expire at the end of this month?
It was extended to July 31st.
July 31st. So you have until July 31st where they will waive the permit fees if you apply under the PDE and P.
Okay. And can I do that, or should my contractor?
Your contractor's going to have to
Okay.
do it.
All right.
Because you're not a homeowner, you're the landlord.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So,
Time to get on it.
No, I'm definitely getting on it today.
I'll read something.
okay.
Thank you.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Lauren Rao Moten to correct the violations within 60 days or by 8/24/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody good with the dollars and the days? Let's vote.
Stekles?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, sir, the board's given you 60 days to get your roofing permit in place and get the rest of the violations handled.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 178, property owner Aretha Loftly, investigator Zoraida Melendez.
Good morning. I am Zoraida Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 178, case number 25-12395 regarding property located at 2531 36th Street South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is occupied by owner. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on March 3rd, 2025, and notice of violation sent to the owner with compliance date of April 24, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June 12, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Work has been performed in a designated flood zone without an active PDEP permit, included but not limited to modification to the kitchen, bathroom, and other interior areas. An active PDE permit is required to ensure compliance with the flood zone regulations. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and it was handed and delivered by me on June 12, 2025. Ownership was confirmed in the official county record, book 04338, page 0167. My last contact with the owner was on June 12, 2025, and there was no indication when this violation will be corrected. The department recommends 25 days thereafter not in compliance. 25 days and $100 per day they're not in compliance. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case, the work was performed under a PDE permit that was in process. And as of May 2nd, 2025, the PED permit is ready for correction. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photos which were taken. It's a FH03 document 025255395, ZM, and 7 photos. So this is the front elevation. And this is the bathroom. There's new floor, new cabinets. This is another room where drywall was installed. This is another area, and as you can see, there's drywall that being done, and also look like the outlets being replaced, and there's new floors. This is another picture with drywall and floors. And this is another room where you could see the floors and the drywall, and on ceiling lights as well. I would like to enter these fact sheets as Exhibit 2, and this will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Melendez. Does anybody have questions for staff?
Just, so said there is a they have applied for a permit and it's ready for corrections.
So when I started this case, I was doing re-inspection on a flood zone area, and I noticed that there was work going on, But when I look at the permit, it was still in process. But a lot of work was done already, so I did spoke to them and let them know that the permit was not active for all the work that they were doing. So at this time, the permit is ready for correction, so I'm not sure if they follow up.
Can you tell us when the permit was applied for?
I did not wrote that down.
It was applied for in January of 2025.
Okay.
Okay, and they were informed in March of the issue? Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Good morning. Could we please have your names and addresses for the record?
Good morning. My name is Aretha Lawfully, 2531 36th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Thank you, ma'am. And you, sir?
Marquette Robinson, 2450 Queensboro Avenue South.
All right, thanks. So you started working on it so you could live in your house?
Yeah.
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 You're not alone. Do you know what the corrections are on the permit?
I think it was floor plans.
They needed a floor plan?
Yeah.
Have you given that to them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you gave it to them?
About 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions?
Is this work you're doing on your own, or is it a contractor?
Contractor.
Contractor?
Yes.
But you're handling the permitting, they're not the contractor?
No, the contractor's handling the permitting. I'm doing the work.
Okay. I'll read something if you guys want.
Well, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Does the city have those floor plans?
We don't.
I don't see on my end that anything's been submitted, but it could be that we just don't see that side of it.
Okay.
The last thing is still whether Ms. Melenda said ready for corrections.
You might want to follow up with your contractor or call the city yourself and see if they've received them.
Okay.
Just because
This
the
be-
permit's going to help get you out of this trouble.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
I'll try something if you're ready. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Aretha Loftley to correct the violations within 45 days or by August 9th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody good with the dollars and the days? Let's vote.
Osaklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes?
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, the board has given you 45 days to get that permit issued.
Okay.
So do your best to make sure
Okay.
that they have what they need so you can go forward. Because you're going to need after-the-fact inspections and all kinds of stuff now.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
We wish you luck.
Thank y'all. Have a blessed day.
Good luck.
Next case.
Item number 80, property owner Albino Investments Group Incorporated, investigator Jose Rodriguez.
Good morning. I'm Jose Rodriguez, codes investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 80, case number 24-16354, regarding property located at 651 10th Avenue South, and I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a multifamily structure and is vacant. This is a codes-initiated case. Property was first inspected on September 5th of 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 9th of 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June 16th of 2025, and the following violations still exist. Exterior walls in disrepair with areas of chipping wall finish. Garage door has areas of rotted wood. Chipping and peeling paint in multiple areas on structure. Vegetation growing on exterior walls. Second floor balcony has broken and or missing areas. A permit will be required for repair or replacement. Broken gable vent. Bags of trash and miscellaneous items placed or stored around the property. Overgrowth of vegetation throughout the property. And multiple windows with missing glass. 0 out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, was posted at the violation address on June 10th of 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 22058, page 1113. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are there's a roof permit number 24-02-001308, which is on hold for notice of commencement. As of July 16th of 2024, Historic Preservation approved the plan review. I would like to enter into evidence exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on June 16th of 25, document CEB 0616253554JR, and photos 1 through 9. The first photograph is of the elevation of the structure. It's a photograph of the garage door. So some of the rotted wood and stuff right here has been covered actually by this temporary piece of wood that's right here. This is part of the exterior, just one section of exterior wall damage around the structure itself. One of the areas of vegetation is growing on the structure. This is the second floor balcony that is in disrepair. And again, more vegetation on the structure. Another shot of the balcony, gable vent, missing the covering. Some of the junk, trash, and debris throughout the property. Overgrowth. And it's one of the missing windows, and there are other missing windows, but just one section of it. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence, exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for staff?
I did, and I may have missed this. How did this come to be a case?
This is codes initiated, however, it was before the storms.
Do you know when the roof permit was issued?
I do not have the issue date in front of me.
And all they're waiting on is a notice of commencement.
On the roof permit, and then again with the historic preservation, that was approved plan, but that was again July of 24, so I'm not sure where they're at in that process either.
Good morning, gentlemen. Can we please have your name and address for the record?
My name is Louis Albano, 2041 Beach Drive Southeast address, and I'm joined by Richard Lane, and he's kind of overseeing the rehab of the structure. As you know, we have pulled the roof. Yes.
We will need the gentleman's name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Richard Lane, 1047th Street South, St. Pete, Florida, 33701.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Albano.
So much of what needs to be repaired is based on the roof, right? There's some areas that we can't get to until the roof is kind of fully secured. It's a historic structure, so the tile we've already gone through the historic department, and we're ordering in a green ceramic tile, which has to be special ordered, which has been ordered. So I'm thinking the tile at best is probably within 60 days area, and then once the tile is in, then we can, actually put on the roof, and then much of the rest can be rectified. But I'll have Richard also speak about anything else.
Before you go, when did you order this tile?
We received the roof permit in May, so in May, the tile should have been ordered by the contractor.
Yeah, so they actually, when we went through the historical committee, they asked us to put on a green tile instead of what we had available. We had a double barrel on there. We went down to a single barrel. Still has to be custom made and ordered. The manufacturers are in South Florida, so they're way behind. So we're waiting on material because we have to put on a special roof.
But aren't there some other things that, I mean, there's some other things that could be done, right? Like just clean the property up. There's all this overgrowth, there's trash on the property, or can't you do some of that?
Yes, the overgrowth can be cleaned. What he shows as trash is a little bit of these pavers from the 1930s. So we're going to try and reuse some of the products because we're restoring the house.
And then what about, so you have a permit for a roof, but you're going to need permit for a whole bunch of other stuff you got to do, right?
The balcony.
Balcony, windows, I don't know.
Well, the balcony, the window can just be remilled. I mean, I don't think we need a permit to put the
Okay, so
window
if you
back
need
together.
another permit to do anything, have you got engineering started on that, or what's the story of the rest of the work beyond the roof?
The rest of the work is just the window and then interior.
Well, you just said you need a permit for the balcony.
Right, so I'm working on.
started?
No, not yet. I have not.
I think even before that, just take a weed eater, cut down the overgrowth. I mean, that's easy enough, right? You don't have to have a permit to run a weed eater, I don't believe.
Is this a recent purchase? Did y'all just buy this?
They've owned it since September.
It was purchased many years ago, and there's been thoughts about demoing the house, and so we've gone back and forth on what needs to be done. Demoing the house kind of turned out to be impossible based on it being historic, so kind of being forced into the rehab, which is great for the neighborhood.
At this point, from the pictures, it looks like it's demo by neglect. So we
Yeah.
want you to get a move on. This has been since September of last year.
Is the city's current position that the roofing permit is, once that's approved, is this on hold, or is it beyond that, is what I'm trying to figure out?
They need a notice of commencement, right?
But that's just for the roofing permit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's other violations there besides just the roof, then they would have to correct those other violations.
Correct, but from a permitting standpoint.
That would resolve that one. You know, normally, if there was like a full renovation that was going on, and obviously you wouldn't maybe do the driveway while you're bringing in heavy equipment, and that was one of the other violations, we would defer it in that case. But because they're not necessarily interrelated, we would continue with enforcement despite the fact that that roof permit was obtained until the other violations were corrected.
Well, we would like to repair the roof before we repair the balcony, obviously, in case we have to throw any debris over the side. And that's also, if you look in the picture, where the dumpster is.
Well, but
So-
obviously, you could replace the window glasses that are missing. You
Yes.
could replace the doors. You could do some cleaning on the walls.
Cover the gable vent.
Yeah, you could do a whole lot
Pull
of,
the ivy off the wall.
yeah,
And get the permitting started for the balcony.
yeah.
You get all that, you can be doing all that. I
We
wanted
just
to
did all the
clarify from
PM work
city.
for you. We just
because
laid
you
it
get
out.
The roofing permit doesn't mean this goes away, is what I'm trying to say. I think that's what our position is.
So get off the chair and get started. Do
Okay.
some make some meaningful progress here.
Are you aware, oh, I'm sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
Are you aware about the notice of commencement? It's a very simple form to fill out and complete.
Yes, it's already been filled out.
Yeah,
And have you submitted it to the city?
well, I gave it to the contractor, and I assumed you'd,
You need to follow up with that contractor. You've heard the previous stories where they're not following up and doing the job for the customer.
The letter of commencement was already filed, and it was before we went to see the Historic Society.
Okay,
That-
we don't have it.
It's in there.
The city doesn't have the notice of commencement, so you guys need to get that.
Okay.
I think the moral of today's meeting is going to be, don't trust the contractor.
And no 60-day vacations?
And no 60-day family vacations are going to buy any pity.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
but we'll obviously start everything immediately, start a plan for the balcony. I guess overall, the request would be if we could possibly get 90 days to complete everything, because I think that's truly what it's going to take for the roof to be totally complete. So if that's a possibility, I think we could be fully done with everything noted on the report.
You don't have to be complete the work, you have to have all the permits in place, and then you also have to address the violations that don't require a permit.
Yes, we're going to start that immediately.
And you're waiting for tile for the roof?
Correct.
And I have cut the vegetation a few times. It just grows pretty quick, so
Florida.
I can stay on it.
I don't know, our lawn gets mowed once a week, so.
Yeah, I restore 4 houses a year, and it takes a lot of time. I'm only one guy.
There are landscaping companies?
Not in this budget. Not in this budget.
Lana, you're
Sorry.
gonna have to shake loose some cash.
Yeah, that's why I gotta restore other houses.
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Albano Investment Group Incorporated to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of August 24th of 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Is anyone discussion?
Okay, so you said 60 days?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Anybody, any discussion?
How do you feel? You okay with that? Okay.
Let's vote.
Seklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes?
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. All right, you have 60 days.
Thank you.
Light a fire.
Appreciate it.
That fine per day was 150?
150.
Okay.
Chair, I know it's a little bit early, but we keep getting a notification on the laptop that it's going to automatically restart in 5 minutes. So I don't know if we want to take a break so we don't have to take an impromptu break if it does it in the middle of a presentation. We're a little bit earlier, but just 10 minutes to get it restarted and everybody.
Warning.
Yeah, I just don't want it to happen in the middle of a presentation, so.
We're taking a 10-minute break.
Okay. If everybody could find a seat. Our computers are back up and running. Thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Microsoft.
If anyone is here that was not here this morning and missed being sworn in and wants to give testimony, please stand and let the clerk swear you in. Anyone?
Everybody was here this morning and was sworn in? Great.
Perfect. Could we roll call, please?
Yes. Seklis?
Here.
Schneider?
Here.
Hanshaw?
Here.
Hensler?
Here.
Wilson?
Here.
Ready for the case?
We are.
Item 112, property owner, 3636 10th Avenue North LLC, Investigator Ryan Henderson.
Are there two of them?
All right, just wanted to get the files up. Good morning. I'm Ryan Henderson, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 113, case number 24-17646 regarding property located at 3530 10th Avenue North. I was sworn at this meeting. This property is a single, yes.
Are we on 112?
Oh, 112, 113, I'm sorry. I do have 112 now. They're both for the same property, so I'll go back. I'm Ryan Henderson, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 112, case number 24-17645, regarding property located at 3530 10th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this property, or at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owners. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on 10/21 of 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 4/6/2025. The property was last re-inspected on 6/13/2025, and the following violation still exists. There's an accessory structure that has disrepair, sheds in disrepair. There's some painting that's required. Essentially, it's no longer weather resistant. You'll see it by the rust and stuff. The rust. There's a fence, or rather a wall, that is in disrepair. And then there was outdoor storage that we had cited at the time as well. 0 out of 4 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June 13, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 22287, page 2196. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with Mr. Beeler, who is the operations director for the plant operations director, was on 6/17/2025, and he did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. There are no additional relevant facts. If you would give me one moment, I'd actually pulled up the other case, but I'll have it up in a moment. All right. So I'd like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs, which were taken on June 13th, 2025. And the first photograph is an elevation of the property. So this is the office, essentially the office. There's a nursing home next door. This is like their office. And so that's where this is, and this is the area where the violations exist, is at this particular property, which is 3030. The second photograph is one of the sheds on site. Here are the sheds. There's the areas where they're rusting and deteriorating. There's some issues with the exterior walls of the sheds. Some of it is obscured by the vegetation that's growing up in there now, and even on this wall, and even along the roof line there. I think I may have a shot of it in the next one as well. And then here previously, Mr. Beeler has indicated they may have cleaned some of this up. There was debris that was down here. It was like a pile of tree branches and so forth. I believe this is part of it here. That's why we still submit it to the case that was on site. And then we have the wall. We saw a portion of it a moment ago in that photograph, but I'll give you a better one here. And this is the wall that is between the nursing home and their office. It's a block wall that is collapsed. It needs to be repaired. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Does anyone have questions?
Yes. The shed, if they replace it, will require a permit?
The sheds?
The shed, the accessory structure?
Yeah, I don't
in
know
the
if they
back?
need to replace it. They just need to make any necessary repairs. I'm not saying that they need to
Okay,
replace it.
okay.
Not with the shed. The wall needs
Yes.
to be repaired, and that will require a permit.
Yep, thank you.
So you reference it's an owner occupied, but it's an office, right?
Yeah, but the owner
Someone
is-
living there, or is it an office?
No, it's an office. It's an office, and the owner of they're using it, the nursing home is actually, it's 3636 10th Avenue North LLC, and it's the nursing home, it's the same owner of the nursing home as this particular building. And so, yeah, if that answers your question. So the owner is using that as an office.
As an office. Okay.
Correct. Yeah,
Which is the nursing home?
which is a nursing home.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Terry Beal. The address is 2322 17th Street South, St. Petersburg.
Okay, and your connection to the LLC?
Just like Mr. Henderson said, I am the plant operation manager for both properties, so I oversee what gets done.
Okay, so can you tell us why it's taken 9 months to get here?
Well, unfortunately, I received this paperwork 2 weeks ago. I think it probably went up to New York where the owner is, so I had no information about anything until, like I said, 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so how much time do you need to get this fixed?
My biggest concern is going to be the block wall. Anytime I've ever had to do anything, it takes forever to get a contractor. The majority of it, I would think, can be 30 days easy. The block wall is my biggest concern. How long I can get a contractor, get them out, get the permit, and et cetera, to get it completed.
Okay. Is there a reason the wall needs to stay?
Mr. Henderson also informed me that would be whoever zoning or permitting that would be, let me know that to see if I have to do it. I've already called them, but I've not received a call back, so I'm just gonna continue to get in contact with them to, point me in the right direction where to go.
Okay. They're open till noon today. You could leave here and go there.
Okay.
Are you planning on repairing or removing the
It
contract?
depends what they require.
Okay.
Since it's properties next to each, one is elevated a little bit from the other one, so I don't know if that's the reason why it was there. I couldn't tell you.
Okay,
But most of this work doesn't require a permit, so.
right,
You could just go do it.
yeah. Yep.
And I've already ordered supplies for the majority of it, so I should get that this week, so I'll be starting on it soon.
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders 3636 10th Avenue North LLC to correct the violations within 45 days or by a date of August 9th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
You need a second?
Need a second?
Second.
Okay, so my issue, I guess, would be with $100 if it's being used commercially.
Oh, well, that's what the city said.
The city said owner occupied, but it is an office for a business, so that's why I question the city as to how.
Oh, okay, I didn't catch that.
And also, I think 45, like I said, they can just go out there and do this work like tomorrow.
Well, after he gets an answer on the wall.
He needs,
Well, you can-
I was
there's a whole
giving him
bunch of other
time for
stuff
the
he can-
wall in case they decided to do a fence maybe instead of concrete or remove it completely.
Got the notification in October of last year.
He didn't get it until 2 weeks ago, which
Yeah.
is not his fault, but yeah, I hear you.
I'll at least amend with it being commercial and not residential. If this order is not complied with on a 45-day time frame, the fine per day will be $150.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Let's vote.
Sutcliffe?
Yes.
Schneider?
No?
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, you have 45 days to get the majority of this done. Go over today and get an answer on the wall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Item 113, property owner 3636 10th Avenue North LLC, investigator Ryan Henderson.
I'm Ryan Henderson, codes investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 112, case number 24-17645 regarding property located at 3530 10th Avenue North. I was sworn at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure according to Pinellas County and is occupied by the owner. This is a citizen's complaint case. The property was first inspected on 10/21/2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of April 6, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June 13th of 2025. I think I just read that one. Gosh darn it. So my apologies. I read the one that I just read a moment ago. We need to go back to 113. I'm Ryan Henderson, codes investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 113, case number 24-17646 regarding property located at 3530 10th Avenue North. I was sworn to this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. The property was last inspected or first inspected on 10/29/2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of 4/6/25. The property was last re-inspected on June 13th, 2025, and the following violation still exists. Trees/branches are hazardous. 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June 13th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22287, page 2196. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on 6/17 of 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. The only additional relevant facts in this case is that we did have an assessment of the tree by the city's urban forester, and that's what we're basing our violation on. Essentially, the city arborist noted that a recently mounded area, Hurricane Milton, with the critical root zone of the grand oak now partially uprooted. There are air pockets underneath exposed roots, spongy areas, and what appears to be a functioning tension root now visible. The tree contains a corresponding lean of approximately 15 degrees towards the utility lines in the budding south property. There's an obvious concern of total tree failure. And additionally, there's a second tree. The arborist assessed a laurel oak located to the east of the subject live oak within the same general area of the site. The condition of the tree is in significant decline with multiple cavities, decay visible, evidence of failures, problematic co-dominant structure, and the tree appears to be in advanced age for the species. So with that, I'd like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on the 6th of December of last year, as well as June 13th of this year. The document number is 0613256646 RLHCEB. So again, this is the elevation.
It does, yeah.
Structure. Same place as before. First set of photographs are photographs that were taken back in December of last year. So this is the west tree. This is the tree and that the arborist assessed. One photograph of the tree. There's a second photograph that shows a little bit more of the tree. Our fourth photograph is one of the tree to the east of that one that was sighted. This is from December of last year. This is the tree. Here is a close-up of that same tree, or another view of it. And then I took photographs in June, basically just to show the trees are still there, that there's been nothing happened to the trees. They're still there relatively in the same condition. This is a different view. This is from the street rather than the neighboring property. That's the first tree. And then here's a shot of the second tree, which is the one to the east. And this is the tree here, where my cursor is, this particular section where the green foliage is. That's the eastern tree. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Is the arborist recommending removal of both trees?
Yes.
Is it 2 trees or 3?
2.
Okay.
All right, sir, could we have your name and address for the record again, please?
Yes, my name is Terry Beal. The address is 2322 17th Street South, St. Pete.
Okay, and you're the property manager?
Yes, ma'am. And once again, it's like I said, I just personally just got the paperwork of this. Talking to Mr. Henderson, I guess my ex-boss has been communicating with the arborist and et cetera. So that's the reason it hasn't been taken care of, because I never knew about it. So, unfortunately.
How much time are you going to need to call a tree company and have those trees removed?
I mean, what, 30, 45 days, I would say at the most.
Okay.
You know, I don't think they would be that busy, that I couldn't get done. But I don't know, it depends if we have a hurricane come up, so.
I hear you.
I got 4 tree quotes the last 2 weeks. They are ready to work.
Okay, that sounds good.
As long as you got the funds, right?
That's the key, as long as you're willing to pay that price.
So.
I'll read.
Okay.
Just the last one. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders 3636 10th Avenue North LLC to correct the violations within 45 days or by a date of August 9th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Assekless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, sir, you have 45 days on this one, too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next case.
Item 130, property owner Tamishara Daniels and Abriana Daniels, investigator Tucker Hodges.
Good morning, I'm Tucker Hodges, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 130, case 22-5233, regarding property located at 2843 12th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure occupied by owner. This is a codes initiated case. The property was first inspected on 3/03/2022, and the violation notice sent to the owner with the compliance date of 3/30/2022. Property was last re-inspected 6/21/2025, and the following violations still exist. We have exterior walls in disrepair, roof in disrepair, areas of fascia in disrepair. 3 out of 6 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 6/7/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22956, page 0839. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I'd like to enter evidence, exhibit number 1, photographs taken 6/17/2025, document 0617252233 RTH. And we can cover just about everything in this one picture. So we got wall disrepair.
Hold on one second, Tucker.
It's not changing. Okay, let me. Is it
going so-
plugged in all the way?
Great update.
Check again.
Nope.
Draw a picture.
That's us. The Podium VGA one is not working anymore. And the HDMI is not working either.
There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
Good job, Paige.
Thank you. As you can see, we've got wall disrepair with the broken wall tiles. We have roof disrepair and this section of the roof overhang in bad shape there. And let me find one more, I'm sorry. Well, here you can see the area where the fascia is starting to fail, and it's broken right here. So I'd like to know this fact sheet in the evidence as exhibit number 2, or excuse me, yes, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody have any questions for staff?
I do, Chair. I just wanted to ask if we could get some clarification on the comment of the N-team referrals details.
Yes, so this property was originally referred to the N team, and that's why it seems like an older case. It was with the N team for a while, and I believe the homeowner also applied for housing assistance, and the last I saw was that application had been withdrawn. But the N team is only able to assist after the roof has been repaired or replaced.
So that would, the roof repair would trigger the N-team to come back and assist with whatever issues they could assist.
Like minor wall disrepair, paint.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Tamishra Daniels, 2843 12th Avenue South.
Okay. Can you tell us what's going on with the property?
After I leave here, I'm gonna go down to the city and ask for help with the repairs.
Mm-hmm.
They said that you withdrew your application. Did you know you withdrew your application?
Yeah, because at first when I was presented help, it came across as a $20,000 grant. And then when the process was going through, it was represented as a loan, and I didn't want to take any chances of just putting myself in a position with my property. So I didn't feel safe with it, and then I felt they kept calling and calling. I felt a lot of pressure. So it was presented to me as a grant, meaning everything was free and clear. And then when it was restated to me, it was presented as a loan for help, any help I got. So.
Is there anybody at the city that helps them understand what the program involves?
Mm-hmm. We could certainly connect them directly with the individual over the housing programs.
Is it a grant or is it a loan?
I think it depends on the program, but it might be under a certain AMI, it would be a grant. There are different programs, so I can't speak to, I don't know which one exactly she was doing. Some are that up to a certain amount of repairs is a grant, and past that it has to be a loan. And then others are, if you're under a certain AMI, it can be a grant. Above that AMI, it might become a zero interest loan.
Okay, so criteria driven.
Yes.
kind of thing. Okay.
years ago, the city, even with the loans, forgave portions of it the longer you stayed in the residence. So is that still the case?
I believe so.
Again, criteria.
Depending on the, yeah.
Mhm.
No, we have lots of them now, so I'm not familiar with all of them.
I understand, and I'm not either, which is why I asked the question.
Yeah, but we can certainly, as Ms. Alfred mentioned, get them connected with a direct representative from housing if they haven't spoken to somebody, so they can get all those details and get clarity on it.
But it's,
Okay.
what, so the end team won't reengage until the roof is repaired.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what she needs, the loan
And
or
the grant/loan would facilitate the roof, would, okay.
Ms. Daniels, have you reached out to any roofing contractors to get a quote for the roof repair? Or kind of gotten an idea of the cost estimate for that?
Well, when I was almost finished with the process, it was between 12 to 15, 20,000.
That sounds about reasonable. I mean, I don't know the size of that roof from the photos, but that seems reasonable. Are you in the process of, I don't know, saving the funds up to be able to move forward with the roofing? Because that's the key before we can, potentially the city could offer you more help, would be the roof repair.
When I leave here, I'm going to go and see if they'll be able to help. Because they, like I said, I stopped because I didn't feel safe.
Okay.
So I'll just ask and see what they're offering.
I think here's our concern. Our concern is that you have to do this.
Yeah.
So you can do it and the city will do everything they can to help.
Yes.
Or you have every right to say, I'm not comfortable with this paperwork, I'm going to do this on my own. I don't know that that's the path you want to go down, but you certainly are allowed to go down that. So even though those calls were annoying and some of that paperwork was not something that was sitting well with you, you're going to be doing paperwork one way or another, either through a conventional bank or a regular loan, which has interest and that sort of thing. So even though this isn't your preference, we're strongly encouraging you to work with the help that the city will provide to you, because that's why it's there. So if there's, somebody that can go, with you, that you would feel, because sometimes when you hear things, it's hard to absorb everything on your own. Go down there with somebody, take notes, but you need to fix this. And so to take advantage of what's available to you is clearly in your best interest, and you're gonna run out of time. And the last thing you want is liens on top of your house, on top of everything else.
Chairman.
Do you plan on staying in your home, or are you thinking about selling, or this is your family home and this is where you want to be and you just need some time to make arrangements to get the roof done?
It's our family home. If I sell, I want to get what's worth.
Sure.
And so, yeah, family and my children, they come in, they come out. So, yeah.
By all means, if you want to stay in your home, we want you to.
Yes.
Mr.
I'm going to get with her after this meeting. I'll get her the right information and contact the right people to help her out.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
So after we're done here, if you would meet with your codes investigator out in the hallway, he will get you some information.
Thank you.
So you can go forward and not feel so much like you're lost in the dark. Okay?
Thank you.
Somebody want to read something?
I'll take a cut at something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders to Mishara Daniels to correct the violations within 90 days or by September 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote, please.
Osaklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, so the board has given you 90 days, ma'am, and that's, we hope, for you to be able to get your funding in place and get that roof permit done. if everything's not done within that 90-day time period, you'll get a notice to come to a special magistrate's hearing. Please come to that meeting and ask for more time. You will most likely get it, okay? And see your investigator out in the hall, please.
Thank you.
We wish you luck.
Good luck.
Next case.
Item number 19, property owner Angelica M. Ventresca, investigator Carl Gordon.
I'm Carl Gordon, Coast Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 19, case number 25-5593, regarding property located at 1898 New Hampshire Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and occupied by owner. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on January the 27th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February the 19th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June the 11th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Renovations to repair flood damaged property completed without approved permits. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June the 11th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22848, page 1959. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts to this case is that a post-disaster emergency permit has been applied for and is currently in the in-process status. As of May 5th, 2025, it was resubmitted for plan review. Also, according to the damage assessments, 4 feet of water was noticed on the damage assessment report. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs were taken on January 27, 2025, and also on June the 11th, 2025. Document 0625255593 CBG CEB, photos numbers 1 through 6. Here is a front view of the structure itself. Here is a picture of the structure that was taken during the storm assessment itself. Here is like a before the renovations were done. This is what the inside looked like before, as the flooring here. And this is what it currently looks like now. Here is the before as the front entrance door before the repairs. As you see the front door here. And the front door now. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon. Does anybody have questions for staff? All right. Good morning, sir. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Attorney Sean Lopez on behalf of the property owner. My office address is 700 7th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33701.
Okay, so it sounds like the permit process is working, albeit slowly.
Yes, my client has been actively engaged since this complaint was filed. I believe the complaint was filed January 27th of this year. A permit was applied for 2 weeks later on February 11th, 2025. It's accurately depicted that it's been applied for. A set of revisions was requested in May. They've been applied for. As we're all aware, the city is a little bit behind. Respectfully, I'm asking for 90 days. just so we can see if there's another set of revisions that are going to be required. If there is another set of revisions, I'm assuming there'll be another 45 to 60-day process before we get our revisions submitted, and hopefully that'll be the final set. But it's not being ignored. We're not here to argue that there was some work that was done unpermitted. Obviously, everybody's doing what they have to do to get back into their homes. So we're addressing it. It's going to be addressed. We're going to have, hopefully, the permit finalized, and once it's approved, this thing will be put on hold, and we can just work on the after-the-fact process at that point.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Somebody want to read something?
I'll read. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusion of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Angelica Ventresca to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of September 23rd of 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alsecles?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensley?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, your client has 90 days.
Thank you very much, board.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Item 166, property owner It's Her Vision LLC. Investigators Ryder Melendez.
169 is gone? Okay.
Yeah, evidently.
Yeah. I just can't see those little lines.
Yeah.
Good morning. I am Soraya Melendez, co-investigator for the city of St. Petersburg. Reference to item 160, testifying in reference to item 166, case number 25-13397 regarding property located at 1240 49th Street South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is vacant. This is a follow-up case. This property was first inspected on February 24, 2025, and violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of April 2nd, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June 12, 2025, and the following violations still exist. A permit is required for the removal of the rear part of the structure that was impacted by a vehicle. And the construction services and permit information was provided to the owner. 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and it was posted at the violation address on June 12, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in the County Official Record Book 21945, page 2130. My last contact with the owner prior to this hearing was June 10, 2025, and there was no indication when the violation will be corrected. The department recommends 25 days thereafter, not 25 days, and $150 per day thereafter not in compliance. Additional relevant facts in regards to this case: there's no permit filed yet for this structure. And I would like to enter into Evidence Exhibit 1 photos which were taken on June 12, 2025, document 6/12/25/397 ZM, and I have 3 photos. So this is the front elevation, and this structure here was damaged by a vehicle. And this picture is showing that the back structure was removed and a permit is required for that. And this is another picture showing the back of the structure where the part of the structure was removed. I would like to enter these fact sheets into Evidence Exhibit 2 and conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Steve?
I had a question, Chair. You said $150 per day. Was this a rental property? Is that the reason for that dollar amount?
Yeah, it is vacant, yes.
But it is vacant currently, but it was historically a rental property?
No.
No.
No, it have not been rented for a while.
It's just sitting empty.
Okay.
Right.
But it's not owner occupied.
Right. Good morning, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Kenny Smith. My address is 4611 Catalonia Way, South, St. Pete.
How are you related to It's Her Vision LLC?
Owner.
You're the
My wife.
Your wife is the owner?
Yes.
So you did a demo permit before you took that structure down?
Yes. We do have she's stating that we don't, but we did have a demo permit. It was sitting out there in the front. She came over one day. We communicated with it, and she stated that she couldn't find it at first.
Okay.
And then she found it. So I'm kind of confused on why I'm here.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure it out now. That's why I came in.
Well, we're confused too, so we'll find out together. Okay?
Yeah.
So I could explain. So when I met with him out there, there's another case, and there was an active permit for work to be done at that property.
I see.
And I don't recall a demo, part of the permit, but there was an active permit. So, but this property, then the permit expired, but this property got hit by a vehicle after the permit was expired, which it required a different permit for this demolition.
Okay.
And the demolition was not on the permit that did exist?
Right,
it
because
wasn't
this
damaged.
accident happened after.
Got it.
So the property had problems before it got hit by a car?
Right, and that's a different case, and there was a permit at one time, and it expired as well.
Okay. So it's expired without final inspections?
Correct.
Is what you're telling me?
Yes.
Does the city show that there's ever been a demo permit?
I don't see it. If the gentleman wants to provide me a building permit number, I could look it up that way, but the only thing I see for this property is a fire alarm permit in process, a roof permit in process, and then an approved AC equal changeout.
Do you have that permit
Yes,
number, sir?
I don't have it on me because, like she just said, I was confused because we had everything put out in front. We had.
Sir, I really want to advocate for you, but you came down here today to sort it out and you didn't bring the permit number with you?
No.
The permit number is under, the permit that he's talking about is under our old number. I think it's 22 or either 24. I don't have it either, but there was a permit, before.
But not for demo?
Not for demo.
That's,
Does that make sense to you that there was a permit issued
Yes, we
for
did.
work to be done on the house?
Correct.
However, it wasn't to demolish that structure that you took down. Is your position that it was, or?
Yes, I was in the process of thinking because I have a thing right here stating interior demolition for existing.
Is there a number on that paperwork that you can give to the city?
I see that he has a previous application for a change of use, but again, that says interior demolition of the existing single-family residence, and that was before, this permit is from before the structure was hit by the car.
Correct.
So they pulled the wrong permit.
Well,
Under my impression, which I'm being dumbfounded right now, is that I thought that permit that was out there was for the demolition for the back part. They had everything set up correctly. I was thinking that was it, and when she told me that, we looked it up, and I was explaining to her that we were under the impression that permit was for that.
Okay.
But it's
So-
obviously not.
Yeah, well, since she told me that, that's why I'm here now, because I don't want to go through the process of
Right.
something else going on.
So here's where we permit-wise. You have permits, but you don't have final inspections on them. So you've got a problem there.
Well,
And then you don't have a permit for taking down that structure. What was it, a garage?
It was a back piece to the apartment, to the
Yeah.
complex itself.
And while one of your permits mentions demo, it's for the work that you're doing inside the structure, not taking down that part of the building in the back. So I think probably the best thing to do is for us to give you some time and you to talk to your codes investigator, the two of you together, and figure out what you have and where you need to go from here. Okay?
Yes.
Because we want you to be in compliance.
Yeah.
And you want to be in compliance.
Definitely
So
want to be
let's see
compliant.
if we can't make that work.
Yes.
All right?
So I'm
I
confused.
do want to clarify that, I know he's confused, but I did spoke to his wife, and she's aware that a permit is required for that structure that was demolished.
Okay.
And
Okay.
damaged by a vehicle.
If you could go over it, though, with him, it would help. Thank you so
But
much.
that's going to require a clarification question. Can he or can he not add that to that permit that's expired and re-up it, or is it a separate permit that has to be?
It depends on the building department.
Yeah, they're gonna,
They're gonna call that one.
it's possible they might add in a partial demolition to a residential rehab permit, but typically you see any demolitions as a separate permit.
Okay, thank you.
So does anyone have any further questions? Could somebody read, please?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders It's Her Vision LLC to correct the violations within 120 days or by a date of October 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 120 days and $150 per day. Is everybody okay with that?
I think it's going to take him some time.
Let's vote.
The work's done.
Alseclas?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, sir, you have 120 days to get this figured out.
Okay.
See Ms. Melendez out in the hall?
Yes.
And let's see if we can't get this moved forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 96, property owner Paris Ave Trust and Paris Ave Trustee, investigator Carl Gordon. Kenny,
I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 96, case number 25-14225 regarding property located at 650 Paris Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and it's vacant. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on March 14, 2025, and the violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April the 7th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June the 11th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. 4 windows installed on structure without permit, and after the fact permit will be required. 0 to 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June the 11th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 19546, page 1170. During the course of my investigation for this case here, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts to this case is that a window permit was applied for on June the 16th, 2025, and the permit is currently in the in-process status. It was routed for plan review on June the 18th, 2025. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on March the 13th, 2025, and June the 11th, 2025. Document 062525 225 CBG CEB and photo numbers 1 through 3. Here's a front view of the structure itself. Here's one of the windows that was installed. Here's another window that was installed. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Does anybody have questions for staff? Good morning, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Robert Easterling, 4601 16th Street North, St. Pete, 33703.
Okay, and your connection to Paris Avenue Trust?
I'm the owner.
So you have your permit in.
Yes, ma'am.
Any idea of how long it's going to take?
I believe the contractor put it on 6/12, and 6/20 is when I contacted him and said I'm going to court, and they said he has no idea how, he thought it'd be out by now, but he doesn't know how long it would take.
Okay.
What's your intention to, the property's vacant right now?
Yes, sir.
You gonna rent it?
I hope to someday, yes. I've already went and got the windows. I called several different contractors. None of them wanted to mess with it because it was too small. Finally got a gentleman to come out, and he told me it cost me $7,000 and I bought the windows. I thought that was a little tough. A friend of a friend contractor, who I have with now, said, you buy the windows, I can probably do it between $2,000 and $3,000. He's the gentleman that put in the permit.
But he went ahead and did the work even though he knew he needed a permit?
No, the window, the windows were put in by someone that was working on the house. He took out jalousie windows and put his windows in. And then when the city came in and inspected, they went, you got to pull a permit for that. And so it's an after-the-fact permit.
The work was done by who?
A friend of a friend, not a contractor. So those windows two of the windows have to come out. One of the windows he put in, the window's okay, but it's not put in correctly according to the city. So the contractor has to put the windows that I've gotten in the two that jalousie windows that were taken out, and he put in 2 other windows. Those windows come out, new windows go in. That makes sense? I hope so.
Before the house was vacant, were you renting it or
Yes.
living in it?
Renting it, ma'am.
Is this the only rental dwelling you have?
No.
And did this happen from the hurricane?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm retired law enforcement. The people that were in there were dealing drugs. I worked with the city, St. Pete PD. They say evict them, so I evicted them. They totally destroyed my house on the inside. So that's being processed also. That's under the city inspection also.
So you have a permit in process to fix the interior?
I don't need a permit for that, apparently. Just flooring and painting and stuff like that. The only thing I needed a permit for was as I understand, it's an after-the-fact permit for the windows.
Not if you're going to reinstall them. You need a regular old window permit.
I need a what, ma'am?
I said, not if you're going to reinstall the windows, because it sounds like to me that you're taking out the windows that are there now
Right.
that were installed without a permit,
Yes, correct.
and you're going to put in new windows.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not an after the fact, it's an actual permit.
Oh, well, I'm sure the contractor knows that, I'm guessing.
Okay.
If you've been here at all today, the moral of the story is don't. trust your
Yes,
contractor.
I've
Maybe
retained
go talk
that.
to the permitting department.
Why did the windows need to be replaced at all?
The guy that was working on the house because of the hurricane and because of the mess they left it in, just felt he wanted to take out the jalousie windows, and he had 2 windows in the back, and he put those in. And then, again, when the city came through, they went, you can't do that without a permit. So that's why I was told it was an after-the-fact permit. I don't know if the contractor put it in as that, I don't know.
But
But
you
I-
owned the house at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
So this person that you're referring to was working for you?
Yes, sir.
Moral of this story is you need a whole lot more oversight going on here.
I need what, ma'am?
The moral to the story is that you need a whole lot more oversight going forward on this property and the rest that you own.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't trust it to fate or handymen.
But right now, it's the contractor's put in a permit. That's what I'm waiting for, correct?
We hope.
Me too.
I would confirm that that permit has actually been put in? I know the city said that it went in on 6/16, it's in plan review, but from your own experience and from everyone else's experience, you probably want to check on that permit and make sure that whatever corrections they need, whatever revisions, that you're aware of it and you don't trust the contractor to convey that information to you. Because as we've all heard all morning, that information doesn't come from the contractor to you accurately.
Yep.
So I should check with this.
Be proactive, check on the building permit.
I called the city, just to let you know, I documented it. I spent on the phone for 2 hours trying to get through to the permit company, and I couldn't get through. I tried to get on their internet, and I'm an internet illiterate. I couldn't get through on that. So I'm relying, unfortunately, on the contractor that seems like he knows what he's doing.
You're 5 minutes from the municipal building where you can go and check on the permit yourself when you leave here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the city has you have a copy of the permit, don't you?
I can read something when you guys are ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Paris Avenue Trust to correct the violations within 60 days or by August 24th, 2025. If the order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Oh, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with the number of days and the dollars? Let's vote.
Osteckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, you have 60 days. As well as you can, stay on top of that permit and make sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item 106, property owner Daniel F. Callahan, investigator Robert Hicks.
Good morning. I'm Robert Hicks, Coast Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 106, case 25-12658, regarding property located at 1501 48th Street North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. Property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a citizen's complaint case. The property was first inspected on 2/13 of 2025 with a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 3/11 on 2025. The property was last re-inspected on 6/21 of 2025, and the following violations still exist. There is missing peeling paint on fascia along the south side of the main structure, missing peeling paint on exterior doors in rear of main structure. Exterior siding is detaching in disrepair along front north side of the main structure. Accessory open carport is in disrepair. The metal roof support beam and actual roof is severely rotted, and there's soffit detaching along the rear of main structure in various areas. 2 out of 6 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail. Also posted at the violation address on 6/13 of 2025. Ownership was confirmed in book 16594, page 2340. I have not had contact with the owner prior to this morning. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on 6/14 of 2025, June 2025, CEB RSH. And the first photo is the elevation shot of the property. This is just some of the exterior siding that's in disrepair along the front north side of the property. We're moving a little slow here. Here we go. Next should be of the open carport area. Some of it's severely rotted. Should be a closer shot of that, and then this next photo. That's some of the rusted through with the beam and the actual roof. That's some of the detaching soffit in the rear of the property. I don't know what I just did.
That's not this.
Beatrice, I'm
Yeah,
gonna need
we've
help
seen
on
this
this.
one.
All right. There's only two other photos. One is actually the missing peeling paint in the rear of the rear door, and there's missing peeling paint on this on fascia in the rear of the property. Okay, so that's just some of the missing peeling paint in the rear. This one. And I think the last one is the rear exterior door. Yeah, there's just some more missing peeling paint in the rear exterior door. I would like to enter into evidence as this fact sheet as Exhibit 2, and this would conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Does anybody have any questions for staff? All right. Good morning, sir. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Daniel Callahan. My address is 5027 8th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, 33710.
Okay. So how much time do you need to get the rest of the work done in the house?
Well, this is a double lot. My intention is to tear down the existing structure and redevelop the property, put up two brand-new houses on that lot. So rather than complete the repairs as the inspector noted, I would prefer to just tear down the house.
Okay, so when are you applying for your demo permit?
I can apply for the demo permit anytime. I've got a couple of bids out for the demolition, and I hope to have it accomplished by the end of the summer.
So you're going to ask for 60 days? Is that what I'm hearing?
60 days, I think, would be more than enough time to demolish the house.
It's more about getting a permit to demolish. You can't demolish it without the permit.
I assume the demolition contractor is going to handle the permitting. I'll make sure he does.
Good answer.
That's the right answer.
Do demolition permits move through the system any faster than other permits?
Right now,
Wait time.
yeah.
About the same?
The demolition permit wait time is less than
It's less than?
like a residential rehab or something.
Thank you. I'll try something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Daniel Callahan to correct the violations within 60 days or by August 24th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion?
You open up the fine?
Well, it's vacant, and the city's recommendation was 150, I believe.
It was.
Oh, I wrote 100. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's.
I'm going with the
Sorry.
standard.
I wrote
Okay.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes?
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, you got your 60 days. Get that permit in.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Item 151, property owner Gregory Charles Bates and Mitzi Norigia Bates. Investigator Jean Madu.
Sorry, I missed the number. I'm sorry.
Yes,
151.
it is 151.
Thank you, Paige.
Yeah.
Good morning. I am Jean Madu, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 151, case number 25-9966 regarding property located at 2232 4th Street North. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on February 5th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 5th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on 6/17/2025, and the following violation still exists. 0 out of 1 violations, a new retail business has opened without obtaining the necessary permits and/or zoning approvals for the interior build-out. Additionally, the conversion to retail use requires additional parking, which has not been addressed. So it was previously a printing shop, now it's a smoke shop. So 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and hand-delivered at the property address, at the violation address on 6/9/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 21208, page 1690. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner prior to today. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case is that there is a CHGU permit 25-03003251, which is in process, and corrections was sent on April 18th, 2025. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on 6/23 and 6/25, document 0625-2025 J1MCEB. So this is the previous business, and this is what it is now. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have questions for staff?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Because it changed the type of business, that's why this issue arose, because it changed the type of business?
Correct, and the permit type that Ms. Madu read in is a change of use permit that they have in process right now, so.
And it also has different parking requirements.
So now that they've submitted the plans, the zoning department has come back and said that no change to parking intensity is required,
Okay.
but there's additional corrections needed from the fire department and the building department.
And thank you, Ms. Zafra. You answered my question unintentionally. It was about the CHGU permit, so thank you. No, you're good.
Good morning, sirs. Could we please have your names and addresses for the record?
My name is Gregory Bates. I'm the building owner. My address is 12457 104th Avenue North in Seminole.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my name is Max Bataina, 1009 Cherry Hills Avenue Circle, Lakewood Ranch, Florida. I'm the manager of the retail place over there.
So you own the smoke shop?
Right.
Okay. So were you aware that there are corrections that the building department is asking you to address?
Yes, we got the notification on that, and he has contacted the engineer who is drawing up the plans. The survey that I had when I bought the building 35, 40 years ago was obviously outdated, so they had to have a new survey, which took 30 days. Let's have the survey in hand. The engineer is drawing up the plans now. That, he said, may take 30 days, and then the construction after that. But the permit is an after-the-fact, I think it's an after-the-fact permit, but the permit is an application which she read.
Okay. So you're in the middle of trying to satisfy the corrections?
Correct. Yeah, and the zoning department, I believe he said Timothy Oliver with the zoning department has already taken care of the fact that there's no change in the traffic.
No additional parking?
Yes.
So zoning's good with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
There are a few other little
Yeah.
things. So, and yes, Bates Printing has been there for a very long time.
Too long. That's why I retired.
I was going to say, you've now retired and get to live the good life that you've worked so
I
hard
don't know
for.
about the good life.
I'll try something.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Gregory Charles Bates and Mitzi Noriega Bates to correct the violations within 60 days or by August 24th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Could I respectfully?
Not right now. In a minute. All right, could we vote, please?
O'Suckles?
Yes.
Yes. Snyder?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, the board has given you 60 days to get your permit issued. Once the permit is issued, this goes on hold until everything's approved and buttoned up, okay?
Correct.
Now, what did you want to ask me?
Not important.
It's all right.
That's okay, I'm good.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Item 41, property owner Megan Kotsko and Jason John Kotsko, investigator Jean Madu.
Oh, good. We didn't make it a whole meeting without one.
Oh,
Come on.
okay, Jeff.
Okay.
I am Jean Madu, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 41, case number 24-18355 regarding property located at 1021 14th Street North. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on January 30th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of February 22nd, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on 6/18, and the following violations still exist. Advertisement and rental of a property for transient accommodations, occupancy for less than a monthly term is prohibited within the neighborhood traditional single-family zoning district. 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 6/10/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 20628, page 0080. My last contact with the owner prior to today was on June 14th, 2025. The department recommends 10 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on 5/2 and 6/18, document 06242025 CEB, photos 1 through 9. This is an elevation shot of the property. This photo was taken on May 2nd, and I was able to make a booking for 2 nights, which is after their compliance date. These are reviews that I was able to get on May 2nd, and it shows here multiple stays. It reflects multiple stays after the compliance date. There's 5 actually in March, and then 1 from 3 weeks ago. Sorry, this is the same thing.
the calendar shows here that they were blocked off, that they are being blocked off in August for a shorter period there, less than 30 days in August. Same thing shows here in June, less than 30 days. And this is reviews that were taken on 6/18. And again, it shows multiple reviews, and we had one in May, one in April, no, 2 in April, which is more than the 3 times per year, short, less than the 30 days. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions for staff? Good morning, sir. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, it's Jason Kotsko, and it's 1021 14th Street North.
No, sir, your address.
1021 14th Street North. The property that she took a picture of is our house. The property that there's actually a complaint on is our garage apartment.
Okay.
So it's the same property.
So what is it that you don't understand about 30-day rentals?
So I think it's that we had adjusted my wife is our property manager. She had to go to work. We had adjusted it on Airbnb. We didn't realize that there was, like the Price Labs thing was overriding it. And I know that she had talked to Jean. They'd been on the phone together, and we think we are currently in compliance with the stay. I would like to point out that this is not, the complaint that happened is not because of a nearby neighbor that complained. And if you'll allow me, can I?
No, we'll stop you right there. We're aware that there are people out there hunting short-term rentals.
Fictitious people?
It doesn't matter to us.
Listen, you got notified in January that you weren't in compliance. And you have all kinds of reviews in May. So, you know,
We're not buying what
we're
you
not
say.
buying anything about you trying to be in compliance, because if you were trying to be in compliance, right after you got notified in January, this would have stopped. But you didn't do that. And you kept taking people's money for short-term rentals well after January. So, got nothing going on here.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, using a fictitious name to create codes violations is fine.
What we're concerned about is being in compliance with the city's codes.
Yeah, and you're not.
And you're not. And you were notified in January that you were not.
So we don't really care how you got busted. You're busted now.
Okay, well, we are currently in compliance.
Have you canceled your future bookings?
Yes, the calendar is totally clear. I think you have something from August. It's one of our friends from Germany is coming to stay, if that's okay, to stay in our house.
Not for a rental.
I'll read something when you guys are ready.
Yep, we're ready.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Megan Kotsko and Jason John Kotsko to correct the violations within 5 days or by June 30th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Second, third.
Okay. Let's vote.
Osaklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. If we could, we'd make it retroactive. Go and sin no more.
So,
No, we're done.
but I guess I'm confused as to how we're not in compliance going forward. I thought we had talked it through, and
They will be watching you in the future to make sure that your bookings are not any less than 30 days at a time.
okay, but we can't close the calendar for a week if we have friends that are staying and are not giving us any money?
Yeah, so Chair, just to be clear here, the compliance date was a long time ago. It wasn't today. Today was not the compliance date. So we will continue to monitor the property. If you have a booking, somebody's coming in, There are times where property owners need to do maintenance on their short-term rentals, so they block off the calendar so nobody can book it. And that's fine to do, but we will also inspect during that time where we see those calendars blocked off. And if we see vehicles there, if we make contact with individuals that say, yeah, I rented this on Airbnb, then you're going to be right back in front of not the board, the magistrate, potentially having liens placed against your property for noncompliance. So you can, we're not going to automatically assume that just because there's an area blocked off, that means that you have somebody that you're receiving rent from to occupy the property at that point in time. But it will trigger additional oversight to ensure that it's not somebody that's staying there and paying for it.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I guess the August stay is, we're not getting any money for that. So we can't have somebody stay in a garage apartment that's not paying us?
Stay in your apartment for 2 weeks. You can't rent it the rest of the month.
We're not renting it. It's, we built a garage apartment to have a friend or family stay.
One time a month.
Okay.
One time a month.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item 73, property owner Flory D. Leon Apartments Incorporated, investigator Monique Wadley.
73.
73, yes.
We can't hear today, Paige. It's us, not you.
Oh, no, it's
I mean, you can't make it make sense.
I am Monique Wadley, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm testifying in reference to item 73, case number 25-15161. This is regarding property located at 130 4th Ave North, and I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a multifamily structure and is occupied by tenants. It's a co-op owned condos. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on April 3rd, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 28th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June 7th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. As identified in the Phase 1 milestone inspection report, various concrete repairs in the interior were completed at the property without the required permits. There was a milestone work permit 25-01000818 that was voided on 3/14/25 with the comment that the repairs for the items were not substantial structural deterioration and that a separate permit for repairs is required. So they've applied for an ACOM permit 25-04001184 that's been in process since 4/11/25. Last plan tracking of 6/9/25 says ready for corrections, and this is for the foundation repair, the concrete restoration to the basement area. So 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail. It was posted at City Hall. It was sent certified mail. It was delivered by certified mail, and it was posted at the violation address on June 7th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records under parcel 19-31-28654-000-0001. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the contractor was on June 18th, 2025, who advised that they're still working on the permit process. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance. And I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1 a photograph which was taken on June 7th, 2025. This is just the elevation of the the Flora de Leon Apartments. And I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, Ms. Wadley, the permit that's in process includes this work, the scope of this work?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit more about that. There's damage to the concrete foundation of the building?
So per the milestone inspection, when they did that, they had saw that some concrete repairs had been completed in the basement area. And so at first, it had been required to get the milestone work permit, but then the permit was voided under the milestone stating that the repairs for the items weren't substantial enough to have the milestone permit completed, and that they just needed to get an ACOM permit.
Okay. Alrighty, and the status of that permit is that it's been returned for corrections?
As of 6/9/25, yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Does anyone else have questions for staff? Good morning, ma'am. Could we please have your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Lauren Niedergang, and my address is 6085 Bahia Del Mar Circle, number 268, St. Pete, Florida, 33715.
I'm so sorry. Could you spell the last name for me?
Yes, Niedergang.
And your connection to Flora de Leon Apartments?
So I'm the office manager at EIRS, and we're the general contractor on the permit. So we have submitted all the required permit documents through E-Plan.
Ma'am, just one moment.
Oh, sure.
Typically, we would require the contractor. Okay. Contractor, not an office staff. We typically require, a representative of the ownership, but when it's a case where we're looking at a permit, we can hear from the actual contractor, but we don't typically hear from their other employees without an authorization.
So you would say, no, we can't hear this?
What was her name again? I'm sorry. What was your name, ma'am?
My name's Lauren Niedergang, and I am an authorized signer on
Yeah,
the
she's also
permitting.
listed as the applicant on the permit in addition to the contractor.
Okay.
So I think
Okay,
with
so
that, I think we
I'm
would be
comfortable
okay.
with that, yes. Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
Please continue, I'm sorry.
Sure. So we've submitted all the required permit documentation through E-Plan, and yesterday we also submitted a response to the plan reviewer's comments, which was a special inspection plan from the engineer of record. So that was submitted yesterday, and as far as I could tell, it's under review currently. And then once we receive that final approval, we are ready to go, so we can mobilize immediately. But in the event that plan reviewer doesn't find the inspection plan suitable or satisfactory, I wanted to respectfully request a little more time so we can consult with the engineer to make any more corrections. I mean, I was told to recommend or request 60 to 90 days just to be safe, but I understand that's a long time, and the association's been waiting a while, so my anticipation is we get it done a lot quicker than that, but in case they come back and want more corrections, I just wanted a little more time.
Okay, well, let's see what the board has to say.
Okay.
This has been through one cycle of corrections already? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusion of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Flora de Leon Apartments Incorporated to correct the violations within 90 days or by the date of September 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody okay with 90 and 200?
Like a lot.
Seems like a lot.
I can amend it. I appreciate that it seems like they're working through it diligently, and we all acknowledge that the building permitting process is delayed.
That's why I asked if it had already been through one cycle of corrections.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking,
Would 60 be more amenable to other members? Okay. I'll amend the motion to, the board orders Flora de Leon Apartments Incorporated to correct the violations within 60 days or by the date of August 24th of 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Let's vote.
Leseckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. You have 60 days, ma'am. If for some reason that permit doesn't get issued by then, you'll get a notice to appear before the special magistrate.
Okay.
Come and tell the magistrate what's going on, and you can probably.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next case, please.
Item 39, property owner Robert J. Trapani Jr. and Roanne Trapani, investigator Greg Foster.
Good morning. I am Greg Foster, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 39. This is case number 25-14943 regarding property located at 959 47th Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure. Property is occupied by owner. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on March 31st, 2025, and a violation notice was sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 24th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on the 17th of June, 2025, and the following violations still exist. The exterior siding is in disrepair, as there are sections missing, gaps and voids. Accessory structure has damage to the walls, fascia, and soffits. Structure to be weather-tight, water-resistant. The fascia and soffits on the main structure have gaps and voids, sections of disrepair. And then also, there's some vegetation on the structure that needs to be removed, and to make sure that the structure stays weather-tight, water-resistant. 1 out of 5 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall. Sent certified mail was also posted at the violation address on June 9th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed, County Official Records, book number 10091, page 0405. During the course of my investigation, last contact with the owner prior to today was earlier on this year. I believe the owner is waiting on some insurance money. I believe some of the damages were storm-related. The department would recommend 25 days, $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts, I do see a permit that is in process for a roof. There's also a permit from 2023 for fascia and soffits that has a expired inspection or a canceled final inspection, so there's still permit issues on the fascia and soffit, but seems like the owner's trying to work towards those repairs, just needs a little bit of time for insurance money. I'd like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs taken on 6/17/2025, document 061725-943GF, photos 1 through 5. This is an elevation shot of the property. Here's, I believe it's the east side of the structure. Seems like a lot of the wind damage was sustained on this side. There's some gaps in the siding, various areas of missing siding that needs to be repaired. This is a part of the rear fascia and soffit, and the rear accessory structure is the structure behind here. Also get to some photos of that with some of the damage to the fascia and soffits. Kind of hard to see, but up in the corner there's some areas here, and also on the east corner there's some other areas. I'd like to enter this evidence into fact sheet and pictures into evidence as Exhibit 2. This will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Anybody have questions for staff? Good morning, sir. Could we please have your name and address for the record?
My name's John Trapani. I live at the residence 959 47th Avenue North here in St. Petersburg.
Okay. So we see you had some storm damage and...
That's all storm damage. Everything's storm damage. I currently have a roof contractor scheduled, which will take care of everything on the roof on both structures. As of Monday, he does not have me listed as to when he's going to be there. He told me to call again next Monday. And then once he gives me a date, it'll be a week later before he'll be able to start. and he estimates it to be about a 4-day project. The siding is, I've been home this last week and have done quite a bit. It's a 3-story structure, so getting up to the very top, I've had some issues. I tried to get some people to come out to do it, and they claimed because of the location of my neighbor's tree, they can't get a bucket truck in there to get high enough, and that they would have to build scaffolding. I'm gonna try to do it myself. The price they wanted is phenomenal. But that's basically where it stands. The vegetation is kind of something I saw in the thing. I didn't know that was an issue, you know. That was a plant my kid planted, you know, at a project in school, and it's just kind of grown, but I can take that down if it needs to be.
Well, it needs to be trimmed back and,
Okay.
yeah. Some control is warranted.
Yeah, well, it's gotten pretty cool. It's gotten pretty tall, so.
Okay, so you've settled things with your insurance company, you're funded?
Yeah, that's finally settled. We got the money for that. What, you know, not near enough, but enough to get some stuff going here. So we're just basically waiting on the go date and the completion date.
Okay.
I do have a question for permitting, if I can.
We can't answer their questions, sorry, we don't know.
Oh, okay.
I didn't follow the permit discussion. I didn't hear it. The roof permitting is all in work and?
They had a permit for.
Well, what happened, when I first got the notice, I hired a roofing contractor. And that deal fell through on the day that they were supposed to start the work. So I assumed that they had obtained a permit for that,
Well,
if they were out there on the day to start the work.
Mr. Trapani, what they're talking about is an old permit for soffit and fascia. I think she said it was from 2023.
Right, that was
That's
done.
expired.
Yeah, all that work's completed. That was all, that was nothing to do with this. This was all fresh storm damage here.
Okay, so when your roofer goes to apply for the new roof permit, he's going to do the roof and any damage to the fascia and soffit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're probably going to have to get the matter of the expired permit cleared up at that time.
Okay. Come out and inspect?
Probably not, but that's up to the building department.
Okay. All right, okay.
Yeah, we can't answer their questions, we just don't know. Does anyone have any other questions? Can somebody read, please?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the following violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Robert J. Trapani Jr., Roanne P. Trapani to correct the violations within 60 days or by a date of August 24th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with it? Let's vote.
Oseklis?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Hanchop?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, so the board's given you 60 days. Hopefully in that time, you'll get your roofing permit pulled, and you'll be able to finish the rest of the work that needs to happen. If not, you'll get a notice for you to come and appear before a special magistrate. Come, talk to the magistrate, and you can probably get more time.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
We wish you luck.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Item 94, property owner.
94 or 84?
94.
Okay. I keep getting.
Oh, no, it is 84. I'm sorry, that's my apology.
84?
84, yes.
Thank you. I'm easily confused.
Me too.
I can't even speak today.
Property owner Chelly Ann Brown. Investigator Jose Rodriguez.
I am Jose Rodriguez, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 84, case number 25-224, regarding property located at 2650 West Bay Isle Drive Southeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a citizen complaint case. Property was first inspected on January 17th of 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 5th of 2025. Property was last re-inspected on June 10th of 2025. Following violations still exist. Roof is in disrepair. Tarp seen on roof from right away. 4 out of 5 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, was posted at violation address on June 10th of 2025. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 21134, page 0216. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on June 10th of 2025. Owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on June 10th of 2025, and this document CB0610252224 JAR. And the photograph is the elevation of the property itself, and you see the tarps on the roof showing signs of roof disrepair. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Does anyone have questions for staff? All right. Good morning, ma'am. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Shelley Brown, 2650 West Bay Isle Drive, Southeast, St. Petersburg, 33705.
Okay. Looks like you got some roof damage. How much more time do you need to get it fixed?
So I had a whole bunch of violations of grass and debris and everything because I was flooded during Helene, and then Milton ripped off some shingles. So I put the house on the market. I don't know that I can afford to stay there, and I'm still working out with the insurance stuff. So hopefully I could have enough time to see if I can sell it for a reasonable price, because this is part of my retirement. I got laid off in January. So it's like Casey Kasem's hits just keep coming. So, but if I can't sell it in 90 days, then I would have to move back in and repair the roof, and then I would apply for a permit at that point. So 180 days.
Has the house been listed yet, ma'am?
Yes, it listed either this past Monday or Friday, and I've been cleaning up the inside for that, and they've done pictures and stuff.
But you're not living there currently?
I moved into an apartment around the corner. I still have stuff there, though, and I go back every day, and my mail goes there.
Okay.
So it's an apartment we found like in between the first evacuation and the second one. So it's kind of a storage facility.
And you're still dealing with the insurance company, or is that settled?
Yeah, no, we did a first round, but then there are things that they left off, and so I'm doing whatever it's called, where you open that up. So.
You haven't lived in the house since the hurricane?
Right. But I mean, I'm around the corner, so
sure.
I have stuff. I feel like I still live there. It's my homestead. It's where I live.
Okay.
And it was part of retirement, so.
Obviously, if you go to sell it with these code violations open, that's going to be part of the deal, right?
Well, yeah, but I've disclosed that in the seller's disclosure, and,
Yeah, that's fine.
if it's a tear down, then why would I spend the money that I got from insurance to put a roof on a house someone's going to tear down? Sorry.
Okay.
Somebody
if I move back in, I'll fix it.
It's all right. This is very stressful. We understand.
You guys are kind of scary.
Wow.
No, I mean, it's just very.
I've been on that other side.
Official.
We don't mean to be scary.
Oh, no, I'm kind of teasing.
Meaning to be.
It's just very official, and it should be.
So does somebody want to read something?
It's a citizen complaint.
It's gonna be tough because she wants to try and sell it first, but if she doesn't, then she wants to file for a permit. That's gonna be months.
Yeah,
So it's we're talking about a long horizon,
and we're in hurricane.
potentially.
So it's only going to get worse if we
Yeah.
get another storm. So has the insurance company paid you anything yet?
Yes, yes. I did get money for contents and for structure with stuff left off and some for the roof. But again, if I put a roof on it and sell it, I mean, somebody else will put a roof on it and fix it or tear it down.
Okay, what have they told you about paying for the roof?
They did pay for it with the deductible out of it. Is that what you mean?
So you've been paid to put a roof on it?
Money.
Correct. Yeah.
And she's,
Then you need to put a roof on it.
But the new owner would put a roof on it or tear it down.
Well, I don't know that the board is going to give you 90 days to try to sell it and then apply for a
The
permit.
problem is if you wait, pick a 60, 90 days to see if you're gonna sell it and you don't, and then you decide you're gonna put a roof on it, you're still months and months out just to get a permit to put a roof on it. So now we're into next year sometime.
Should I apply for a permit now, but doesn't that put a lien
I
on
think
it?
what our opinion is you should go start the roof repair now, because you got paid by your insurance company to put a new roof on the house. I understand your situation, I just,
Math on, I'm not going to be able to get the price that I need selling it as is. So the insurance money I need to make up the difference in
Yeah.
what my house used to be worth is
It's
the
a-
problem.
it's
And that's so I can move to another place.
It-
Got a
it-
forbearance.
it's a tough
on the
situation,
mortgage,
I agree.
so-
It's
a
not gonna make
citizen
you whole, but putting a new roof on is a selling point. It's obviously not gonna make you whole, that's clear, but you can say new roof two weeks ago, a
What she's
month
concerned
ago.
about is the new owner may wanna tear it down.
Yeah, most
Oh.
of the properties around me are,
Because
Putting
of
big
where
houses
it's at in the city, the new owner might say.
can't
"I
worry
wanna
about
build-"
what might happen with them,
Yeah,
no, I know, but I don't want to spend
unfortunately.
15 to 20,000 of my money to put a roof on something that's not mine anymore.
Well,
Should I apply for a permit now?
we simply can't deal in what-ifs here.
Right.
I'm dealing the fact.
And we have to deal with the facts. The facts are that you got paid by your insurance company. The fact is that you need a new roof,
Use a code violation.
and it's a code violation, because it's not safe to not have a functioning roof on your home. And we are in the middle of hurricane season.
I know.
I'm glad for you that you don't have to live there through any potential storm, but it's still, I mean, if the roof comes apart, it's going to damage your neighbors' homes.
I really just lost some shingles, and the Operation Blue Tarp people, they did it for free, so I just asked them to do it. So it looks really nice as far as tarps go. My neighbor's just really mean. She's next door, and she's rich, so she doesn't have to deal with the stuff the rest of us do.
Well, but she's been looking at it since February.
Well, and maybe you should look at it where you replace the roof and the value of your home, you'll get a little bit more value than without a roof and selling the house as is.
We just have to move forward on the
Yeah.
violation as it stands with the city. And
Yeah.
understand your situation completely, but as the chair said, we can't really deal in what-ifs.
I understand. It's, yeah. Well, the next door neighbor wants to buy it, but she's a tear down, and she's the one who did this so that it makes it harder for me to sell, and I've already spent almost $8,000 with the landscaping and the tree pruning and all the other violations that I started on right away,
Yeah.
as soon as I could.
Do you have damage to the inside of your home?
I got 4 inches of water, so one of the violations that I dealt with as quickly as I could was all my stuff was in the front yard. So I'm not disputing that it was messy. It's just bad timing. My parents are in Atlanta and they are older and they were having health, so I was traveling a lot. It's just me. So
Right.
when I got back and I saw that violation, I started trying to find people because the claw couldn't get everything because it was everything I owned was in the front yard. So all that's done. You saw the landscaping. I cut the grass with the neighbor's mower now because I lost mine. It was in the garage. And so I've worked on those other ones. It's just this last thing. I'd really like to be able to sell the house. Everything else around me that's being sold for the most part is people are tearing them down. It's waterfront and
Yeah.
it's open bay view. I was so lucky to live there when I did.
Okay, so let's see what the board is gonna do here.
I'll try something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Shelley Ann Brown to correct the violations within 90 days or by 9/23/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so then we have a motion for 90 and 100. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 90 days. We wish you the best of luck. We hope it all works out for you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Next case, please.
Item number 115. I'm gonna refresh this. Property owner Dana M. Dottie, investigator Timothy Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 115, case number 244836, regarding property located at 458th Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on March 19, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 16, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on June 17, 2025, and the following violation still exists.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
A front porch was added to the structure and requires permits. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 22463, page 0466. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on June 23rd, 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: an application for a variance was denied in August 2024. NOTH permit number 240401710 is in process and was routed for plan review on June 10th, 2025. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1 photographs which were taken on June 17th, 2025. Document 0617258836 TJH and photo numbers 1 and 2. This is the front porch area that was added to the structure, unpermitted. And this is an elevation shot of the property and, again, the front porch that was added to the front. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Does anybody have questions for staff?
I missed the, the month of last year that the case was opened.
The property was first inspected March 19th, 2024.
March of 2024? Okay. And then you said a variance was denied, I believe, in August?
Yes, so, and that's what took it a little bit longer to get to the code enforcement board, was that it was in that variance process. That variance was denied, and now they are.
Okay. I'm assuming the variance had something to do with the porch, right? I mean,
Correct.
okay, thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Dana Marie Doty. It's 458th Avenue Northeast, St. Pete, 33703.
Okay, so how much time do you need to get your permits together?
Well, considering my situation currently,
Could I ask you to speak into the microphone?
sorry. Probably 90 days because I'm working on this along with my friend who is helping me, but he currently had to go out of state due to a family emergency, and I'm down to one arm.
Yeah.
So this is an after-the-fact permit that you're gonna?
That is correct.
Okay.
I had to get a site survey last year, and then they wanted an engineer report. And so, and then I didn't know of the design variance being denied because I never received a letter. So apparently they emailed it to me, and I don't remember seeing it in my email because then the storms happened, and then I received the actual email earlier this year. And so then, yeah, it's just been ongoing. And so then I had to do a resubmittal of a permit, and I did that on June 2nd. And so now it's just in process. So now I'm just waiting.
Okay. So we don't know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you build the porch before you got something about the variance? Did you just apply for it and then build the porch?
No, so we built it off of my existing porch. So we did the slab, and then it's not, they tried to state that it was an enclosed porch, and it's not an enclosed porch, it's all open. And yeah, there are like, you saw in the pictures, like the cabinets going around, those are all movable, so it's wide open. I think the issue is the fact that they don't like my roofing, even though it's all subject to Florida regulations. So, and like I said, I have the engineer report and everything, so now I'm just waiting for it to go through the review process. So no, I did not apply for a permit before starting it. And actually, it was started even further before that because my late husband started it. And so it was a very difficult time with him for what he died from terminal stage 4 brain cancer, so there was no arguing with what he could and could not do. So I just let things go. And finally, I just wanted this finished. So I said I would try working on it myself.
Chair, I have a very unserious question. Was that a Bucky beaver in your front
I
yard?
knew you were gonna ask about it, just sitting here listening to you. Yes, it is Bucky.
Was there a story behind that?
So,
Sorry, a little levity.
Well, let's not digress.
Sorry,
So
I'll ask you later.
we love Bucky, and we have banners made up for Bucky, and yeah.
Okay, so
Apologies, Chair.
we got a lot of cases. So can somebody read something, or are there more questions?
So just so we're clear, we're waiting, the permit was filed for on 6/10, so like just recently.
Yeah.
And it's an after-the-fact permit.
It's in review.
It sounds like, my gut feel is, based on what I just heard, is that there's gonna be some back and forth with the city because of roofing or whatever, so just keep that in mind when we pick a time frame
It's
here.
gonna take a bit, yeah.
Sounds like you're volunteering to read.
I will.
I thought so too.
That's sort of what I thought.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Dana Doty to correct the violations within 90 days or by September 23rd, 2025. This order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Roseklis?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Okay, so you have 90 days, and we wish you the best of luck, ma'am.
All right, thank
You
you.
and Bucky.
Yes.
Keep Bucky safe.
I also have a Christmas one and a Halloween one.
Next one.
Next case.
Yeah.
Item 89, property owner Alan Large, investigator Jose Rodriguez.
Oh, there it is.
I am Jose Rodriguez, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 89, case number 25-14570 regarding property located at 2403 Oakdale Street South, and I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure. It's occupied by owner. This is a codes follow-up case. Property was first inspected on March 21st of 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 14th, 2025. Property was last re-inspected on June 10th of 2025, and the following violations still exist. Multiple motor vehicles in various states of disrepair, in rear of property as evidence of repair work. Motor vehicles, parts throughout rear yard. Multiple cars not in operable condition stored in rear yard. Various items of junk in outdoor storage throughout rear yard. 0 out of 4 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, was posted at a violation address on June 10th of 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 20874, page 2254. I have not had any contact with the owner during the course of this investigation. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. There are no additional relevant facts regarding this case, and I would like to enter into evidence exhibit number 1, photographs which are taken on June 10th of 2025. Document C B0610255570 JR and photos 1 through 4. First photograph, the elevation of the property or the structure. It's a photograph of some of the junk, trash, and debris, some of the vehicles that are being worked on, and the inoperable vehicles in the rear yard. Again, another photograph, inoperable vehicles, vehicles are being worked on, junk, trash, and debris, rear yard. And just another area with car parts, inoperable vehicles, and junk, trash, and debris, and outdoor storage. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence, exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Does anyone have questions for staff?
Just one quick, what, was this a citizen complaint? How was this initiated?
This is a codes follow-up.
Codes follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Does that mean you had had a previous case on this?
There was a case in the area, and this was observed while doing cases in the
Okay, and this
budding
is
area.
in the middle of a residential area, correct?
This is a residential area. Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir. Could we please get your name and address for the record?
Alan Large, 2403 Oakdale Street South.
Okay, so how much time do you need to get all this cleaned up?
It's almost all the way done. Me and my brother share a yard side by side. And when my father passed away, he was a mechanic. And when the storms happened, it blew 2 sheds over, and that's how all the parts came about. But it's almost all the way cleaned up as of a couple days ago. So
Okay.
my brother's actually here. He's got to do the same. You're going to get the same pictures in a few minutes.
So how much time do you think you're going to need?
I can have it done in a month.
So you need 30 days.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
No, that's no.
Somebody read
I'll
something?
read. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Alan Large to correct the violations within 30 days or by the date of July 25th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second. Recommended.
Okay, so we have a motion and a
Yeah,
second.
I was curious as to why the city went to 150.
Oh, I'm sorry. They recommended 150?
They did. I was going to ask them why, because it's a residential owner-occupied house.
150 because it's not homestead.
Oh,
not
okay,
homestead.
I didn't know that part.
Oh.
Well,
I mean, we have a motion with a second at 100 a day. It's up to you guys whether you want to change it.
I stay with that. I mean, he lives there. I'm okay
Yeah,
with that.
I agree.
If everyone else is fine with it.
Yeah, Chair, and obviously that's at the board's discretion.
We're just basing that off of not knowing for sure if there's owner occupied. The homestead exemption is typically what would tell us that.
Right.
By all means, if you believe that they're the owner, they're living at that property, you could go down to that $100 fine if you would like to.
Okay, thank you. So we had a
Discussion?
motion and a second, right? Yeah.
Let's vote.
O'Seckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, so you've got 30 days. As soon as you're done, get in touch with your codes investigator and let him know. He'll come back out, look at it, and close the case, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I like your hat, by the way.
Thank you.
Item 93, property owner Mystery Brothers LLC, investigator Carl Gordon.
Chair, before we jump into this one, I think we've got at least 15 probably cases more. So obviously not a situation where we're going to be able to push through without taking a lunch. I don't know if we want to hear this case and then break for lunch and then come back at 1. That would give us about 30 minutes, probably a little bit.
Yeah, let's go ahead and at least hear this case and then let these folks go.
Yep. And so for everybody in the audience, especially since that last property owner just asked for 30 days, on the bottom of your piece of paper, it will tell you what the city's recommendation is. And so if you're okay with that recommendation, you can talk with the investigator downstairs. But note that this is the only time that you would be able to get any evidence on the record. If you're disputing your violation, obviously that's a different situation. But if you believe that you can get in compliance within the time frame that we're recommending, you don't have to stay the entire hearing. We'll document that, and then it just gets read in at the end. So just want to make everybody aware of that in case they want to take advantage of that opportunity. And then we will take a lunch after this case because we have another hearing after this. And then we would be back right around 1 o'clock. So you're welcome to go grab some food and then come back at 1 o'clock and we'll restart here in Chambers.
Thank you all.
Okay.
We're ready.
I'm Carl Gordon, Coast Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 93, case number 24-143, regarding property located at 135 22nd Avenue Southeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and it is vacant. This is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on August the 9th, 2024, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of September the 3rd, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on June the 11th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. The accessory structure, ADU with areas of chipping, peeling, paint, and bare wood. Areas include, but not limited to, the walls, windowsills, fascia, soffit, and rafter tiles. Exterior structure with areas of chipping and peeling paint. Areas include, but not limited to, walls, pillar, chimney, and windowsills. Fascia and soffit with chipping and peeling paint. 2 out of 5 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June the 11th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 22778, page 0159. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts to this case that Aries permit, which is a renovation permit, has been applied for and currently is in process. On May the 12th, 2025, the permit was routed for plan review at this time. I'd like to enter the evidence as Exhibit No. 1, photographs which were taken on June the 11th, 2025, document 06-1125, 321 CBG CEB, and photos number 1 through 4. Here's a front view of the structure itself. As you can see, there's chipping paint throughout the walls on the structure. Also, the chimney needs painting. Here's a view of the soffit, fascia soffit, which needs painting, chipping, peeling paint. Also, more areas of the exterior wall. picture of the ADU, the accessory structure in the rear of the property. As you see, chipping, peeling, paint located on the exterior wall. Also, up in this area here, rafter tails, bare wood that needs painting. Window sills around here, this area needs painting also. This exterior wall that needs painting, chipping, peeling paint, and something paint that needs on exterior walls. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Did I hear you correctly? This case started in August of '24?
Yes, I started in August, and then after that, then we came into the storms where things were pushed back some, and it's being presented now.
Okay, thank you.
And you said the property's vacant? It's been vacant the whole time?
It's vacant, yes.
Anybody have any more questions for staff?
I do. So the permit that you referenced for renovation, none of these items require a permit, right? So that must be for different work?
Different work, but you know, they, depending on what they're doing as far as the renovations, could determine
Sure.
when they when they're gonna start the painting job.
But they didn't need a permit to do any of this work?
No, they don't need a permit to paint, no.
But if they're renovating and doing
Yeah.
perhaps new windows or.
You'd want to do it all in that
Whatever.
sequence, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and then also just on these older wood siding structures, you start, peeling away at that paint, you never know what you're gonna find behind it, so.
Boy, that's the
You
truth.
could have some
Agreed.
framing issues or siding issues that you need to address.
Agreed.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Mahesh Mistry, 6310 Bayou Grande Boulevard Northeast. I'm one of the Mistry brothers. You guys answered kind of what's going on. Basically, that the first permit, there's 2 permits on the property right now. The one that was referenced is for the front structure. So part of that permit is we're doing a full interior renovation and exterior renovation. We found that the siding that was on the structure that we were initially just going to paint to be in compliance was actually partially pine, which is super weird for an exterior siding. And there's a lot of termite damage on it too. So we're going to remove all of that, put new sheathing, and then put new siding on there. The second permit, which I applied for about 2 weeks ago, 25-06000329, is for the rear structure to do the same. Part of it is also there's some asbestos siding, and then also we're doing some window replacement and rearranging as well. So just asking for some time to get that going. The first permit, I checked a couple of days ago, and they said any day now we should be getting first revisions for that one. We've been in there for about 48 days or so. Second one, obviously, we're a little bit early, we're a little bit still further back from there.
What's your intentions once you renovate the properties?
We're going to rent it out. Yeah, but we'd like to do kind of like a pseudo-historic renovation. The building was built in 1920, so we want to stick with the same style and kind of do it nicely.
All righty. It's up to you guys. What do you think?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Mystery Brothers LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of September 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. How does, do we need to talk about it, or is everybody good?
I'm good.
Let's vote.
Sutcliffe?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, sir, we've given you 90 days. If for some reason your permits don't get issued within that time, and we all know that that's possible, you'll get another notice to come to a special magistrate's hearing.
Okay.
Come to that hearing and explain the circumstances, and you will probably get more time.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
We are breaking now for lunch.
Codes Board meeting is back in session. If there's anybody here that is going to give testimony that has not been sworn in, please stand so the clerk can swear you.
Everybody was here this morning and was sworn in?
Great. So could we do a roll call, please?
Yes. Sekles?
Here.
Schneider?
Here.
Hanshaw?
Here.
Hensler?
Here.
Wilson?
Here. Alrighty, so our next case is item number 126.
Yes, 126. Property owner LM Solution Group LLC, investigator Tucker Hodges.
Good afternoon. I'm Tucker Hodges, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 126, case 25-10412, regarding property located at 4210 Harrisburg Street in Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is an internal complaint case. Property is first inspected 2/17/2025, and the violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 4/30/2025. Property was last re-inspected on 6/17/2025, and the following violations still exist. A floodplain permit is required for any renovations completed after flooding events. Notice to contact construction services for help with the permit. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 6/7/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22983, page 0853. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I'd like to enter in evidence Exhibit 1, photographs taken on 6/17/2025, document 0617254112 RTH. Front elevation of the property. You see it's not for sale. There's a listing from Zillow. Says beautifully updated pool home.
You're right, there's another place I'm thinking of that's really close to there.
Another shot from Zillow. With excuse me, and see where looks like updated flooring, walls, doors. I'd like to notice fact sheet in the evidence is exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. So to date, there's been no permit applied for?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to miss that. There's a PD permit in process.
In process.
It's held up for some, it was resubmitted to plan review.
You know when it was applied for?
It was applied for February of 2025.
So about the same time the case was opened.
Yes, sir.
Anybody
And I
else have,
take it was for a complete renovation of the home?
Yes, sir.
anybody else have questions for staff?
No, Chair.
All righty. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Caroline Becerra, and the address is 11903 Stone Pine Street, Riverville.
All right, and your connection to LM Solution Group? LLC?
Yes, I'm the owner. Yeah, I'm the owner of the, I'm the
You're
property.
owner.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know that you have a permit in process. Have you satisfied their corrections?
What happened, I wasn't received the notice because was sent to my account's address, and he didn't send me anything. I just became aware when the notes was left in the property. So, and as soon as I receive, I'm doing everything that's it's need to be done.
Okay, so am I correct that the permit has been, there are corrections outstanding on the permit?
Yes.
Okay,
Resubmitted to plan review. Last notes I saw.
so it was resubmitted to plan?
Within the plan review, it's in the process.
Right. What I'm asking is any part of it on hold for information from the owner?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm not aware of that.
And it has, I'm still struggling a little bit. Has it been through one cycle of corrections yet, or not? Or has it just been issued to plan review?
That I don't know.
Let me, I'll take a look.
I
Just give me 1 second.
I have it up, sorry. I apologize. So it's been through correction, the FEMA review and the building department have requested corrections in March, and then the owner submitted new revisions, and it's been routed for review as of June 18th.
Okay, thank you.
So we're in second round.
We're in the second round.
Alrighty, so, how much time do you think it's gonna take you to get that permit issued?
So I wish to say 1 week, but I think 90 days.
90 days.
Yeah, that's like, I don't know. I'm working this. Check out.
It's been through one cycle, at least they're looking at it.
But I went like that through two.
It's
Well,
in-
I guess her corrections.
It's in the second one, yeah.
Does your company own more houses here in St. Pete or just this one?
We own more.
You own multiples? Are you doing work on other properties as well?
Yes.
Are you following the correct permitting process on the other properties?
Everything. That one was the only one that wasn't received the notice. And I had that because I had different contractors, and this one I thought he was doing the correct thing.
So you thought the contractor had applied for the permit
Yeah.
and gotten it prior to him starting the work, but it turns out that wasn't the case?
Yeah.
Well, we have another example for my theme of the day. Don't trust the contractor. Check on the permit yourself. It's your business at the end of the day, because today, the contractor's not up here talking about this. You are.
I can try something if you're ready.
Sure.
On the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders LM Solution Group LLC to correct the violations within 60 days or by August 24th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Auseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, the board's giving you 60 days. Stay on top of that permit and make sure it gets issued, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Item 36. Property owner Equity Trust Co. and Anson Sager. Investigator Greg Foster.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Foster, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 36. This is case number 25-14278 regarding property located at 4935 22nd Street North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on March 18th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 28th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on the 17th of June, 2025, and the following violations still exist. The accessory structure on the property is in decline. It's not weather-tight, waterproof. All openings need to be secured. Front door has various gaps and voids. The roof appears to have a tarp on it. Repairs are required for the walls, roof, doors. Or if possible, if removal of structure is an option, please consult the building department for a demolition permit. The driveway area and the parking area created on the property does not meet the standards. The parking apron in the area does not currently meet the standards. Repairs are required in the parking area if parking is desired here, and a permit would be required for the repairs in the apron. And the final violation is that there's some areas of missing paint, chipping, peeling paint on the accessory structure. So 3 out of 7 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail. It was also posted at the violation address on the 9th of June, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed, County Official Records, book number 18132, page number 0597. During the course of my investigation, last contact on the owner prior to today was back in May. Owner indicated the violations would try to be corrected by June. The department would recommend 25 days, $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs taken on 17th of June, 2025, document 061725-278GF, photos 1 through 3. This is an elevation shot of the structure. Some of the violations that were closed were some of the paint around the window and some of the paint around the main structure has been sufficed. The main issues is with this accessory structure that's over on the side here, and then the parking area that I'd like to show. So there has been some recent repairs to this driveway apron area here, but they were not permitted. This is the parking area that the tenants are using to park on that is not being maintained. And then this is the accessory structure that I think had quite a bit of damage from the hurricanes. It looked like they tried to button it up pretty good. And since past conversations with the owner, I believe that there's a demolition permit for this accessory structure would address and close, the violations on the accessory structure, but that permit's still in process. So I think some time is needed for that permit, and then also to figure out, the repairs that were done here, if those require a permit or not too. I'd like to enter this fact sheet, these photographs into evidence as Exhibit 1 and 2. This would conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Can you tell me that it looks like, is that driveway as it exists currently asphalt, or is that like packed dirt?
Before, I'd have to look at a previous photo, but it looked like it was kind of broken up and then, kind of repaved over it. And I didn't see any permits, and I believe that repairs in the apron require permits.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have questions for staff? Good afternoon, ma'am. Could we please have your name and address for the record?
Sure. Cheryl DeLoya, 4700 9th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Okay, and your connection to Equity Trust Co.?
The property manager.
You're the property manager. Okay. How much time do you need to address the issues that we have here with the accessory structure and the parking?
The demolition has they've started. I just don't know how long the permit's going to take for them. And I can't address the driveway till they do the demolition, so. And frankly, the apron that we did repair was existing. So he said he didn't need a permit for that. But if we do the rest of the driveway, that's a different situation.
Did she say the demolition has started?
They have all their paperwork. The paperwork has been submitted, so I don't know where they are in the permit process because they submitted it like May 23rd.
Okay.
I don't know how long it's going to
They
take.
haven't started taking it down yet.
Oh, no. We're waiting for that. Thank you. I'm going to do this in the right direction.
I must have misheard. Thank you.
No.
I'd like to clarify one thing. I think the contractor was under the impression that the repairs would not require a permit in the apron. I believe that the city's standpoint is that permits are required for an apron, any repairs to an apron. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. I'm just bearing in mind that this is a citizen's complaint, which was probably more driven by the trees and the landscaping, but still.
Can I say something else?
Sure.
That what you're seeing of that structure now, okay, after the storm, that structure was completely open. The ceiling was open, the ceiling was on the ground. We boarded that, painted that, and at least secured it as best we could for now till we could figure out if it was coming down, getting rebuilt, what the owner wanted to do with it. So it's a much improved, and I don't know how long things took for code enforcement to get these. I know February was when things started to kind of get back to normal. So he might have called that in, I don't know when. We have no idea.
Do we show that a demo permit has been applied for? Yes?
Yes, it was applied for May of 2025, and it's been routed for review. It just hasn't been reviewed yet.
Okay. All righty.
Ma'am, did you hear, though, that it sounds as though there may need to be a permit for that apron work?
I heard.
Okay.
And I'll talk to him about that.
I'll read something.
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Equity Trust Co., Anson Sager, to correct the violations within 45 days or by a date of August 9th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is everybody okay with 45 days? Okay, let's vote.
Seckless?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Anshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am. We
Thank
have
you.
45 days, and we really hope you get your demo permit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item 125, property owner Kellen M. Driscoll, investigator Tucker Hodges.
Good afternoon, I'm Tucker Hodges, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 125, case 25-10390. This is regarding property located at 1508 Delaware Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure occupied by owner. This is an internal complaint case. Property was first inspected on 2/17/2025, and the violation notice sent to an owner with a compliance date of 4/30/2025. Property was last re-inspected 6/17/2025, and the following violations still exist. Floodplain permit is required for any and all renovations completed after flooding events. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 6/7/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 20715, page 0088. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Relevant facts, that there is a PDP that's in process, and that was as of 6/9/25. I'd like to enter in evidence Exhibit 1, photographs taken on 6/17/2025. Document 061725-390-RTH. So front elevation of the property. Let's see the Zillow. Totally renovated and updated inside, new roof, new AC. And some of the pictures from Zillow. And that's after the storms, some of the debris outside. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Does anyone have questions for staff?
I'm assuming, so I think you mentioned it was owner occupied, so they're just trying to sell it. They're living there and trying to sell it as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Could we please have your names and addresses for the record?
Kellen Driscoll, 1508 Delaware Ave Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33703.
Madison Driscoll, 3421 West Horatio, Tampa, Florida, 33609.
Okay, so we know that you've applied for your after-the-fact permit. Any idea as to where it is in the process?
So I went in and applied for the after-the-fact permit, and I went to the information desk. I talked to the lady, and she gave me the application, and she said I needed a sketch of the property. And so I asked where I'd get that, or she said that she could print one out for me. So she printed out the sketch of the property for me. And then I waited, and I talked to the building official, and I submitted him the application I filled out and the sketch that she gave me. And he said there was an issue. Basically, sometime between 30 to 60 years ago, there was a carport on the house, and they converted the carport to an addition with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. And he said that in order to close out the storm permit, basically I would need to get a permit for the conversion of the carport to a new addition and bring it up to, whatever code. And so I said okay at the time, and then I went and asked a contractor to take a look at it for me, and he went in there and he said that basically the carport portion of the house is about 6 inches lower than the main house, so it would have to be brought up. And to do that, I guess the ceilings aren't, they're too low maybe, and it would affect the roof on top of that, and just a big mess basically. And yeah, I contacted my sister. She's an attorney, and I asked her.
I'm a title attorney. I'm not a construction attorney. So I had to do a little research, but he's my big brother, so I'll help him out.
I didn't know what to do. I mean, the house has been for sale for years. Nobody wants to buy it in a flood zone there, and I'm gonna have to take a loss to try and sell it, and which means I'm gonna have to come up with money at the closing to pay to get rid of the house. And staying there is kind of an issue too, because every time it comes around this time of the year, we're like, okay, is there going to be water coming into the door again? This past time was the worst. This was like 4 or 5 feet, which was insane. But okay, I'll let her, whatever her findings.
Some context, I guess, for you all, right? So he called me. He went to the building department. They said, hey, you have. Sorry, this isn't obviously entering anything into evidence, but this is on the assessor's website. This is what they pulled up for him when they were like, hey, you need a sketch for the application. So they showed him this, and then he spoke with a building department rep, and then that's when they questioned this. We don't know where this came from, but I'll give you an idea of what I think. And then basically we're just kind of looking for some insight here, right? I'm not, like I said, a construction attorney. But I contacted his seller who acquired in '96, and I assume she just conveyed and didn't tell us about these permits. She didn't. She did not do the build out. So that's what, almost 30 plus years ago. She said that which I'm assuming is this 2016 permit application, that she actually wanted to raise that area and stuff and submitted, didn't follow through with it. So I'm thinking maybe she submitted this sketch then. But prior to that, from what I see, in '89 and '90, there's 2 gas permits, open, closed. In '05, the seller had a roof repair done. And then we also had a roof repair done in, 2024?
Last year, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then if you guys can see it, there's a water heater permit. I think we need to close out because that wasn't closed, because we know that contractors don't do that. So I guess my question for you all and some insight is, how can the city keep coming out to the house and inspecting it and approving these roof permits and everything, but then all it takes is this sketch that apparently the city had to put you all on notice that there was a code violation? And I'm just trying to find the, equitable route here. It's 30 plus years ago that this addition was allegedly constructed, and the city's closed and opened multiple permits and had final inspections, and no one's ever brought this up. And obviously, right, our grievance is the roof.
Yeah.
How did this not get brought up when we did the roof?
Excuse my interruption, ma'am.
No, go ahead, please.
Really nothing we can do to help you with that.
Right, and we know that as far as what you all can and can't do, right? So is the step?
I will be happy to have staff address that briefly. But in essence, there is no grandfathering. When somebody does unpermitted work and it's discovered, then the person who is in the house at the time is left holding the bag.
No, understandable, but is the city, it's not like, right, that it happened in 30 years ago and the city's never looked at the property since. We've been in and out multiple times doing things.
The responsibility for permitting is on the owner, not on the city.
Right, but why wouldn't, I guess, so why is it this permit, for example, he goes in, right, for the roof, much like this permit, and it gets brought up, it's never brought up then?
There is nothing we can do about that.
Yeah, so the sketch that was provided, that's from property appraiser's office. So it's standard. Property appraiser's going to go out, look at the property, and they're going to tax it to the maximum value that they can. And if they see that there's an enclosure, they'll put that as heated space, because then that, again, adds to the value. But that doesn't necessarily mean that was ever permitted on the city side. So that's number one with the sketch that was there.
Right.
Number two, I mean, I'm not going to try to speak for building inspectors that went out and inspected the property over the last 30 years. But typically, a building inspector is going out to address the inspection that they are assigned to do, right? So if it's a roof permit, I'm sure that roof existed in its current condition the whole time. It's just the room was enclosed. So whenever permits are submitted and reviewed, they're reviewed based on what that property owner is saying the work that they're doing. And then they're going out to inspect that work to make sure it was done to code. So it's not necessarily going to trigger, we're not doing a whole full research on every single piece of the property. In this case, there was, because there's FEMA indication, issues with that being below the floor level and everything like that, which that can't exist anymore unless it gets raised up. And so now they can't issue that permit until that part gets resolved. So a more thorough review was done this time because of the flooding aspect and ensuring compliance with FEMA, and that may not have ever been triggered in any reviews that were done previously. So I certainly understand that that's frustrating.
Question really quick.
Yeah.
You probably know the flood elevation certificates, because when he bought two, right, they had us go through that. What weight does that have with you all? Do you guys care about them? Because I know, again, that's, more FEMA involved in for flood insurance. But then again, that's submitted to the city as well, right? And we had the surveyor come out there.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak completely to it because I'm not familiar with how they look at it, but typically if it's anything below the base flood elevation, everything's going to have to get brought up to the same floor level as the rest of the house. They can't allow that improvement to happen, especially below. Like if you were to go get that permit right now, you would have to bring that floor up. That would be a requirement no matter what. So unless that elevation was above their minimum threshold, then you're going to have to do the work anyways to bring it up. So it could be, I don't think, my point is it's not high enough. The elevation certificate wouldn't put you high enough to where this requirement wouldn't be there, I don't believe.
Okay.
Did you guys had a contractor do significant renovation to the house, correct? After
Yeah,
flooding?
I guess don't trust your contractors.
It's a theme today, yes.
And they, this never even came up when they did their work, right?
No, I mean, that's what's frustrating. I had to go through, the house is finally we're just moving stuff back in.
Right.
It's finally ready to go. We got the new roof, everything's pristine. And now I went here to get the permit that I didn't know I needed, and now they're like, okay, tear it all up. I mean, this could be $100,000, where am I gonna get the money? Am I gonna have to take a loan or what? I can't sell the house. I'm gonna be underwater in the house, and I have to take another loan for this massive renovation.
I know it's no consolation to you, sir, but you're far from the only people that this has happened to.
Yeah.
The sins of 30 years ago are coming back.
And that's what I'm interested, right? Do people not, and again, you say whatever you can and can't say, but in a situation like this, right, where it's 30 plus years ago, there's a couple sellers in between, isn't there an argument that for latches against the city, right? Because, there's deceased sellers and things like that. And the city, there's just multiple times where they could have or should have been on notice, but now they're going to throw the book at him 30 years later and say, we're just going to do it now.
Unfortunately, FEMA is driving this process.
Yeah.
So that adds an element that we just can't get past.
Right.
Well, not to mention, you had a massive, a significant renovation by a contractor who
didn't get any permits.
Didn't even get a permit to do the work.
Right,
Yeah.
but that's within the last year. I guess my,
Well, maybe if they would have went through the permitting process, you would have discovered this before you spent a significant amount of money renovating.
But not even the roof though, right? Like even when we did the roof, you'd think that this would have come up.
Now, Mr. Waugh explained that if it's a roofing permit, they're gonna go inspect the roof. They're not gonna check other elevation issues. They're gonna go look at the roof work.
Yeah.
Do you have to submit the floor plans too when you do the roof application?
No, a roof
No.
application is a simple
Just
over-the-counter, we're tearing off and
Yeah.
There's no plans, there's no anything involved with that.
I mean, it's a bad situation, no doubt. We
Yeah.
recognize that. But
No, thank
as the
you.
Chair said, I'm not really sure there's a whole lot we can do about it.
Yeah, and again, going back to the contractor situation, Had your original contractor done what he was supposed to have done and gotten a permit for this, you'd have known this before he lifted the first hammer.
Right.
And then you could have made an intelligent decision about, do I sell it wrecked?
Right.
Do I fix it? What do I do?
Yeah, I mean, you made a significant investment since then, and it would have been really helpful to you to make a decision before you spent that money.
Right.
So what would you all suggest?
I mean, yeah, how am I supposed to know? I listened to I just
Well,
think I hire somebody and I listen.
And the third part to this too is buyers don't know to tell the title companies, check your local municipalities to see if there's any openings on this particular property.
It would have
But
been
not,
great,
they don't
but
do that a
something
lot.
like this, right, where there was no the title, it couldn't be more clean. However, there's no violation for us to even look at it. So that's where I come in, right? And
Yep.
I'm upset that there's no way he could have known. His seller didn't even do it. And there's nothing, again, right, the city has all these instances where, I get it, it's more strict now, the flood concern and why we're looking at things the way we're
No,
looking.
I'm really sorry, but we have to move on.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, so Chair, I was just gonna comment. Obviously, I believe they referenced the house was for sale. The violations there, if that was to try to go through with a sale right now, that would obviously come back on a title search. So I don't think there's any concerns about potentially it being offloaded to somebody who would unknowingly purchase this problem. The work's been done already. We have programs that are going to be coming online within the next 1 to 3 months with money that was received from HUD, and it's a wide net. So even for somebody that's not the property owner, maybe doesn't intend to stay in the property, there could be funding available to help in situations like this. So based on everything that I've heard, the difficult circumstances, I think, understanding that it's not going to get flipped and without anybody knowing about it, the work's already done, there's no exterior violations or anything, providing some time just to work through the complicated situation, and potentially that HUD money could be something that they could take advantage of. Certainly the city wouldn't have any issue with taking that position, so.
Would they be able to get that information from codes then?
Yeah, so it's still in the final stages of working out all the details. I think it went to public hearing just recently. It might have finally been approved, but we can certainly get them connected with the resources and see if there's anything that might fit based on their situation.
And we can build our time frame
Around
that.
That's why he's telling us that.
Yeah, so don't leave without seeing your codes investigator out in the hall.
And a lot of the arguments that you're making are good arguments, just not for us. They're for
We didn't know, yeah, we were like, we don't even know what they can do or can't do, but like we said, we just needed some insight from you all.
Is there anyone else to make an argument to, or if not?
Not really.
Not
And you're
here.
not gonna win.
It's not for you, but there's no
Well, I
one else.
think what they're trying to say is, there could be a program coming online that keep all these good arguments you have,
Yeah.
that you can maybe fit into some program where they might be able to provide some funds to go fix this problem. I think that's what he's saying.
Exactly, yes.
But other than that, it's still the same problem you walked in with today, you're walking out with today.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk with the building department. I do not believe that there's any way that you get around the requirement to get that permitted, that room permitted and the floor elevated. They're just not going to be able to issue, they could not issue a permit for it the way that it is currently.
Is there a variance, but not with FEMA probably, right?
Like that,
No,
not the elevation.
not in a floodplain, right?
There is a process, but I've never experienced it before, so I don't want to try to speak to it, but it's in the ordinance, so we could review it, but.
Probably a long shot.
I've looked into the variant stuff. I dealt with one on a burial ground, but it seems to be more like specific stuff like that where, but I will look into the variant stuff too. I know that's not.
But the fact of where you're located and the issue they're dealing with.
Right, exactly, yeah.
I wouldn't count on that.
No, it didn't look too
Getting-
promising, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
just one concern I have is basically as we're going into storm season, if I do start this process, I don't want to be caught in the middle of another flood. So if you're considering a time frame, hopefully a longer one would be ideal.
I'll go ahead and read.
Thank you.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Clean M. Driscoll to correct the violations within 120 days or by 10/23/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alsaklas,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Henshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. Okay, the board's given you 120 days. If this matter is still unresolved at that point, you'll get a letter to come to a special magistrate's hearing.
Okay.
Please attend that hearing because they can give you more time.
Okay.
We wish you the best of luck, and I'm sorry you got left holding the bag.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much for your
Sorry.
input.
Thank you.
Item 129, property owner 4362 Investments LLC, investigator Tucker Hodges.
He has the next case, so Mr. Wa's coming out to.
Good afternoon, I'm Tucker Hodges, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 129, case 25-9421, regarding property located at 3711 Huntington Street, Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. It's a single-family structure occupied by tenants. This is an internal complaint case. Property was first inspected on 2/10/2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 4/30/2025. Property was last re-inspected on 6/17/2025, and the following violations still exist. Floodplain permits required for any and all renovations completed after flooding events. 0 out of 1 violations been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at violation address on 6/7/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22973, page 2038. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photographs taken on 6/17/2025. Document 0617254421 RTH. That's front elevation of the property. The Zillow ad, move-in ready, fully renovated. And more pictures from the Zillow. Just some more pictures of the property after being remodeled. That's the same. Okay. I'd like to notice fact sheet and the evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Hodges. Do we have a permit in process at all on this?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a permit in
No, ma'am.
process at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon. Could I please get your names and addresses for the record?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ingrid Roldan. The company is 4236 Investments, LLC.
And your address?
Is 3711 Huntington.
Do you live there, ma'am?
No.
Okay, your address.
My address where I live is 8425 Northwest 41st Street, the apartment 225, Doral, Florida 33166.
Okay, and is the gentleman with you going to speak as well?
He's just with me. Mhm. My last name is Roldan.
So, you remodeled the house after the hurricane, so you had some flood damage, right?
Yes, I can't read because for me it's better to express if I can read what I have.
Okay. So
Okay.
give me just a minute here.
Yeah.
You were flooded, yes?
Yeah, the house was flooded.
You had the damage repaired,
Yes.
so the house got fixed,
Yes.
but you never pulled a permit.
No, but as soon as I received the letter, I contact a contractor. He's now registered with the city to start the process with the permits. I didn't do nothing in any modifications of the house. The layout and the floor plans are the same of the original house. And I already did the floor plans with a professional to submit with the contractor everything and place the house in complaints.
So the contractor that you used to fix the house didn't pull a
No.
permit?
No.
Is that the same contractor who's
No.
going back?
No, the other one, he's now registered with the city to do all the process that we need to do.
So when is he going to apply? Do you know?
Yeah, he already applied. He's just waiting for the approval.
The city doesn't see that. Is that correct?
Right, there, no
The
problem.
city says,
It's not the permit, it's for his license with the city of St. Petersburg.
That's got nothing to do with your permit. What we need is a permit.
They don't have city requirements anymore.
Speaking.
He's working with the runner
Is he a licensed contractor in the state of Florida?
Yes.
So, and city will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that there's a city-specific requirement anymore to be a registered contractor with the city. You just have to have a valid contractor's license in the state of Florida.
There has
You
to
do?
be-
You do?
Register, yes.
So he does have to go that process?
It may be dependent on like what the subs underneath
Mm.
contractor's license, but yes, there is a registration process.
Okay.
We were hoping for today to have the approval ready, but maybe this week or next week, because he's just waiting for the approval and start the process.
and did you say that this particular person, contractor, they didn't do the work? It's a different contractor, or did they do the work?
No, it's,
They didn't do the work. Okay, it's a different contract.
yes, but,
Okay.
It's pretty much the story we've heard all day. Contractors doing work without permits, homeowners then realizing, unbeknownst to them, that this happened. Months later, you end up here, and
Here we are.
here we are. So for the 5 people left, remember, don't trust the contractors. Check the permits website yourself. Call the city. Bang on doors. Stand on desks. Do whatever you have to do, because when you come up here and tell us, oh, it was the contractor, I don't have a lot of sympathy,
that's
if any.
something I learned today to be here all day. Yeah, of
All right.
course.
So we have a
hasn't even
we haven't even applied yet.
No.
But it sounds like, I think what I heard was she said, I do have plans ready for when the permit does get, you know, when the, yeah, that's a step forward.
I'm guaranteeing you they'll pick it apart.
And you have
Yes.
this house listed for sale?
Yeah, but I removed for the sale. Just for a few days I put them.
Do you
on
have
sale.
more properties in the city of St. Pete?
Yes, but I know now that I need to do the,
Do you have properties in other municipalities outside of St. Pete?
no, just in something.
Okay, so she's going to need time.
Yeah, how much? That's the problem.
Indeterminate.
Indeterminate.
I'll try something and then we can take it from there. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders 4362 Investments LLC to correct the violations within 90 days or by September 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, I realize that it might not be enough time, but, you know, they're just gonna have to come back and ask for more time.
It could be a motivator to
Yeah.
make more phone calls and send more emails, come to the office. I know she
Well,
lives
not only
away,
that, but
but
to stay on your contractor now to
yeah,
get it done, right?
either way, yeah.
I just felt like longer time was just dragging this problem out even farther.
All right, let's vote and see where we are.
Seklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hinshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 90 days. If for some reason you don't have a permit issued by then, you'll get a notice to come to a special magistrate's hearing. Come to that hearing and ask for more time, okay?
Okay, perfect.
We wish you luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Item 99, property owner Laura Petrarca. Investigator Carl Gordon. Petrarca.
I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 99, case number 25-12678, regarding property located at 624 26th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and occupied by owner. This is a codes-initiated case. The property was first inspected on February the 11th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 6, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June the 11th, 2025, and the following violation still exists. Structure built in front yard without a permit on file, and after the fact permit will be required. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June the 11th, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Record Book 22706, page 2039. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day after for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts to the case is that a permit is on file, however, it does not cover the violation. The permit is for removing and replacing contaminated drywall. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on June the 11th, 2025, document 061125 678 CBG, and photos number 1 through 4. Here is a front view of the structure itself, and actually this structure here is is basically what a permit is needed for. So you can get a better view of how large this structure is on the front of the property, which needs the permit. And let's see. Yes. So I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Does anyone have questions for staff?
I do. Is that little building, is that like a she shed or an ADU, or what is that?
I haven't had any contact with the owner about it, but for the size of it, it needs a permit. It needs to be inspected, have a building inspector come down and inspect it, and then once they see exactly what it is, it could be determined how far else we need to go with it as far as a permit.
Thank you.
About how big is it, Mr. Gordon?
It's over the 10 by 10 size, so
I can see it's beyond 10 by 10.
yeah. So
Utilities?
we haven't seen any utilities coming from it yet, so it could be more like a shed or something like that.
Okay.
But however, it does need a permit for it.
Any other questions for staff? Good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Charles Dimmick. My address is 1010 North Parsons Avenue, Seffner, Florida.
Okay, and your relationship to Laura Petrarca?
She's my customer, client. She hired me to take care of the code violation and finish the building of the structure.
Is this our
She's
first
here-
contractor
she's
of the
here
day?
Yeah, if it's a contractor and it's a permit issue, we can hear from the contractor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's my fault that she's.
Wait, say that again, please, sir.
It's my fault.
Oh, wow.
The only honest contractor in Florida.
The only one who showed up today for his client.
So what's going on here?
Initially, this structure was supposed to be temporary storage during for the drywall renovation thing, and then it ended up being that she wanted to keep it. So after she wanted to keep it, I was called in to take care of it. It did take me some time to get my ducks in a row. Got a email chain with Mr. Larimore from the
From construction service?
construction services, who is helping guide me through. Because the structure is in the front of the house, and the house is located all the way back to the rear setback.
Right.
We have to go through a design variance.
Right.
And the design variance is a prerequisite for the permit. So I have that, I think it was May 14th, I got the final word that it would need a design variance.
Right.
And so now, in the process, the drawings are being made for the application for the variance and for the permitting.
Okay, so your next variance hearing is going to be August if you get it in July.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, and only if you get the variance, then and only then can you submit the permit.
Right. And we are very friendly with the neighbors, and they all love the structure and everything. It's a utility shed, she shed, storage shed.
And how big is it, sir?
It's 360 square feet. So the 200 square foot limit is for the shed looking like it's a separate structure. When you go over 200, it has to match the design of the house specifically. So that's another issue where the siding on the shed was is not the right design. So there's some 2 steps forward, 1 step back on this project. It's another reason why things are taking longer. If it is allowed through the variance, we do plan on putting air conditioning in the structure for mostly air-conditioned storage. Ms. Petracca moved in and downsized from a 2,000 square foot house, so she's got a lot of extra stuff. So we're requesting 60 to 90 days to complete the application process for a permit.
Okay.
I'm used to working in Hillsborough County, so I had to register my license in Pinellas and then find people I trust down here to work with for engineering and stuff. So it did take a little bit longer.
I understand. All righty. Does anybody have any questions?
I'm just grateful that you came today and took responsibility and said what you're doing to resolve it. So thank you for that.
I agree.
Okay. Somebody want to read something?
Need a chuckle.
I'll go ahead. Go ahead. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Laura Petracca to correct the violation within 90 days or by 9/23/25. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. My only comment was that it's going to be more than 90 days. Because he has to go through the variance process first.
Yeah, and he could get denied that.
And that meeting's
it's a whole
not till
different-
August, is that, I heard you say that, Chair, it's in August for the variance meeting or hearing?
If he applies like sometime this week or next week, they have to calendar it.
Hmm.
It's generally the month
Yeah.
after the month.
I'd be
you
shocked if
apply.
it doesn't got on before that.
It's not going to be July, it's going to be August or later.
Oh, I didn't know that. So are we looking
So-
at closer to 180?
It's going to be at least 120, I would think.
At least 120.
I don't know.
All right, I will amend that it is to correct the violation within 120 days or by 10/23/25.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Let's vote.
Sechlis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, you have 120 days. Thank you for your honesty. Please get this done.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you for the additional time.
Appreciate it. That looked like a nice she shed, so enjoy it.
When was the calendar?
next one.
Item 167, property owner Eric L. Smith. Investigators are Ida Melendez.
167.
Is it not on the board? Am I missing it?
We had several that were crossed out.
Oh, so we
It's
jumped.
kind of hard to see on the, let's see if I can zoom in. Is it easier to see there?
Oh, yes, thank you.
So right now, we're on position 39, if you're keeping track.
Got it.
Okay.
We ready?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I am Zoraida Melendez, co-investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to items 167, case number 21149 regarding property located at 4421 10th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is vacant. This is a co-initiated case. The property was first inspected on January 5th, 2021, and violation notice sent to the owner with compliance date of March 1st, 2021. The property was last re-inspected on June 12, 2025, and the violation notice and the following violations still exist. There are several areas of the soffit and fascia are in disrepair around the entire property, to include rotted wood, falling and missing parts. Exterior walls are in disrepair with rotted and missing wood, siding holes, peeling and missing paint. Chipping paint and missing paint in various areas. The accessory structure is in disrepair to include but not limited to rusting, holes, doors in disrepair and missing and dent. The grass, the vegetation, and the junk was removed because since it's vacant, we open a separate case for that. And also, we still have the chain link fence is in disrepair, and it's also falling, is bent, and the top rail is broken and it's coming apart. So 0 out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice was sent certified mail and also was posted at the violation address on June 12, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in the official county record, book 08565, page 1646. And I haven't had any contact with the owner prior than this morning with the owner's daughter. And there's no indication when the violation will be corrected. The department recommends 25 days, $150 per day thereafter not in compliance. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case. Again, the junk and the overgrowth case was inactive to a different case. And also the water being off at this property since June 15, 2011. I would like to enter into evidence exhibit 1 photos which were taken on June 12, 2025, document 6/12/25, 149 ZM, and I got 5 photos, and these are the only photos that I could show from what I could see from the right of way. I did not walk the property because it's too overgrown. So apparently the shed got hit by a car, so it still remains in disrepair. And as you can see, the fascia, the fascia is in disrepair, and this, the exterior wall is in disrepair, and it's also covered with overgrowth, and there is chipping and peeling paint. I would like to enter these fact sheets into Exhibit 2, and this will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Melendez. The water's been off since 2011?
Yes, so I want to explain a little bit why this case is back. So this, as you know, this case was opened in January 2021, but it went through the CEB process, magistrate, and then it got leaned out, and then it went to Pinellas County for MOVs, and then it was monitored because, you know, it was occupied. But then now, since it's vacant, we had to bring it back to CEB because it's still not in compliance.
Okay, so,
It was occupied with no water?
Well, it was occupied, but I don't know how long he was there with no water. So now that it's confirmed that it's vacant, that's why it's back to CEB.
does anybody have any questions for staff?
So are there liens on the house?
Yes, there is 63,900 liens on the property.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you give us your names and addresses for the record, please?
Eric Leon Smith, address 2429. I mean, 20, 34, 4421.
Okay.
10th Avenue South.
Where are you living, sir?
My mom's house now, next door. Since I've been out the hospital, I moved to my mom's house with my sister.
Okay. And you, ma'am?
I'm his niece, Lakita Thompson, 3737 Whiting Drive, Southeast.
Okay. Is he staying with you?
No, he stays at his mom's house.
He's at his mother's house?
Yes.
Did you guys get that address, or do you need?
Hold on
to-
just a minute, please. So
I just recently went to the city to do the rehab. So the case number that they gave me was 35653. So they had funds, and they said that he needed 2 more forms, and I went and got those from the Social Security place, and they put him on the list to start the rehab for him.
So you've reached out to the city for help? Is that what you're
Yes.
telling me? Do we have any record of that?
I haven't received nothing in the mail, but I think that she could get it, yeah.
So you're looking, Ms. Zephyr?
To see if they have,
I have the
Give us just 1 minute, ma'am.
yeah, if she also has something, I don't see her here on the sheet that they provided me for the month, but it could be maybe
It
she
just
signed
hasn't made-
after they pulled the data for me.
Okay.
She did show me an application number that she got.
Oh, so she has an application number?
Number,
is what
yeah.
But she isn't approved yet?
Right, that's correct, but it's in the process, I guess.
Okay. So the goal here is to get the house fixed and get your uncle moved back in?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. So I did have a question.
Sure.
During the hurricane, when they were, helping with the trees, his property was one that got affected with the trees, but no one came and assisted. Do y'all still offer anything like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
About tree program.
We do have a tree program, yes, in-house, so we can discuss that afterwards. We can grab her contact information, and then it's a pretty simple income verification process.
Okay,
And then as
so-
far as the fence is concerned, the car ran through his yard, knocked the front fence and the back fence and the little shed down. So I have an application number that the insurance company has a claim on that.
Oh, you have a claim on that part of it?
Yes.
Okay. So what it sounds like to me is that they just need some time to get all this stuff put into place. Before you leave here, please go out in the hall and talk to Ms. Melendez so that you guys can get all your contact information together. That way you know what's happening and they know what's happening, and we can try to get this fixed for your uncle.
Okay.
All right?
I appreciate that.
Thank you for getting involved and helping him.
You're welcome.
Anybody want to read?
I'll read something. You guys. Do say no. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Eric L. Smith to correct the violations within 120 days or by a date of October 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second for 120 days and $100 per day.
So I reduced the 100.
Yeah, he's not
150,
renting it.
and the 120, I don't even know if that's gonna be enough time.
Well,
I don't
but
But it'll put us through to October, 5
I,
months.
I think if she can get him on with some of these programs, then maybe that'll put this on hold long enough.
Right, yeah,
Hopefully.
hopefully.
Yeah, I'm hoping. All right, sir, you have 120 days.
We didn't
we
vote
didn't
yet.
Oh, we didn't vote yet. Been a long day, sorry. Give me a minute.
Alseklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes, I think. I'm not sure I'm in my right mind right now. So you have 120 days to try to get applied to these programs for some help.
Okay, thank you.
Because we want what you want. We want him back in his own home.
Thank
But we want him to be safe when he's there.
Yes. Have a good one.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Item 118, property owner Makesh Shah and Sakhinder Shah and investigator Timothy Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 118, case number 2512865, regarding property located at 3800 Helena Street Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a tenant complaint case. The property was first inspected on February 26th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 24th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June 17th, 2025, and the following violations still exist. Unpermitted work in a special flood hazard area was observed, including construction of a block wall at the north side of the property, enclosure of a garage, enclosure of a door at the north side of the property, masonry work completed at the front and rear of the main structure, and addition to the main structure. Roof disrepair observed near front of main structure, shingles lifting and separating from roof, and missing, excuse me, missing peeling paint observed near the bottom of the wall at the north side of the main structure. 3 out of 6 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 17757, page 2341. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on June 17th, 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are, and please bear with me, PDEP 2502003074 regarding the construction of a block wall at the north side of the property is in progress and is on a contractor hold as of March 25th, 2025. ARES permit 2504001147 regarding the construction of a block wall at the north side of the property. The enclosure of the garage and interior drywall work is in process. ARES 2504001901 regarding masonry work completed at the front and rear of the structure is in process. And there are no permits in process regarding the enclosure of the door at the north side of the structure, the addition to the rear of the structure, or the roof disrepair.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for staff?
Yes, Chair. A contractor hold for the permit, what does that mean?
I believe that they are not moving forward with that permit anymore. They have included the work that was under that permit in one of the other permits that I read in. So the PDEP permit was only regarding the construction of the block wall at the north side of the property. That is also under the ARES permit that's in process, so my assumption is they're not moving forward with the PDEP permit. They are covering that work under the other permits, correct?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep, no problem.
All right, any other questions for staff? All righty.
Chair, if
Good
I can
af-
just
yes?
clarify real quick in case it does come up. So the building department is only issuing the PDEP permits to repair storm damage. So if they decide to repair and then do additional work, other permits are going to be issued to cover that elective work. So that's why there's so many different permits that you heard being read off. So I just want to make sure everybody understood that.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Chinea Martinez. I'm a registration for Space Coast Renovations.
I'm sorry, you're what?
Brian Chinea Martinez. I'm a registered agent for Space Coast Renovations.
Okay, and how does that relate to the Shaws?
I'm a contractor.
You're the contractor. All
Well,
right.
I'm registered for the company. I'm a registered agent.
He's representing the contract.
Registering or registering?
Are you a member of the,
Yeah, I should be in the permits.
in the permits? Okay.
Yeah.
All righty, so, how you coming with your permits?
Well, there's 3 corrections that we have to address. The E-plan has to be, the plans have to be submitted sealed. We're working on that, waiting on the engineer. And a site plan has to be submitted as well. And the application that we could do that today. It's just that we have to notarize it and submit it,
Okay.
physical application. And then I heard the inspector mention that there was a door that was enclosed. We could add that to the plans too. That wasn't us. That was another company. But everything that the homeowner did was to prevent flood.
Okay.
So he closed the door. They have been to the house. The garage is not a bedroom or nothing. It was just closed so water didn't go in. And the fence, he did a block fence because, it lasts longer. But the contractor that was there didn't pull permits for those, and we were hired to help with that.
Okay, so the house is on Helena. Did it flood?
It did get a flood. It was addressed. That was fixed. But with the other contractor, that didn't pull
How much
permits.
water went through the house?
I think like 3 feet.
3 feet.
Yeah.
So I just had a question. You said Space Coast Renovations. Does that mean your business is located on the Space Coast, which would be?
No, we're here.
You are here?
Yes.
Okay.
We're registered here and a couple other counties, but we're based here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you
So
may not
basi-
be able to, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
you may not be able to address this, but this was a tenant complaint. Are y'all working
Yeah.
with a tenant in the?
What happened with this tenant is something very complicated, but the company that was there before had repaired, but this new tenant went in. He was there just for a couple months. Basically, didn't pay rent for 2 months. You call in and say, hey, everything here is destroyed. They didn't pull permits, but the house was completely remodeled. That was the other contractor that was involved. And then he called in and say that everything was destroyed. Yeah, and he didn't even pay rent. There's also the homeowner made a claim to this person. So yeah, there's a case open on him.
So is there a tenant in there now?
Yeah,
No, there's no tenant there. He left.
Vacant?
vacant.
It's vacant. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have something to ask him?
No, it got covered by the
Okay.
questions.
Any other questions? Okay, somebody want to read something? Sounds like he's a long way from.
I guess maybe to talk about it before then, he's just getting started, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and it's multiple permits and sounds like it might be,
The roof is gonna also, excuse me.
might be,
The homeowner plans to do the roof, so we will be submitting for the roof permit tomorrow. That should be a 1 day.
Easy.
Yeah, it's quick.
What about this addition that was added?
I don't know, and I also just heard there was a bunch of renovations done before somebody moved in, but
No,
it got fairly.
That was the other company. So see, they're the good company.
Yeah, I know, but none of that was permitted.
No,
So I
apparently not.
It's kind of complicated,
Oh,
but
no.
I think where I'm at is, the whole process is just starting from a permitting standpoint. so
Yes.
Keep that in mind
Yes.
from a timing standpoint.
Yes, yes.
Chair,
Yes.
two things. I think that we jumped the gun a little bit. We didn't allow Mr. Howard to show the pictures, which is maybe why.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's done.
So we could go back and show those if necessary.
Yeah.
But then I think Mr. Howard also had some
Sorry, Mr. Howard.
additional
no worries.
information related to the tenancy that he wanted to share.
We're tired, we're trying to go fast.
I understand.
Yeah, so I'll go into the pictures. I did also want to add, though, during our recent rental relet inspection, it was found that there are new tenants in place after the original tenant who made the complaint left. So there is a new tenant that is occupied.
And so you know, and so all the investigators know, if I screw up and move on, yell.
But did you just say that you think currently it's not vacant? It's
It's got a
occupied?
tenant in it?
Correct. There's a new tenant in the unit.
Okay. Thank you. That's important for us to know.
Yeah. So show us the pictures, Mr.
Sure thing.
Howard.
So this is the door at the north side of the property that was enclosed. You can kind of see the
Yep.
discrepancy in the wall there. This is an older photo of the property, and you can see shortly after they closed that door.
Google Maps, and I'll get you.
Some of the chipping, peeling paint at the base of the structure on the north side. So this is the addition that was added to the rear, so you can see where the door was enclosed, and then more was added to the structure at the rear. This is the masonry work at the rear of the property. Similar staircases up and over on either side.
I get it.
This is the block wall at the north side of the property. It's about 100 feet in length. The garage that was enclosed. Some of the masonry work done at the front there.
Nobody ever got a permit for this.
Elevation shot of the property. Again, this wall was constructed. You can see previously the step used to go straight up to the front door. There's now a wall all the way around and a similar step over that wall as there is in the rear. A better angle of that masonry work and the steps I just referenced. And you can see some of the roof disrepair there, the discoloration and the lifting of the shingles. A closer shot of the roof disrepair. And some additional roof disrepair near the rear of the structure there. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, and again, I apologize.
No worries.
So it looks like your owner has built a dike around his house?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
But-
certainly not something a tenant did.
Yeah. So, I don't even know what to say.
I don't
It's
either.
like they fixed the house and they did all this work, and now they're sending you in to try to get a permit and make it all right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I also heard that they're gonna redo the roof, still.
Well, that would be good if they
Yeah.
redid the roof.
But I'm just saying, not all the work is done.
So I have a question. Some of this was such odd construction. Are they ever going to get approved for a permit for such an odd configuration?
That I cannot speak to.
Yeah.
All those walls, do they look,
So as long as the wall's 6 foot, that's going around the perimeter of the property, that should be fine. Because of the location of the wall around the back, kind of like enclosing the
whatever?
rear door, I would imagine it shouldn't be an issue just because that's likely in the buildable area of, if they wanted to do a full addition, they probably could there. So it's not like you're gonna have to deal with any setback and issues or anything like that. To my knowledge, I don't see it being,
Nothing jumps out at you.
yeah, being a big issue. Now, if that was in the front, certainly that could be a problem. But because it's in the rear, it likely would not be, but.
I'll give you that it's weird, but it looks like it's okay.
So,
Yeah.
was the garage enclosure and the addition both completed without any permits?
No permit,
That's what I'm hearing.
no permit.
So, but sir, you said the garage was enclosed to protect against flooding. That pretty looks permanent to me. I mean, that looks more than just, I'm gonna build a little wall here to keep the water out. I mean, they converted the garage and added an addition.
When the homeowner bought the house, that addition in the back was already done.
Well, as if you know, if you were here earlier today, the sins of the past are the
Yeah.
sins of the present, so.
And then for the garage, he doesn't have no intention of doing nothing inside the garage. It was just so the water didn't go in through the garage because
Is the
it had in the
garage,
past.
is that volume, that area, heated and air conditioned, and it's
No.
got power?
No.
So you just walled up the garage door and
Yeah.
left it?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I mean, I don't know if I believe that.
Okay.
Not buying it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can read something if you guys
Yeah,
want.
yeah, good.
I have no idea what to read.
I don't know either.
Just wing
Let's
it.
take a shot.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Mukesh Shah and Suk Ninder Shah to correct the violations within 90 days or by September 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and
I
a
just-
second.
Here's my only concern.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're saying there's a tenant in there, so isn't that something we have to take into consideration or not?
Well, I mean, the amount of the fine is because it's tenant and not owner occupied, but from a timing standpoint, I mean, the only work that I heard that hasn't been completed was the roof. Now, and maybe that's your concern, but the rest of the work's done.
Just getting the permit probably.
Yeah, now it's just a paperwork catch-up thing, right?
Okay, just so, okay.
I mean, is that what, 90? Did I get that right? I mean, I may have not gotten all the facts right. That's what I thought I heard.
I think you're right. That's what I heard.
Yeah, they need to paint some paint, but I mean, that's not.
Yeah, the wall looks like it needs to be painted, but I mean, the major pieces of construction are done.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any life safety issues or anything else like that.
That's a good point.
Chair, the only argument I would make to the contrary of that is, obviously, they experience flooding, right? And so, if they didn't do proper remediation and cut out drywall and, air it out, I mean, that's a recipe for.
But isn't that what the inspections from getting a permit?
I don't know that the
to
permits
ring
address
out?
did they address any interior renovations?
One of the residential permits covers drywall.
On the interior?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But again, it hasn't been inspected, it hasn't been, yeah.
But it won't be until they get a permit, right?
Correct, but I think that my guidance would be different than the previous situation because that was an owner occupied, trying to sell the property, nobody was living in there. Now we have tenants who are occupying the structure with renovations that we don't know.
And there are possibly
Okay, so
electrical issues.
you're just thinking that the.
Potentially, yeah.
The urgency may need to be
Mm-hmm.
ratcheted up. a little.
There's other variables that we can't be sure of until we inspect the property, as the chair I think just mentioned, electrical, there could be other issues.
I mean, if you guys are comfortable, I can shorten the 90 days.
Yeah, let's, I think that'd
Yeah.
probably be good, yeah.
Okay, I'll amend that to say, the board orders Mukesh Shah and Sukhninder Shah to correct the violations within 60 days or by August 24th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let's vote and see where we are.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, you've got 60 days to get a permit issued. Go, go, go.
Thank you.
Item 179, property owner Eric J. Mackey and Laura M. Mackey, investigators Zoraida Melendez.
Okay.
Anybody here?
Oh, there's,
41 was taken off, 42 was taken off, 43 was taken off, and 44 was taken off.
So we're at 45.
Yep.
Item number 179.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone here for 2590 Tropical Shores Drive Southeast? Eric and Laura Mackey?
Item number, I have that is removed.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
That's removed.
Okay,
Oh,
it's removed.
Interesting.
All right.
It wasn't crossed off here.
Okay.
So we're on
46 was
128.
also taken off, so 47 is 128.
We're at 128, yes?
Yes. 128, property owner Scott Samples and Lana Samples, investigator Tucker Hodges.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Tucker Hodges, code investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item 128, case 25-9368, regarding property located at 1518 Cheyenne Street Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure occupied by owner. This is an internal complaint case. Property was first inspected on 2/10/2025, and the violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 3/23/25. Property was last re-inspected on 6/17/2025, and the following violations still exist. Floodplain permits required for any and all renovations completed after flooding events. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on 6/7/2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records Book 21879, page 0212. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Relevant facts, as of 6/17, there was a PDP permit that's in process. I'd like to enter in evidence, Exhibit 1, photographs taken on 6/17/2025, document 0617253668 RTH. The front elevation of the property. This was the notice for the doing working without the permit. I'm sorry, same thing. Stop work order for doing work without the permits. I'd like to enter this fact sheet in evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
You're welcome.
So did they finish the work?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Do we know what the scope of the work was?
I had a drywall, cabinets, baseboards, interior doors, toilet vanity, and the bathrooms.
Okay.
All righty. Anybody else have questions of staff? Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Lana Samples, 1518 Cheyenne Street Northeast, St. Pete, 33703.
Okay. So we see that you had a flood
Yes,
and that you fixed the damage,
yes,
and now you have a permit for after-the-fact repairs.
right.
Is the damage all repaired now? Are you
Yes.
back in the home?
Yes, I'm living there now. Yeah, we're living there now.
Okay. And when did you apply for the permit?
So I first applied for one permit and it was wrong back in April. Then then my contractor applied second time, and we already in May, and we already received corrections. And while we received corrections, it was found out that in 90s enclosed porch was converted to a living area. So now we have to legalize this porch first before finishing with this permit. So my situation is very similar to the previous situation when in 90s was converted and free sales happened, and of course I was as a buyer had no idea about that.
Right. Yeah, we understand. As you've heard, if you sat here any length of time, you're not alone.
Yeah, I heard it all, so I'm not going even to add anything else. I would just ask for 90 days extension, if it's possible.
Does anybody else have questions? Can someone read?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Scott Samples and Lana Samples to correct the violation within 90 days or by the date of September 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote, please.
Sutcliffe?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 90 days. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Item 108, property owner Thomas F. Evans and Mark Evans, investigator Robert Hicks.
Timothy Howard.
Oh, investigator Timothy Howard. Is it the same case?
Yeah, same case.
Oh, okay.
I know.
I still don't understand what
She wasn't asking you anything. She was telling you it was Tim Howard.
Come back.
I was like, I don't know what she's asking me.
No, wait.
No, well, she just said the wrong name.
Yeah.
I am Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 108, case number 2513617, regarding property located at 5234 9th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner and tenants. This is an internal complaint case. The property was first inspected on February 28th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 22nd, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on June 20th, 2025, and the following violation still exists. Per the city building official and fire marshal, the southwest addition operating as boarding rooms is unfit and unsafe for human habitation and use and must be vacated. The improper occupancy constitutes a fire hazard based on the quantity and improper use of numerous extension cords throughout supplying power to the addition. Permits are required for the addition or the removal of the addition. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on June 12, 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22640, page 2139. During the course of our investigation, our department's last contact with the owner prior to today was on February 28, 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 5 days and $250 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case. As of May 15th, 2025, the deputy fire marshal has confirmed that the property owner has reduced the occupancy to an acceptable level. However, as of June 25th, 2025, there are no permits to cover the addition or the removal thereof. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on February 28th, 2025 and June 20th, 2025, document 062025 CEB and photo numbers 1 through 15. This is a portion of the rear addition. A look inside of that unpermitted rear addition that had numerous tenants occupying it. Another look into that addition that was being used as boarding rooms. Another photo of a portion of that rear addition and some of the electrical cords that were being run through. More of the electrical cords being run throughout the addition. More wiring being run through. Another shot inside of that rear addition. More of the rear addition and some more of that wiring. Just some of the conditions of that rear addition, again, being used as a boarding room with numerous tenants. This is an elevation shot of the rear of the property from the back alley. The addition is beyond the umbrella here. Another exterior photo, the addition in question. A closer shot of the additions beyond the carport and the umbrella and all here. Another angle of the, this is from the front of the property along 9th Street. The addition is back this way. And the elevation of the property, and excuse me, I believe I said 9th Street. This is along 9th Avenue North. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Does anyone have questions for staff?
Me? I do too. You said that the fire marshal has determined that the tenants that are in those deplorable, horrible conditions, they said it's okay because there's less of them?
They've reduced the occupancy to an acceptable level according to the fire marshal,
From a
yes.
fire standpoint.
Correct.
Correct. So, Chair, if I may, so they're looking at the entire structure, so they know that those units have been posted unsafe and they aren't supposed to be occupied, but the fire marshal was looking at it for the total occupancy of the house. So they were there to check that those units weren't being occupied, and then the number of tenants for the entire structure had also been reduced.
I have a more specific question, I think, to follow up. The city still maintains it's an unsafe structure.
Yes.
Even though the fire marshal did come in and make his or her adjustment, it's still considered unsafe by the city.
Correct, and I don't want it to be perceived that the fire marshal is saying that the conditions in there were unsafe, but because they reduced the occupancy below a certain level, then the fire requirements that come into place for rooming and lodging are no longer applicable. So adding in a sprinkler system, things like that, are no longer required.
Just from a fire standpoint. The
there's
city's position is there's still other conditions that
Yeah, yeah.
render it unsafe.
Right.
The fire marshal just goes by square footage,
Yeah.
by box.
Exactly.
And,
As to whether you need a sprinkler system or what, or egress routes, et cetera.
and the extension cords and everything else are a nightmare.
Yeah, and then I think that their authority is they don't have any once the occupancy gets below a certain level, and that comes to
Right, that
us
comes
to be the enforcement mechanism.
And that's why I asked you guys, you still think it's an unsafe?
Right, and that's why we're moving forward.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
But I just did not want the perception that
It was all okay.
fire seems like everything's okay and.
So we're good, right, right.
So any other questions for staff? Good afternoon. Could you give us your names and addresses for the record, please?
Thomas Evans, 5234 9th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33710.
All right, and are you going to speak too, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, she's going to speak probably more in my behalf than me. She knows more about the situation than I do.
Stephanie Rossico, 5234 9th Avenue North, St. Pete, Florida, 33713.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Evans, you need to do something about the place where all of those people were living. They can't be like that.
They, there was a fire there. And,
There was a fire there?
The insurance company came, they sent out the check to fix that area, and in order to get the permits to pull the wall down, we have to wait for the check to be released, and that's all we're waiting on.
You have to wait for whom to leave?
The checks to be released.
Oh, from the insurance company.
They're waiting on insurance settlement is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
When was the
insurance-
fire?
Huh?
When was the fire?
On the 27th, that's why,
27th of
February.
February. So the day before the city went out and checked it, there was a fire.
So that's what triggered us. We were notified of the fire.
Yeah.
And that's why we were out.
Okay.
Can I ask what the cause was?
One of the.
I'm assuming, but I can't, I don't want to assume.
Sorry, it's not funny, but what was the cause of the fire, do you know?
People had a electric bike battery plugged in to an extension cord.
Oh, that's dangerous, yeah, it sparked.
But just so you guys realize what's going on here, the city has recommended that you get 5 days to fix all this, to make this to make it a safe structure. If I get this wrong, correct me, Mr. Wall.
Yeah, they want that back wall taken down.
You get 5 days, and if you don't do it within 5 days, depending on what we decide, they're recommending fines accrue at the rate of $250 a day against your property.
We understand.
Okay.
Can we do it in 5 days?
No, we gotta wait for the
No.
check.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Do you have the money for the permit?
Mr. Evans, are you working with any contractors? Are you planning to do this work yourself? Are you gonna rally the troops from the boarding house that help you? Like, what's the plan?
We have a contractor.
You do have a contractor?
We've got one.
And he's started the permitting process because there's permits needed as well?
Not yet. He's gotta come out and give us estimates.
Okay, so when is he coming out to do the estimate?
I can call him out today.
Okay.
Just so, and we heard that the fire marshal, or deputy fire marshal had said that the numbers have gone down, but there are still people living in those units, those boarding units? No, they're empty now? Okay.
All right.
That's my fault. They were just a homeless couple that I knew for a lot of years. I had a big screening room. I said, look, you're sleeping guy at a convenience store. Just moving, I got a little air conditioner, it'll be comfortable. So they've been there a couple of years.
And then they brought some other people in that he was too afraid to tell them to leave.
They just moved some people and they just moved them in.
Yeah,
All of
but
a sudden.
they're gone now.
They're gone.
They've been trespassed and.
Okay, that's good, because it wasn't safe for him either. All right, so if there are no more questions.
Well, I mean, just amongst us, the city's position is it's still unsafe.
Yeah.
And so therefore, we have to react accordingly.
It sounds like they're aware that it's.
Yeah, I mean, it's just,
Well, I mean,
We'll put him out of his house.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah.
but I
We
mean,
need
are
to
there,
talk
I
into
guess,
our mics.
there's some things, what I didn't realize that was your assumption. I was thinking there are things that could be done that could mitigate the unsafe conditions without having to, for him to leave.
All the extension cords are removed. All the cords.
That's what I was just going to ask you, if it would be possible to leave, at least take all the extension cords out and reduce that risk of a future electrical fire, and also, possibly buy some goodwill with the city that you're trying to do something while waiting for this insurance settlement to help you do the demolition of the wall. But also, I want to be sympathetic to your situation, but I do also have to just look at the facts here. I mean, in February, you got notified about this. When did you reach out to a contractor to potentially help you with that demolition? And that's recent. It sounds like you said you were.
He's a friend of mine he's a friend of mine that's a contractor, but he's just been busy. He hasn't been able to come out yet.
I can understand. They're all busy, but do you see what I'm trying to say? Is if you had started on the contractor route in March, we're in June, you'd have more to show to the city of, hey, this is what we've done.
I did make numerous trips to Bay Pines, and
He's been in and out of the
I've
hospital.
been in and out of the hospital a lot.
I have a question.
Bay Pines, thank you for your service.
Bay Pines, I've been to St. Anthony's, I've been to Palms of Pasadena.
He's been quite a few times.
So, what's listed here is unsafe structure, so I get that part. And I was thinking, whatever time frame we give them, would you guys then go and look and say, okay, it's the unsafe piece of it has been mitigated, and there's still work to do that needs permits and all that other stuff, but I'm trying to figure out, are we giving them time to mitigate the unsafe conditions, or was it time to get everything dealt with? I'm trying to figure out what it is that's in front of us right now.
Yes, so the permitted conditions is part of the unsafe issue, right? All that was constructed without permits. Now, a lot of this, not a lot of it, but some of it comes from fires findings with all of the number of people, the electrical that was running every which way in there. So if that's reduced, obviously that minimizes that risk for a fire, but it's really combined because there's no record of any permits being filed for that structure. There's electrical in there. We have no idea how that was constructed, how the electrical was run. So until that whole entire situation in the back is resolved, this case does not get resolved.
I hear you. I get that. I completely understand what you said. But for example, there are other people who come in front of us that had work done that wasn't permitted, but it's not classified as unsafe, so we may give them a much longer window to go deal with the permit. But because this is considered unsafe, I'm looking at it through a different lens, is what I'm trying to say, or should we be?
Yeah, no, I think you should be. Again, the photographs, when we show you pictures of an unpermitted addition or something like that, typically it's a standard, they're doing construction, right? This is a whole different scenario.
Right.
And that's why it's categorized as such. Okay. The occupancy of individuals living in there, I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into us categorizing as unsafe compared to just, oh, they did an addition and it was never permitted.
Yeah, and there's nothing saying that somebody won't go squatting in there tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was my question. When, and I'm sure you said this, when was the last time you were at the property?
We were last there on June 20th.
The 20th. And
Yes.
after the 20th, what we saw was the state of this situation with all the extension cords and all that.
No, those pictures were older pictures. Those pictures were from the inspection on February 28th.
Okay, so when you were there on the 20th, what did it look like?
We couldn't see inside. We could only view it from the right of way, so there wasn't much to see as far as interior conditions.
So they don't know.
Yeah, to your point, okay, what I was trying to get to, or what I'm trying to figure out in my head is, if we act in a unsafe condition mode and say, I'm just hypothetically give them a short window to react, Mr. Wah is saying, the city is saying, well, yeah, but all these permitting issues are all wrapped up in that unsafe thing, which we know is not going to happen in the very near term.
No.
So whatever fine we assess per day is going to start accruing right after this short window that we give them. Because there's nothing, what I was trying to get at is there's some short-term action they can take to get out of the unsafe condition, then give them more time to deal with the permitting. But the city's, I think what I heard was, no, you can't separate the two.
And I guess I have a question for the city. If you were able to get inside and look in the structure and see that the extension cord's been removed, there's nobody living there, and that they're doing what they can do with their limitations. Is that, from a safety perspective, does that change your situation at all? Or are you locked in on?
I mean, I think that that's information we could provide to either the board or to the magistrate, obviously at the next hearing, that those measures have been taken, but it wouldn't completely remove that.
No, and I understand that.
And, I mean, we don't have the legal authority to just enter structures. You know, the reason that fire was able to was because of the fire that occurred, the number of people in there, and then that was considered lodging at that point in time. They have a much higher legal standing. Right, and then that brought us in. And so from this point moving forward, unless the owners provide us the access to verify and view that, then we don't have the legal authority just to go in.
So, Mr. Evans, would you be open to allowing the codes investigator to come in and take a look at that structure? It might help you with this overall situation.
Certainly, yes.
Certainly you would. Okay, so that's, Mr. It doesn't change where we are today. No,
That's good.
It doesn't change today.
Or in the
Yeah.
right direction, but still, whatever we decide from a time span and an amount to be.
It's gonna happen. Yeah.
Going to start.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I just, to the city's point, I think that would allow when, whether it's us or magistrate, that information would be there.
I also think that it's incumbent upon us, because the city is telling us, and, you know, we agree, I think, that it is unsafe. We have to react accordingly.
I don't disagree.
What's the
I'm in
reality
agreement.
of you going back within 30 days to see what it looks like in there?
That could absolutely be done as long as the property owners agree to that.
To be honest with you, it's kind of a waste of time,
Yeah.
a waste of code's time.
It's not gonna change the
No, I mean, the
situation.
permitting issue is tied up in this unsafe condition, and
Right.
that's not
So
gonna,
the first
I mean,
step number one is for them to get a demo permit in.
yeah. Well,
So
and do what they can to mitigate some of the unsafe conditions
So-
like electrical.
So they need to get their contractor to give them an estimate and get the permit rolling. Because again, whatever time we give you, the longer you delay to getting that permit, the more time is eaten
How
up.
much is a permit?
They're free until the end of July.
Okay, well, I'll get a permit, I can get a permit.
Get one this week. We're
This
getting one
week, today.
I don't know that you can pull a demo
We can
permit.
get the application in this week, probably.
Yeah.
And we get that
Yeah.
in this week.
Can the
I
home,
wanna do everything as soon as I can.
Owner occupied homestead property, they could apply
okay.
for a permit.
So yes, you can submit your own demo permit, and I would do that as quickly as possible.
The first thing is to eliminate the unsafe conditions, right?
Which have been done.
Right,
Yeah.
as long as you make sure that there's nobody in there and there's no extension cords and everything.
Nobody can be in that back area, right?
Yep. Still the same.
And that demo permit is very important because as Chair will point out to people regularly, once you get an approved permit, it puts this codes case on hold while you go through that permit process. Now, that doesn't start just when you apply for the permit, it's when you're approved for the permit, but you can't get approved till you apply, so that's stepwise. You gotta apply for the permit first.
Yes, exactly. So whatever number of days, whether it's 15, whether it's 30, or whether it's 60, unless they have that permit in place and they can get
Yeah.
the work done,
There's
there's
You gotta
no,
get the permit first.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta,
You gotta have it.
they may apply and get the permit and not be able to do the demo until they get the insurance check.
Agreed, yeah. Mr. Evans, do you have Mr. Howard's contact information for your codes investigator? Please get that after today, because that's your conduit to the city for the codes issues. Now, the permitting is a different process, but keeping him informed of what you're doing and trying to do, it's gonna help you in this overall process.
Okay.
What we don't want is for you to get leaned out of your home.
What?
We don't want you to start accruing these daily fines.
No, that's what I want.
We want you to stay in your home. We don't want, to give you a huge debt that you have to pay off. We want you to get it fixed and stay safe in your home. Okay?
Yeah. How long have we been waiting on this insurance check?
So can we read something, please?
So sorry, what?
I'll try.
Yeah.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Thomas Evans and Mark Evans to correct the violations within 20 days or by July 15th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I didn't know where to go. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think there's an easy answer. I think that feels generous. I appreciated the reduction in the fine and the 20 days. I mean,
the city's
maybe
recommending 5 days.
Yeah, that's quite a stretch. I'm comfortable with.
And I realize, I think the standard fine for unsafe condition is what, $250? So, I mean, if you guys feel like I made that too lenient, let me know.
I don't think 20 days is long enough, but.
I'm with Ally. I was
He's not gonna
thinking
get
more like
anything done in
30.
20 days.
No, I agree. I couldn't agree more. And that's why I had the fairly lengthy discussion
Yeah.
with the city about, can we segregate the unsafe condition
Well,
versus
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Segregating doesn't do anything to change what's on the ground. Our decision has to be,
Yeah,
can
but
we?
if the city considers something unsafe, isn't it our obligation to get them to address it quickly?
Well, I'm
Chair, if I
thinking if
can-
the fire marshal is allowing it, then
Well,
they
the fire
reduce the
marshal.
Well, the fire
occupancy
marshal's-
as
That's
far
just
as
a
we
body count.
know.
Yeah, that's just
Okay.
True.
math.
Mr. Waugh?
Just for the board to take into consideration, whether you give 25, 30, or 45 days, it comes back to the same hearing.
Right.
August 26th. The only thing that changes is when those fines start to accrue.
Right.
So,
Okay, well, that's good input. I mean, so we can lengthen 20 days to something longer, and they don't have to show
Coming
up. They
back
come
to the
back to the same meeting.
Either way,
it applies.
We're just deferring the fine accruing.
Right.
correct. And I don't think the fine accrual is going to have the same impact in this case as it might in others. I think
Only in a negative.
exactly. Yeah,
I mean, are you guys okay with up in the time?
I'm comfortable with that.
And I mean, how do you feel about the $100 per day? Do you want to leave that
Fine's
alone?
fine.
I'm fine
I'm
with
okay
that.
with that. I
Yeah.
don't like 20 days.
I don't want to wake up tomorrow and read that these
Yeah.
people burnt down in their house.
Yep.
No, I agree with you.
Agreed.
I think he needs more time, but we can vote. That's fine.
Let's amend it if you're going to.
Yep.
And then we'll vote it
Okay,
out.
all right. I'll amend it to correct the violations within 45 days or by August 9th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $100 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Let's vote.
O'Suckles?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, you have 45 days to get that demo permit issued. Go, go, go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Good luck to
Good
you.
luck, and please stay in touch with Mr. Howard.
Mr. Howard, if you could see them out in the hall.
You can go out that way, sir. Or-
Item 55.
Hold up, so Mr. Howard needs to catch up to you, so wait up in the hall, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Item 55, True Luxury Properties, Investigator Jose Rodriguez.
There's no answer in there.
I am Jose Rodriguez, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 55, case number 25-12988 regarding property located at 1301 Prescott Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. Property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a codes follow-up case. Property was first inspected on February 18th of 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of March 14th of 2025. Property was last re-inspected on June 11th of 2025, and the following violations still exist. Permits required for work completed and being done on structures, windows and doors installed, observed bare studs on interior, drywall removed, floor joist removed, electrical and plumbing, accessory structure and disrepaired, rear property, door and window are missing, and if replaced, permit is required, and remove all vegetation from accessory structure, including roof. And also roof and disrepair on accessory structure, and if that's replaced, permits will be required. 0 out of 3 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, was posted at the violation address on June 9th of 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 22996, page 0774. My last contact with the owner prior to today was on June 12th of 2025, and owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are there's a new duplex permit number 25-02-000041, which remains in process. The permit at that time that was checked did not include the accessory structure, and the last action was ready for corrections as of June 16th of 2025. I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on January 22nd of 24 and June 11th of 2025, document CEB 0611259988, JR and photos 1 through 6. First photograph, this is of the interior as work was being done. The elevation of the property. Side view of the property, new windows installed and new doors installed here. You can see a new section of wall right here. This is a close-up. Again, new doors, new walls. Accessory structures, vegetation on top of the accessory structure, missing window and missing door right here. And just a close-up of the missing door on the accessory structure. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence, exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Can you tell me where we are with the permit? You said it was in process. Has it been returned for correction?
Correct. So the last action that I saw as of today was ready for corrections as of June 16th of 2025.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I had a question. So just so I can understand the configuration, you said they applied for a duplex, so the house is going to be a duplex and then the ADU is a separate?
Yeah, the ADU is that's separate. So the accessory structure is separate. That is not with the repairs that need to be done to it, just not included on the permit at this time that I've seen.
Okay, and the permitting is for the house that's going to be a duplex?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't a duplex before?
And my understanding is no.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Shana Nesbitt, 10059 Celtic Gas Drive, Ruskin, Florida, 33573.
Okay, and your connection to True Luxury Properties?
Owner.
You're the owner, okay. So what's going on this property?
So it was originally my grandmother's house, and she passed away, so my auntie was taking care of it, and she just didn't want to take care of it anymore, so I kind of took the responsibility. I had a contractor the first time, and they came in and kind of like demolished the house, fixed it up, but had no permits. So they left. So I'm in the process of trying to sue them right now. I got new contractors now. They're trying to do the renovations, but we're just going back and forth with permitting right now. So we just have to wait for the permits to be approved, and we can just start doing the work on the house.
Okay. What are your plans for the accessory structure?
So the house is like a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, and then the back portion of the house has always been like that. I guess it was changed and no one knew about it. So now that I'm putting permits and stuff, there's like this whole back part that nobody knew about. So I have to add that in the permits. It probably was like 30, 40 years ago that it happened. So now that we know that it's a whole addition, I was like, well, we might as well just make it a duplex. That may be an issue now. It came back saying that we had to get like a petition throughout the neighborhood for it to be approved. So I don't even know if I want to go through all that. I think I just want to get it fixed up and then just be done with it, because this is taking so long for us to get the permits. So that's going to be the new thing, just to get the to not make it a duplex anymore, submit just the renovations for that back part and just get it done.
Make it a single-family home.
Yeah, just get it over with, yes.
We understand that part.
And then there's like a little shed in the back that had the open window, the open door, and then the cactus on top of it. I had my guy go out there last weekend and he boarded it up. So he got the window, boarded the door, and then the cactus is off of the back portion of it.
That's good. Be sure and paint the securing boards.
Yeah.
Because that'll get you in trouble too.
Okay.
Do you plan to sell it or rent it when you
Rent it.
when you get it fixed up?
Yeah.
Long-term rental only, please.
Oh, right.
Does anyone else have any questions?
No chair.
Alrighty. Can somebody read, please?
I'll read something. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders True Luxury Properties to correct the violations within 90 days or by a date of September 23rd, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Sutcliffe?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 90 days. If you don't get the permit issued within that time, you'll get a notice to attend a special magistrate's hearing.
Okay.
Please attend that hearing and explain your circumstances.
Okay.
To get more time.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Item 81, property owner Carolyn Allen, investigator Jose Rodriguez. Carolyn Allen.
Item number 81, Carolyn Allen, 766 20th Ave South. I think we need to move on.
Yep.
Moving on. Item 91. Item 91, property owner Mary Ann Lynch, investigator Jose Rodriguez.
Okay.
I do have somebody here.
Hi, how are you?
Is this you too, Mr.?
It is, yes, ma'am. I was just trying to get the pictures up. I am Jose Rodriguez, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 91, case number 25-13723 regarding a property located at 545 18th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a multifamily structure, it's occupied by tenants. This is a tenant complaint case. Property was first inspected on March 11th of 2025 and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 3rd of 2025. Property was last re-inspected on June 16th of 2025 and the following violations still exist. No hot water in bathroom, no hot water in kitchen, gnats and flies in units and flying insects. A report from a licensed pest control operator showing proof of treatment will be required. 0 out of 3 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, delivered by certified mail, was posted at violation address on June 10th of 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 19256, page 2395. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $200 per day thereafter for non-compliance. There are no additional relevant facts regarding this case. I would like to enter into evidence exhibit number 1, photographs which is taken on June 16th of 2025 in document CB06 1625723JR and photographs 1 through 6. The first photograph is this is just showing this is actually spider webs, but there's some insects and stuff caught up in this area of this light fixture. It's another area within the structure where you see insects are actually building little nests and flying around. just elevation. It's unit 4. The unit the violation. Just the kitchen sink. There's no hot water there. Time of reinspection. Bathroom sink, again, no hot water at time of reinspection. An elevation of the structure, and the unit 4 is within this building. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Can you tell me if this is a hot water heater problem, they'll need a permit for that, correct?
Yes, so if it's a hot water heater problem that needs to be replaced, they will need a permit, correct? Yes.
Chair, if I may, was the photo of that light, was that an interior light or was that in the hallway?
That light was in the hallway, but as you're going up into the hallway, like it's
Yeah.
bug central.
Bug central.
But yes, so that's just one of the areas I happened to take a picture of when I was doing the reinspection.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for staff?
I do have a question. So there are compact hot water heaters that fit underneath, like in a commercial space. You don't want to do everything, but you want to do the sink and maybe the kitchen sink. And there's a compact that you put under. Does that require a permit?
Yeah, any installation of any type of
Hot water
mechanism to heat water would require a
under
permit,
the
especially
sink
in a,
compact or the big tank?
yeah, especially in a situation with this tenant-occupied property.
Okay.
And I had a question, because you said this is a fourplex?
Yes, I believe it's 4 units in that particular building, yes.
Okay, and so in the hallway, we know that there's bugs, but there's only one unit that's affected by no hot water or bug infestation?
There may be additional cases. This is just the one we have before us today.
The tenant made the complaint.
That's why I'm concerned.
For their unit.
Probably all like that.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the other 3 units are occupied or not at this time.
Okay, we can find out. Good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Eric Montes, address 368 4th Street, St. Pete, 33701. Property manager for Times Square. That tenant actually is not paying rent since December. We're working on eviction, and I have the paper. We signed it yesterday. We fenced it up the entire property right now. We're starting coming Monday to do that. We're working on eviction with that tenant. That's why he don't have hot water. He don't have anything.
Okay, no. No. No.
Yeah, that doesn't.
No, that doesn't work. So are there tenants in all of the units at
No, that's the only tenant he was paying rent, and he have everything, water, power, and everything. We're moving out into another property right now, and he's in the transition to move out this weekend. After July the 7th, we compound the entire property with fence and security 24/7 because nobody's longer working in the entire
In the first place, until you evict this tenant, you have to have hot water. You can't do that.
The problem is they stole everything in that in all the units, probably even in that unit. That's why they don't have hot water.
They don't have hot water. Why?
The tanks and the hot water, they stole it. They stole everything. The ACs,
Who's they?
trespassing tenants, they're not paying rent, and pretty much they stole the AC, and they take everything, and they file a complaint saying, well, we need to provide things, but they're the ones actually extolling everything.
So there are 4 units. 3 are empty, I'm assuming. And this is the last one. You're in the process of evicting this person.
Yes, sir.
And what is the plan for the property? You're gonna put a fence around. Are you gonna renovate it? Are you gonna demolish it? What are you gonna do with it?
That's something the owner is still deciding if it is gonna be somebody's gonna buy the property or they're gonna demolish everything. But in the meantime, they're gonna fence it out because we have too many trespassing on the properties going to another different buildings, pretty much homeless and stealing the windows, doors, everything. So in the meantime, starting July the 7th, we putting fence in the properties right now.
So when do you think this tenant is going to be out?
Hopefully by July the 7th, he's supposed to be out.
And just so I'm understanding, because I'm just struggling with
Yeah.
it. The reason they don't have water is because they stole the water, or
This-
did you
this-
turn off the water?
Yeah, the water is on. Even if the power is on because we left the power on for the police department when we have problems over there, or when neighbors call, then we have problems, they need to go and see inside the units, and so they need power. We're still paying power. They just even stole power from different buildings to streets.
Do
So
you have one master meter for the plumbing, or do you have individual?
no, that we have individual for each building.
Do they have locks on them?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
for each building, for each unit?
for each unit, yeah.
So back to the issue that we have here currently, if I heard Mr. Rodriguez appropriately, you need to have a certified or licensed pest exterminator come out and treat to clear that violation, right? If they have if they have a treatment done, that will take care of that. Okay, great. So I know you were fencing it and they're stealing the hot water heaters to sell the copper. I get it. Just have a bug guy come, give a treatment, give him the thing. It's not going to solve it, no. I don't know about the hot water stuff. That's a whole trickier wicket.
Question. So what I think we're hearing, the city has said, look, you have a tenant in there, they don't have any hot water, they got bugs, it's a problem, it's a code violation. The person representing the owner today is saying, we don't intend to do any of that because we're evicting this guy, this person, and then we're gonna fence off around it. We're not gonna go put in hot water and all that stuff. Are we supposed to wait for him to evict the guy, or are we supposed to say, no, you gotta go fix this stuff right now because you have someone in there?
But even if we gave him 15 days, that's after the time the guy would be out.
The guy would be out.
And if it's vacant, then
Does
the
this still-
violation goes away, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's if the eviction's been filed. I don't know if it's actually been filed at this point in time. But I think that the issue is that these conditions have existed, I'm pretty sure, since the hurricanes.
Right.
Because those properties flooded, there was lots of damage that occurred out there. So this is months in the making, not just within the past couple of weeks or months, you know.
And
here,
Ms.
so.
Lynch owns a lot of properties, too.
She does.
So she's well-versed in what she can do and what she can't.
Right.
You would assume, yes.
And so my question is, if they then just abandon this property, then what rules control that? What would they be required to, if you just walk away and you put a fence around it and you abandon it?
Yeah, so there's still property maintenance that has to be upkept. So they have to mow the yard, mow the grass, they have to keep the property secure. If there's any other exterior violations, which there are, we have other cases, we'll still proceed with those. Just walking away or kicking everybody out and then putting a fence around it doesn't solve any of those other issues.
But
So-
it does these.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, we only proceed with interior violations when units are occupied.
right. The minute the tenant leaves, this is done.
This is done. All right, I guess we could still read something.
I have-
And-
No, today's the 12th.
And then if somebody gets evicted before our window comes
Then it's a moot
fruition,
point.
then it kind of
Yeah.
goes away, right?
We're still gonna work in the property after we fence it out. We need to working and cleaning because we cleaned maybe like a month and a half ago, and right now it's again destroyed. We have complaints about cities not picking the trash from the dumpsters over there. So pretty much we need to go and pick it up everything because cities just driving by. So that's an issue we still having it.
Soon enough, the sheriff is gonna do an eviction and serve it within 15 days.
It's,
Yeah, but,
it's law.
I mean, I'm kind of, from a,
Yeah, it depends on when he filed.
I don't know, you had showed us some paper, I don't know if that.
You filed for the eviction.
Yes, we filed for the evictions, and right here is the contract with the fence company. We're starting the work July the 7th. We're supposed to start last week, but with some issues in the property, we give it time to people. The only 2 tenants they actually paying rent. We give it time. Hey, you're paying rent. You're loyal to us. We're gonna move you to another place. And these people is like, okay, giving us time to we can move out, and we cannot put the fence with people inside because they're gonna close everything. And I don't want to give you the key to a tenant, open and close the door every time when they're moving things. So we give it like 2 weeks time period, and they're about finished moving everything. And this Saturdays.
Tenants that still need to move out?
No, they're moving in this next 3 days. They're gonna be out. They're not technically tenants because they stopped paying rent, but they come and ask, hey, I know we stopped paying rent, but we want to still living in the property. So do you have something affordable for us? And we offer something, as long as they keep paying the dues they have for the past months, and they be doing that. So.
And when did you file the eviction on the tenant?
The tenant, that one is filing eviction, if I'm not wrong, like maybe a month and a half ago, but it's a procedure with eviction. Well, we just finally.
So the eviction was a month and a half ago.
Mhm.
What was yesterday's receipt? The fence?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the fence company.
You held up a paper earlier, and I agree.
Yeah.
I was under the impression it was an
Yeah.
eviction paper, but it's not.
I would think eviction is close.
No, we just closed one eviction. This one is still open.
I'll take a cut at it if you guys ready.
go.
Yep. Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Mary Ann Lynch to correct the violations within 15 days or by July 10th, 2025. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $200 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Any discussion?
Nope, excellent.
Let's vote.
Alseclis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, 15 days.
Thank you so much.
Happy fencing.
Appreciate it.
Between the two of you today.
And we even separated this month, and it's still, we're on this.
Separated us too.
I couldn't have thought of a better way to close that out.
I know. Happy fencing.
Item 88, property owner J&R Construction Renovation, 2200 East Harbor Drive, South Trust. Investigator Jose Rodriguez.
I am Jose Rodriguez, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 88, case number 25-13295, regarding property located at 2200, East Harbor Drive South. I was sworn in at this meeting. Property is a multifamily structure occupied by tenants. This is a C-click fix case. Property was first inspected on February 26th of 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of April 3rd of 2025. Property was last re-inspected on June 10th of 2025, and the following violations still exist. Exterior walls with coating of grime and or mildew. Multiple windows were placed on structure without permit. Fascia disrepair at front of structure and fascia with bare wood. Disrepair to roof at front of structure. A permit may be required for repairs. Decorative metal support posts at front of structure is not connected to ground. Light globe missing on light fixture at second floor. Junk at front of property. One out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail. Was posted at the violation address on June 10th of 2025, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 21667, page 0534. During the course of my investigation, the last contact with the owner prior to today was on June 16th of 2025, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. There are no additional relevant facts regarding this case, and I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on June 10th of 2025, document CEB 0610252995, JR, and photos 1 through 8. First photograph, the decorative support post that is not connected to the ground. A photograph of some of the junk, trash, and debris, the front of the property. Fascia disrepair right here and roof disrepair. This is the mold and mildew and grime type substance that's on the exterior wall. It's a missing light globe. It's one of the windows that's been installed without a permit. More junk, trash, and debris at the rear of the property. Elevation of the property. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence, exhibit number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Does anybody have questions for staff?
Do you know how many tenants are in there?
My understanding is 2, one upstairs, one downstairs.
Duplex. Okay. Any more questions for staff? Good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Jason Medeiros, 4454 Winding Willow Drive, Palm Harbor, 3468.
Okay, so in your connection to J&R Construction Renovation?
No connection whatsoever. I'm manager for 2200 East Harbor Drive South LLC, which is the proper owner of this property. J&R Construction was, I think, 2 or 3 owners back in the record.
Okay, we're gonna have to take a look into that.
220 East Harbor Drive South Trust is on the ownership.
Oh, it's one of those where it lists multiple.
It is.
Yeah, it's like a dash,
2200.
where it's like both.
This is, my LLC is 2200 East Harbor Drive South LLC. It's as distinct from
That's listed as a
any trust.
Yes, okay, all right.
She's just looking at a minute sheet, so is that what?
So it's listed as 2200 East Harbor Drive South Trust, and then the trustee is listed as J&R Construction Renovation LLC on the property appraiser, which is how it's written.
Yeah, the trust is not my trust. 2200 East Harbor Drive South LLC is a completely distinct entity.
And that's you?
Correct. I'm the manager, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Are we good with him?
Give us a moment, sir.
Sure.
I've been reading them all day. Yes, I love it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it looks like in the deed, 2200 East Harbor Drive South LLC is who it was deeded to. For some reason, property appraiser's current record, even at this point, says it's J&R Construction Renovation as the trustee of the 2200 East Harbor Drive South Trust. So, let me just check one more thing.
Mm-hmm. But he's looking to see if there was a change. Give us just a minute.
It's always the last one, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, so it looks like there's conflicting information on property appraiser's website. So right now, my recommendation would be just to, we would remove this. And I apologize to the property owner for being here all day. At this point,
It was educational.
Yeah, well, we haven't made proper notification based on, I mean, technically, I guess you could argue that we did because that's what property appraiser listed, but that doesn't match up with the deed. So if you were all to make a ruling and then potentially liens got placed, it would go against the wrong entity and everything else, so.
Yeah.
safer to remove.
There's
Yes.
several reasons why the property appraiser might not,
I've caught up.
yeah, they might have questions, but we just can't
Don't know.
know, we don't know, so.
Okay.
Might be safer to rewrite it.
So Mr. Waugh, do you need to speak with this gentleman to try to get it straightened out now, or?
I mean, at this point, we would be contacting the property appraiser to determine, if there's a reason, as Ms. Haggett referenced, that they didn't recognize that most recent deed that was recorded, or that might flag for them that, oops, we have an error here and we need to upload it. Certainly, if you're the owner of the property, I would contact property appraiser as well on your own accord and try to verify that. And then once the records were updated appropriately to reflect the accurate ownership information, we would then restart this
the
process. Yes.
So look at it as a free gift of time to get some of this list done before the
Thank
things
you, I
go
will.
on.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and sorry you had to wait all day.
Sorry for
Not a
all
problem.
day for you.
Yeah, have a good day.
You too.
Great way to end. Happy fencing.
Oh, God.
That's gonna be our motto.
I think so. I think so.
That was supposed to be heard, that didn't get heard.
Come on, man. Give me a break. I'm so tired. All right, so we're gonna do the read-in, so we all get a.
Have you been sworn in yet?
Not yet.
Do that while she uploads this. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks. And also, if you're here for a lien release and you haven't been sworn in.
No, it's a different here. Just
No,
wait a
we have to
second.
do it when then? Okay.
It's a different thing.
It's a different thing for a city girl.
They
And
can't
it is
just
for
all
the
be
public?
sworn in at the same time.
For a swear.
Let's just, we'll keep it separate.
Ah,
It's a different.
uh-huh.
I was trying to buy you time.
It's all right, we waited this long all day, 5 more minutes isn't gonna, this computer just, this database that I work off of is just very slow.
It's old.
Well, I think I'm gonna go.
Rita is not here, and
Nope.
wrong mouse. That's why it wasn't doing anything. Look right.
Item number 1, Thomas Gerard Amin and Susan K. Collins.
I am Kylie Noonan, Codes Investigator Supervisor for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 1, case number 25-13318, regarding property located at 6941 7th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 3 has been removed. Item number 2, Joseph M. Whipple, sorry.
Case number 25-14011, regarding property located at 6710 Mango Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 3 has been removed. Item number 4 has been closed. Item number 5, William J. Whipper Jr. and Candace L. Whipper.
Case number 25-14861, regarding property located at 210 34th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 6 has been closed. Item number 7 has been closed. Item number 8, Nicholas James and Tisha Lynn Schroback.
Case number 25-6114, regarding property located at 218 80th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 9's been closed, number 11's been closed, number 12's been closed, number 13's been closed, number 14, Land Trust 2027, Affordable Real Estate Network.
Case number 25-15302, regarding property located at 2027 16th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 15 has been closed. Item number 16, St. Petersburg Neighborhood Housing.
Case number 25-13182, regarding property located at 1521 22nd Ave South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 17's been removed. Item number 18's been closed. Item number 20, Injury in Bella Block.
Case number 24-18660, regarding property located at 7401 13th Avenue North. Department recommends 10 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 21, Tina and Alex Boving.
Case number 25-14608, regarding property located at 7970 26th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 22, Joanne E. Buck.
Case number 21-21107, regarding property located at 2370 80th Street North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 23 has been removed. Item number 24 has been closed. Item number 25, Teresa Rich.
Case number 25-14024, regarding property located at 2972 66th Way North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 26, Nadia T. Switchell.
Case number 24-18816, regarding property located at 8029 24th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 27, item number 28, item number 29 has been closed. Item number 30, item number 31, item number 30 has been closed. Item number 31 has been removed. Item number 32, DMM Management Company LLC.
Case number 25-6290, regarding property located at 1800 Montana Ave Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 33, Sally M. McCauley.
Case number 25-935, regarding property located at 4530 Bayshore Boulevard Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 34, Y&H House Remodeling LLC.
Case number 25-10115, regarding property located at 4490 Indianapolis Street Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 35 has been removed. Item number 37 has been closed. Number 38 has been closed. Item number 40, Angela A. Vovilla.
Case number 25-15045, regarding property located at 1158 35th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 42 has been removed. Item number 43 has been closed. Number 44 has been closed. Number 45 has been closed. Number 46, Linda G. Advent Estate.
Case number 24-18841, regarding property located at 1200 15th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 47, Beatrice W. Beecham.
Case number 25-13297, regarding property located at 1363 14th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 48 has been removed. Number 49 has been removed. Number 50, Malik Oliver Estates LLC.
Case number 24-18489, regarding property located at 1311 9th Ave South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 51, Progy Group Investments LLC.
Case number 25-5281, regarding property located at 938 13th Ave South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 52, Properties R Us Incorporated.
Case number 24-15525, regarding property located at 1309 10th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 53, Second Half Properties 3 LLC.
Case number 24-21570, regarding property located at 2024 12th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 54 has been closed. Item number 56, USA Housing and Urban Development.
Case number 25-13792, regarding property located at 960 James Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 57, AVBH Bel Air LLC.
Case number 25-13488, regarding property located at 1200 102nd Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 58's been closed. Number 59's been removed. Item number 60, Constance D. Haas Trust.
Case number 25-13428, regarding property located at 9667 Treasure Lane Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 61's been closed. Number 62's been closed. Number 63, Gregory Lean.
Case number 25-14422, regarding property located at 9499 Treasure Lane Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 64 has been closed. Item number 65 has been removed. Number 66, BAF Assets 3 LLC.
Case number 25-11399, regarding property located at 239 93rd Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 67, William C. Blossom.
Case number 25-2839, regarding property located at 9026 First Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 68, Jenny A. and Alan West Dupes.
Case number 25-11449, regarding property located at 138 94th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 69, Xian Meng and Lena Sai.
Case number 25-11412, regarding property located at 311 92nd Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 71's been closed. Number 72, John T. Costantino.
What was 72? 70 though. Was that one?
That one was.
Case heard?
Yeah.
Okay, so that shouldn't be in there. Okay. 72?
Yes.
Okay.
John T. Constantino.
Case number 25-6898, regarding property located at 2424 3rd Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 74, number 75, number 76, number 77 have been closed, and number 78 and 79 have been removed. Item number 81, Carolyn Allen.
Case number 24-18561, regarding property located at 766 20th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 82, Richard A. Byler, Revocable Trust, Richard A. Byler, trustee.
Case number 24-17273, regarding property located at 520 26th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 83 has been removed. Item number 85, Eddie Disgraves.
Case number 24-16051, regarding property located at 800 16th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 86, DeSoto Real Property LLC.
Case number 25-14568, regarding property located at 2409 Oakdale Street South, Unit 1. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 87, Islamic Society of St. Petersburg.
Case number 25-12636, regarding property located at 2326 5th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 88 has been removed. Item number 90, Lux 3 Studio LLC.
Case number 25-12900, regarding property located at 821 West Harbor Drive South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 92, Alan May.
Case number 25-14231, regarding property located at 667 25th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 94 has been removed. Item number 95 has been closed. Item number 97, Peace House LLC.
Case number 24-20153, regarding property located at 1531 5th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 98 has been removed. Item number 100 has been closed. Number 101 has been closed. Item number 103 has been closed. Item number 104. Tuvina L. Smith and Virginia Gomez.
Case number 23-20533, regarding property located at 644 23rd Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 107 has been closed. Number 109 has been removed. Number 110 has been removed. And number 111, Now Investments Incorporated.
Case number 25-13153, regarding property located at 1821 28th Street North. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 114 has been closed. Number 116 has been closed. Number 117 has been removed. Number 119 has been closed. Number 120 has been removed. And number 121, Peter Trueblood.
Case number 24-17186, regarding property located at 1892 Nevada Ave Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 122 has been removed. Number 123, Kirkin and Christopher Shanigan.
Case number 25-11852, regarding property located at 5810 Venetian Boulevard Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 124, Marco Javier Soto.
Case number 25-12973, regarding property located at 3555 26th Street North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 127 has been removed. Number 131, number 132 has been removed. Number 133, Ellie Gaines.
Case number 24-16073, regarding property located at 2417 5th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 134 has been removed. Number 135, number 136 has been closed. Number 137, Willeen Shea Estate.
Case number 25-115, regarding property located at 2951 Emerson Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 138, Terravest Equity Group LLC.
Case number 25-12426, regarding property located at 2575 14th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 139 has been removed. Number 140, Jorinda V. Carwell.
Case number 25-5278, regarding property located at 720 38th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 141 has been closed. Number 142, Goodwin and Matthews LLC.
Case number 24-11969, regarding property located at 500 39th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 143, Goodwin and Matthews LLC.
Case number 24-20122, regarding property located at 500 39th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 144 has been closed. Number 145, David A. Hunley. 145.
I don't have it. Whose is it?
It's Zone 15.
That's Jeff.
I will call down to Margie to see if she can.
I mean, I can just read it in. Or do you want to make sure that it's, we'll skip it for now and I can read it at the end. Number 146 has been removed. Number 147 has been closed. Number 148, Dennis Owen Reese and Elizabeth Ann Reese.
145. Should have been Jeff's. Case number 24-18692, regarding property located at 532 Dolphin Ave Southeast. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 149 has been removed. Number 150 has been closed. Number 152 and number 153 has been removed. Number 154, Michael Corwin Healy.
Case number 24-18831, regarding property located at 234 29th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 155, Tricia Sue Ruby.
Case number 25-2264, regarding property located at 824 30th Avenue North. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 156, Donald Ivan Jacobson, trustee, and Evelyn Harry Jacobson, trustee.
Case number 25-13631, regarding property located at 3301 58th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 157 has been removed. Number 158, Donald Ivan Jacobson, trustee, and Evelyn Harry Jacobson, trustee.
Case number 25-13893, regarding property located at 3301 58th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 159, Donald Ivan Jacobson trustee and Evangeline Harry Jacobson trustee.
Case number 25-13901 regarding property located at 3301 58th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 160 has been closed, number 161 has been removed, number 162 has been closed, number 163, My Herrera Group LLC.
Case number 25-14970 regarding property located at 3020 Coral Way South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 164 has been closed, number 165 has been closed, number 168 has been removed, number 169 has been closed, number 170 has been removed. Number 171, Rika LLC, Build Your Future LLC.
Case number 24-20056 regarding property located at 4400 6th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Item number 172, RS Rental 3-A LLC.
Case number 25-12993 regarding property located at 2510 38th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 173 has been closed, number 174, Bessie Mae Stewart.
Case number 25-12434 regarding property located at 3633 6th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 175, Selena N. Woods.
Case number 25-12471 regarding property located at 3432 17th Ave South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day. Fact sheet into evidence.
Number 176, Islamic Society of St. Petersburg.
Case number 25-6584 regarding property located at 2400 6th Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $200 per day.
Item number 177 has been removed, item number 179 has been removed, item number 180 has been removed. Am I reading that in?
Item 145 is the last one.
Okay.
Does she there is.
Okay. Item number 145, David A. Hunley. Address is 2136 Bonita Way South. Recommendation is 25 days, $150 per day. Fact sheet and evidence. That concludes the read-in.
I move that the board make the findings of fact and conclusions of law as set forth in the standard written order of the board in each and every case just presented by the code investigator, and order that the compliance timeframes and penalties as recommended be imposed for each case.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote, please.
Leseclas?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, this concludes the June 2025 Code Enforcement Board hearing. We will next move to the lien release hearing. And get over here. Okay. Welcome to the June 2025 Code Enforcement Board hearing. At this time, we will hear lien release requests. The lien release hearing is for cases where a code enforcement lien has been certified and the property owner or their agent is now seeking release of the lien. We have received a written report regarding each of these requests. These cases will be heard as follows. The City's Codes Compliance Department will announce each case with the address, applicant, case number, and applicable liens. We will hear testimony from the applicant regarding the request. We may ask any questions of either the applicant or staff. After hearing the testimony and the answers to any questions, we may do any of the following. Take no action, which will leave the existing liens in place, or take affirmative action to direct staff to release the lien in its entirety or release the lien in consideration of a payment of a specified amount of the lien within a specified period of time. Once heard by the Code Enforcement Board, lien release requests will not be reconsidered by either entity for 180 days unless the property ownership changes. So, if you're here for lien release and you are going to give testimony, we ask that you stand and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
And would you do us a roll call, please?
Wilson.
Here.
Schneider.
Here.
Hensler.
Here.
Rooney. Hanshaw.
Here.
Wait. Alseklis.
Here. That's roll call.
Ready to dive right in? Okay. First up, we have LR1, property address 5025 32nd Avenue North. Current owners are Brent Tenney and Jennifer Jackson. The total amount of liens in this case are $21,900, and they're associated with case number 21-29878 for a permit violation.
Mr. Wall, could I stop you for a moment? If Mr. Tenney or Ms. Jackson are here, could you please come to the podium?
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Wall.
Of course. So getting into the history of the case, on January 25th of 2022, we left a telephone message with the owner, and then in May, we posted the notice of hearing addressed to the owner, the notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner's return as unclaimed, and therefore we posted it at the address on May 11th. At the May public hearing, there was no attendance, so the board provided the city's recommendation of 25 days. July 12th, we had a telephone conversation with the owner regarding the permit and the next hearing. There was representation at the July 26th hearing. The lien was extended by 30 days by the magistrate. That brought it back to the October 25th meeting. Lien was once again extended by the magistrate for 45 days. And then in January of 23, there was no representation, and that's where the total lien amount of $21,900 was certified against the property. On February 9th, we had a telephone conversation with the owner regarding the lien notice and then the potential for lien release. The February 21st hearing that was attended, the lien was extended by 60 days. And then in April, the permit that was needed was active, and therefore it was removed from the enforcement process. However, the permit expired, and then it was brought, it was scheduled to be taken back to CEB January 17th of 24. We notified the owner about getting the permit reactivated. It was scheduled then for a May 22nd hearing where there was no attendance, but the board provided 25 days. We then followed up with a telephone conversation in June regarding the active permit, and then the case was once again closed out at that point in time. And I believe we have Mr. Tenney here to represent the property.
Yes.
All right, sir.
Permit hasn't received inspections yet.
Would you please give us your name and address for the record, sir?
My name is Brent Tenney, 5025 32nd Ave North, St. Pete.
Okay, and this is your primary residence?
Yes.
Okay, so what took you so long to get done here?
Bad contractors. So the first one obviously didn't pull a permit without my notification. I had no clue. I don't know what I'm doing and all that. Once I figured out after he did the roof, that's when I figured out I had an issue because you guys got involved. I let him go, didn't pay him for the rest of the job. I got Waco Construction involved. He handled everything else moving forward. Had to tear down what was already done and redo because the plans weren't correct.
Okay.
And then from there, he was handling everything for me.
Okay, what did you have done to your?
My carport was leaking, and all they had to do was fix my carport and redo my roof, and it turned into this.
Like the rodeo, huh?
Yeah.
So The hearings that you missed because you didn't get notice, or what happened?
Corey at Waco was supposed to handle all those, and he was taking over all that.
Okay, does anybody have questions of either staff or the applicant?
Well, I mean, just, I think a little deeper than where you were going, Chair, is in July of '22, there was a special magistrate hearing, and it was attended. I don't know who attended it, if it was you or your contractor representative, but that's good that it was attended. And 30 days were given, so 3 months later, there was another one, and it was attended. Again, good, 45 days given. And then in January, another one that if it were attended, we probably wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. And that's where the total amount of the liens that we're talking about today were certified, just for missing that one meeting.
Yeah.
What happened there?
I was actually out of the country, and Corey at Waco, who was handling this, he was in the hospital.
Any reason why it took them so long to do this?
I have not a clue. Corey handled all that. I know there was an issue with what he built wasn't right. It wasn't even right to the plans that he had. So to get all this fixed, he had to redo the plans, take it all back down and start over.
Chair, if I may, to just stick with the entire theme of the day, bad contractors,
Yes.
right? Unfortunately, but yet here we are, $22,000 against your house, and is the contractor here? No. Who's here? You are, as the homeowner, because it's your responsibility. So
Corey's not here.
Corey's not here. Corey, and I don't want to pile on, unfortunately, hard not to. He had to tear down what he built the first time.
No, he had to tear down what the other guy built.
But then he built his carport was okay, but it just took 2 years? I mean,
on top of that, my roof just blew off, so that's why I'm here trying to get this released. Because insurance is dragging me out.
And I'm sorry, I missed what you just said, because that was my question. Why are you doing it today?
Well, I've been busy, but I'm trying to get this released because I have to refinance my house to fix the roof that I lost in the hurricane.
So we got it fixed, and the hurricane took it.
I'm still fighting with insurance on that, but I got to get it it
So it got fixed, it got torn down because it wasn't fixed, then it got fixed again, then it got blown off.
Yeah.
Wow.
I would burn that carport down.
Yes. Well, it's my whole roof now.
Yeah, don't do that without a permit. It's just a joke. So here's the situation for me is that 2+ years that it took for the city to be involved, we pay for the time of the people who send notices and call you and come to these meetings, and it's hard to forgive the liens in their entirety when the city still had to pay for the staff time to chase after you for 2+ years. That's my position, Chair.
Okay.
That's a good position.
Anybody else with questions or comments?
I just had a question for the city. On May 22nd, where it says May public hearing, representative did not attend, but the board gave him 25 days anyway?
That's the standard.
Is that the standard?
That's the read-in, yeah.
That's the read-in?
Yeah.
That's what I needed to know. Okay.
I'll read something if you want.
If you could hold on just one second.
I'm sorry.
Is there another case for his current roof damage?
No.
Curious.
Not yet.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that in this matter for LR1, the lien be released in consideration of payment of $2,500 within 45 days.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion for $2,500 within 45 days. Any discussion?
I was in that ballpark.
Yeah, that's not far off from where I was at.
Alrighty, let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, sir, if you can pay $2,500 within 45 days, the rest of the lien will be released.
Okay.
The ladies will have some paperwork for you. We wish you the best of luck with your, another new roof.
Yeah, thank you.
Next case, sir.
All right, we have LR2. Property address is 2250 64th Street North. Current owners are Nicole Antonini and Anthony, is it Reggie? Reggie. The total amount of liens in this case are $59,400, and they are associated with case number 24-7056 for a short-term rental violation. Brief rundown of the case history. So July 8th of 2024, the notice of hearing was posted at the violation address. There was a telephone message from Nicole. We contacted her back and left a message. We then got the July notice of hearing that was addressed to the owner as being returned as unclaimed. Same day, we had another telephone conversation with the owner where they advised that they were going to change the listing dates. July 24th, there was an email. The owner stated that the booking is for their own travel but could not attend due to the birth of a child. The July 24th meeting moved forward. There was no representation. The board provided the city's recommendation of 10 days. August 27th, they brought it back to that special magistrate hearing. We recommended a deferral for city process, and that extended it by 25 days. When we reviewed the listing in September, there was only able to book for 30 days. The reinspection in January of 25, we were able to book for under 30 days in September, able to book for under 30 days in January, and then there were multiple new bookings and reviews. As you all know, we were not having hearings during from October through December, so it didn't bring it back until the January hearing. There was no representation, and a lien was certified in the amount of $52,400. That then brought it back to the following month, which was February, and another lien was certified in the amount of $7,000. On May 2nd, we noted that the property was listed for sale. I believe that the listing is currently active right now, but it is set at a 30-day minimum. And then the case was closed on May 2nd of 25.
Does anyone have questions for staff?
I do. They're asking that $7,000 of this be released, so they're okay with the 52.
No, they just forgot to type their second lien on their page.
That's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're asking for the whole thing to be
Yeah.
released. Yeah. Is what I got from it.
Well, the box at the top of the first page too says applicant
Released
request.
in their entirety.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you give us your name and address for the record?
Good afternoon. Nicole Antonini, 2250 67th Street North, St. Petersburg, 33710.
I'm sorry, would you read that address again?
2250 64th Street North.
Okay, is that your personal residence?
No, we moved to New York. 30 Blandford Lane, Fairport, New York, 14450.
Okay. Alrighty. Can you give us some idea as to why it took you almost a year to do something relatively simple and change your listings?
I'm embarrassed to say that we had no idea about the $57,000 or $52,000 lien. The only one that I had been notified about that I received was back in March 4th, when our tenant had sent us a picture of the document that was dropped at our house. Back in April, when we were notified about this restrictions, just to kind of, can I give you a little bit of backstory? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. We moved to St. Pete, long-term plan. I ended up getting pregnant, and we decided within a few weeks to move back home to Rochester. So this is now 6 months into moving here. Without knowing what we were going to do with the home, we just decided to put it up for Airbnb to figure out what we were going to do, sell it or keep it, whatever. We had no idea that there was a restriction in Pinellas County about the short-term rental. And when we were notified now in April, I spoke to Jess Summers. I adjusted the listing. This is now my first time using Airbnb for the first time as a platform. And I thought I was doing it right. So from April on, we thought we were within compliance. I reached out I canceled, I have proof of cancellation for March bookings in 2020-25 when we were notified. I also have all the proofs of all the listings that were canceled. I then reached out in I reached out in February 2025 now, so from April to 2025 to check in to see how the case was doing, if it was closed. That's when I was notified that it was still open. And it was a shock to me because I had not been notified, received any information since my last conversation with him in July after I had the baby, that anything had still been open. And so at that point, I started contacting Jeff Summers via email. I contacted everyone on the team to see why is it still open? Everything has been within 30-day rental requirement. And people from the team notified that there was inconsistencies. And I'm here to prove also that there are inconsistencies, not only with how it's perceived on your guys' end or the team's end and what the reviews look like, but also the booking. So I'm here to get a better understanding on how we got to this point of $52,000 plus a $7,000 in fines. I have no idea the itemized, fines, if you will. And I also cannot believe that there's liens on the home, and now I can't even move forward to sell the home because I want out. I do not want to have this rental property. I've lost sleep over it. I have a baby to tend to. So yeah.
I have a question. So in July of '24, it says here there was a telephone conversation with the owner, which I'm assuming is either you or
me.
With you, and you responded that you'll change your listings.
Mm-hmm.
Yet in September, and then in the following January, they were still able, the city went out to check, because that's what they do,
Mm-hmm.
and they were still able to make bookings for under 30 days. So what was the disconnect there?
After speaking with Airbnb, when I originally created the listing, I had set certain dates for it to be higher in price because we knew that March time, that was going to be prime time for rental. And that listing, that filter set in place now moving forward for next year. It wasn't until 2 attempts to talk to Airbnb that they notified me, or we figured out what the filter was that I had set on the back end that I had no idea about. The listing, my issue is with how it's being perceived on your guys' end. All it shows you for the team is to see that it says 3-day minimum, 4-day minimum, 5-day minimum. I get that looks bad, but we still have a last chance of approval, any requests that come through, and we did not accept any of that request. So I am being fined for something that you think, well, not you, but the team is assuming that just because it says you can book it for 3 days doesn't mean that I want that. I didn't even know that was an issue. And you can tell by my listing in the reviews, no reviews were without compliance from April on.
So it's your position that even though the website said these minimums, there was no one staying in the property for less than 30 days at a minimum after July of last year? No one stayed there for less than 30 days?
There was one in December, because I'm up to 3 that I can have, right? Mm-hmm. So there were a couple that I can give you, but definitely one in December, and that's it. And so my question to you is, how are we finding someone based on just what you assuming is just allowing, just because it allows you to book doesn't mean that it's going to get booked. I've canceled confirmation. I've canceled requests due to that. In addition to that, I just want to get my thoughts straight here.
Chair, if I may, so January 21st of 2025, it said multiple new bookings and reviews. So to your point of just seeing that there's a minimum available doesn't mean you've accepted the booking. I hear that. But why would people leave reviews if they hadn't stayed at the home?
I have proof. There was a rental to stay for 2 months, January to March 1st. Her review was posted March 1st. I have proof that Donna stayed January and February. She moved out or she left on March 1st, but yet Airbnb posted her review March 1st for March. And the listing says, the review says, stayed for longer than a week. What does that mean? It could be a week and a day. It could be 3 months. She was there for 2 months. So a lot of times I spoke to representatives on the team too. I have proof where on your guys' end, it might look like the review says stayed for about a week. I have proof that they booked for 2 months. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, and my take is I'm getting fined. I have a lien on my home. I can't sell the
Well, it's
house.
technically your second home.
Second home.
I mean, a lot of people, if you were here all day today, don't have the luxury of a second home.
Well, yes.
They barely have a first home. And some of them are living in boarding house rooms with, extension cords. So I hear that, but.
You said
You
you
don't
were
know.
confused as to how the amounts accrued?
Yes. I've
Well, I
never been
believe,
notified.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Waugh, what happens is, as you've heard, if you've sat in this meeting.
Oh, yeah.
If you do not come into compliance by a certain date, a fine per day, that's where these liens came from. Every day that you were not in compliance, another 200, 250, whatever the board accepted, keeps adding up. That's where all this money came from.
But I was in the impression that I was within compliance, and I was in contact via email, via phone number. So the issue here that I saw was that the address that was being used to contact me was through the property appraisal. That was not the correct address because I moved to New York.
The city know that.
And unfortunately, ma'am, that's on you.
That's your
It
responsibility.
is, and I don't mean to be I'm embarrassed. I am completely embarrassed. I cannot believe that it got to this point. But at the same time, I was in contact with Jeff Summers and multiple people on the team. I even disclosed that we had moved. I changed my USPS address. I thought I did what I was supposed to in that matter. I've moved a couple times. So I got that confirmed on August 2024. I moved my address, my forwarding address. Nothing ever came to me.
Because you didn't change your address on the property appraisers.
Yeah, I didn't even know. The second that I was notified that by Beatrice, I updated that right away. So I just feel like when I'm notified of something, I get it done. I didn't even know that there was hearings in place. I had no idea. The second that my husband...
Not on us.
But if you had been in contact with Mr. Summers, he would have most assuredly told you about the hearings.
No. Well, the first one, and that was when I was pregnant, July. You hear it, you see it right here. I was notified via phone call because I kept calling him. He did tell me, and I had a baby July 23rd.
Ma'am, do you have a sense of why short-term rentals is such a hot topic, not just on this board, but in the city of St. Pete?
Yeah, I've been doing research on it.
So what's your take of it?
I think there's a couple. And the one that stood out was, I think investors are coming up with, buying up rental properties and selling them for a profit or renting it for a profit and keeping away the ability for average, single
Affordable housing.
home. Yeah, absolutely.
Affordable housing.
Yeah.
That is the main issue.
Yeah.
In my neighborhood, we had a number of short-term rentals. I don't live in a wealthy neighborhood. They were not nice houses, but it allowed people that would have normally rented them either long-term or tried to purchase them from having somewhere to live. Look, I stay in Airbnbs. I get it. We all do, I'm sure, in some capacity. But to correct something you said earlier, it's not Pinellas County that has this short-term rental prohibition. It's the city of St. Petersburg. The county has a different set of standards and codes. So I hear you and I want to be empathetic to you, but if you make a decision to go into a business, it's incumbent upon you to do all of the research around that business, know all the rules, know all the laws. You had the ability to communicate with Mr. Summers.
With all due respect, it was not our plan to set this up. I got pregnant, I had a miscarriage. The second I got pregnant again, I wanted to move home to my mom. And I had no intention to set this up for Airbnb. I want to sell the home. I don't want anything to do with it. And I can't because of the liens.
You acknowledge that you should have to be responsible for some of this. Some of this is on you, correct?
So yes, 110%. When I originally booked the flight to come here, and when I submitted the information, that's why you see the $7,000, only the $7,000. I was not aware of the $52,000 until Lonnie sent me this information to my home, and it said $52,000. And I had
a home in New York or
Yes.
Florida?
New York.
So you did change it with the property appraiser's office?
Right after I was notified that that's why my mail was not coming to me, I immediately changed it. I had no idea. I tried to do everything within compliance. I'm not here to take advantage of anyone, of anything, or of any situation, but I don't believe that I was fairly notified. There was other ways of getting in touch with me too, that I had to be here for the hearing.
Legally, they have to mail it to you, ma'am, legally.
But I heard
Just as it is your perception
Yeah.
that there are other ways that the city should have reached out to you, we can say you should have reached out to the city in other ways.
I did. I've been in contact with Summers via email all the time. I've left voicemails.
Did you get your property tax bill?
Yeah.
Wonder how that happened.
I don't understand.
If you were still using this address, how did you get your property tax bill? It would have come to you in November.
At your address in St. Petersburg.
Yeah. Well, I know that we came down in November to visit, so maybe it was just there. I don't remember how it came in. Well, I can prove to you, the forwarding mail came to us. Anything from USPS, it came to us in New York. But everything from you guys was not, or not for even you guys, from the city was not. I would never want to go that far into it.
Okay, let's circle back. So rather than saying that none of this is your fault, clearly
I
it
had to
is
take
your
responsibility
fault.
to a point, yes.
So clearly you're responsible for part of this.
Yes.
So our job is just to figure out what is fair and equitable to assign to your fault, which you acknowledge. So this whole thing about I'm innocent and it's all your fault, that's not gonna fly.
I don't.
So let's get
yeah,
past that.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
So let's move on. So you've listed the house for sale now?
Mm-hmm.
How long has it been for sale?
May 1st or 2nd?
May 1st or 2nd?
May 1st, I believe.
Have you had any bites on it?
Few showings.
No
offers.
unpermitted renovations to the home, correct?
What was that?
No unpermitted renovations to the home, correct? Okay.
No.
Because we don't want to pass on a problem to the next person.
No. My husband went through that with another home. No.
And what are you listing the home for?
My husband deals with that. I don't want to misspeak.
But greater than 500,000.
Yeah.
So it's a $500,000 second home that you were Airbnb-ing, and now you are asking us to take sympathy on you that you made money off of this when you weren't supposed to. You're going to sell it for $500,000 and go back to New York.
I know that sounds bad, but
It doesn't, the optics don't look good from my
I feel
perspective.
like I'm being a little bit judged based on
It's a hearing. I think judgment is sort of what we have to do.
my husband was unemployed for an entire year. I carried the entire family and bought 2 houses on my own. And it doesn't mean that I.
And we're not saying, this isn't about you personally.
I know.
This is about a violation of a rule that's easily accessible that you missed. So again, we're just trying to assign a value to what the city incurred and what would be a
Equitable.
equitable
That's a good
decision.
word.
This isn't you could be the greatest person in the world. This is just about a situation that we are required to deal with fairly across the board and treat everybody the same,
Yeah.
okay? All right, so it comes up as $595.
Yeah.
You want me to read something?
Sure.
We can take a shot. I mean, we don't have to agree, but we can talk about it. I move that in this matter, the lien be released in consideration of payment of $7,000 within 30 days.
Second.
Okay, so let's have the discussion.
I don't think 30 days is long enough.
Okay.
Well, what about the dollar value? Let's talk that for, you don't like that either?
Too little.
Too lenient?
Sorry.
No, that's why I made it, because I
A
wanted,
lot of effort put in.
I wanted to talk about it, yeah.
I understand they had personal issues. But the house is going up, the house is for sale, it's in a good neighborhood, and the city deserves compensation for all the work and investigating that had to be done for almost a year.
That's fair,
That's a lot of time.
yeah.
So what do you think?
That's just my opinion.
So what are you thinking?
Minimum of 10, if not
Yeah.
15. Because it's a lot of time on our people, wear and tear.
No, I get it,
blah, blah,
I
blah.
get it. And the house is at least for the listing prices, 10% of that would be $59,000, so.
Right.
So $10,000
No,
is a
right,
much
I
smaller
understand
percentage, yeah.
that.
So I'm just trying to be calibrated.
And I wouldn't be comfortable with anything over 10.
And why do you think 30 days is too short?
Because I just think if they're in the midst of doing they have a lot of, trying to think of the right analogy, and it's just not coming to me. If they're trying to sell their house and they're trying to take care of their finances and they're trying to get everything set up, I think 30 days isn't quite long enough, but if we can go with 10, I would be okay with 30.
Okay. I'll amend that. I move that in this matter, the lien be released in consideration of payment of $10,000 within 30 days.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Let's vote.
O'Seklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Henshaw,
Yes?
Wilson.
No. All right, ma'am, if you can pay $10,000 within 30 days, the rest of the lien will be released. The ladies here will have paperwork for you. Pick it up. If you choose not to pay the 10 within 30 days, then the entire lien will remain as is.
And there is an appeals process as well, I believe.
There is no appeal process, but there is an opportunity to rehear it within.
I'm sorry.
Within 6
It can be reheard after 6 months.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Do you have her papers? All righty. And this concludes the Codes Board lien release hearing for June 2025. Thanks, one and all.
4:30.
this, and I think there's some interesting questions. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to imply anything. I really am getting a baseline of understanding here. One thing, you mentioned visitors a couple of times, and this could be a pipe dream and not realistic at all, but I wonder if the TDC would be interested in something like this. I
think it could be funded through the TDC.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, that's the thing. Is there's a lot of requirements on the TDC funds, but that's what jumped in my mind when you mentioned Tampa uses marketing funds, which I don't want to see us do at all, or marketing and placemaking. I don't think that's what we're aiming for here at all.
Tampa, every downtown needs something different.
Yeah.
We don't need any more events in our downtown. Our downtown is full to the brim with events.
Mm-hmm.
The Tampa Downtown Partnership paints the river green for St. Patrick's Day. They put on the Winter Village. Interestingly, Mayor Kreisman, the previous administration, called one day and said, hey, I want to put an ice rink at the pier. And I called the Lightning to see if they would sponsor it. And they said, sure, we'd be happy to sponsor it. We'll give you what we paid to the one in Tampa, which was $25,000. And he said, well, it's $300,000 to build this ice rink. And they said, why don't you just go get your downtown organization to do it? And so he called and said, hey, Jason, why don't you guys put an ice rink? That's what the Town Tampa Partnership does. And I said, well, they're getting more than $4 million a year from the city to do that. We're getting, I think, $10,000 a year from you all. If you want to bump that up to $4 million, I'm happy to do a $300,000 ice rink. We'd be delighted to do that. So it's really just a function of what our city needs. I don't think we need events. I don't think we need to market for more people to come downtown. It's really just trying to create a better environment for everyone who's in the downtown space.
Thank you for that. And then I just have a couple more things. I think the first thing in my mind is, what's an equitable way to fund something like this? But then the nuts and bolts of it. So I see that y'all have suggested cleaning services first and foremost. My assumption is, but maybe I'm incorrect, that'd just be for public property, or is that private property as well?
Just for public property.
Okay, yeah, because I think that can make a dent, but graffiti and whatnot is not limited to public property. And that's what I would encourage, is something limited to public property. And then another thing in relation to funding, but just the whole existence of this, if there's something that's successful for downtown, I think just for us to all have in mind, what it looks like to put special emphasis on places that don't have the dedicated revenue stream. So like I mentioned earlier before, neighborhoods that have less wealth in them, not necessarily just, I know we want to invest in places that provide, income for the city, like you described earlier, and are an investment in the city. But, that can create inequities when we talk about neighborhoods that don't have that amount of funding and have a lot of serious issues as well. So that's just an overarching thing. And then to touch on, which was phase 2, which was inviting people, it has to be about outreach services, if we're going to be doing, and social services, if we're going to take a step in that direction. I know a lot's been floated around about security, but you can understand our concerns. There's a lot of police officers in the room right now, and that makes people who are advocates for people who are less fortunate, we don't want to see it go in that direction at all. And I hear what y'all are saying, but I just want to uplift my voice and say, whatever safety ambassadors is, the core function needs to be something looking to provide support first and foremost. And I've heard you loud and clear there.
And I would say even it's, maybe safety ambassador is not the right word. I would love to hire social workers, 6 dedicated social workers who build relationships with people and can actually help them in whatever circumstance they're in. So that's really, I think, the direction that is right for this community, that is consistent with our values. This community is consistent with my values. And we have had really good conversations with providers about what they see as a need. Some of them are already providing some outreach service. The PATH program is exceptional. I've said it to the chief, I've said it to police officers. One reason that we haven't felt the need to deploy this previously is because our police department is so extraordinary, and they've done a really good job. They're compassionate, they're intentional, they're thoughtful in the way that they work. That's not true in every other city, and I think we have to really be grateful to them for the work that they've done. anything we do will be hand in glove with the police department and with social service providers to make sure that we're adding to the effort, being part of the solution, and not creating a negative experience for anybody, regardless of their housing circumstance.
I hear you, and you know, I was a big advocate and still am for the call program, and the idea that we can take work off the police department's back and put people who are qualified and have built their careers off of doing that kind of work is ideal. I mean, you know, the police are involved in that program, but it really is something separate. You know, any expansion of that philosophy, I think, is good. And then, you know, I'll just say one last thing on this topic for now, which is, you know, so many times I see like what the issue with homeless people and transient populations are is they just get shuffled around the city, and we can't make this an effort to do that regardless of who's in charge of the outreach, because we have to think at a higher level, and I hear that that's sort of the direction people are in, but that's doing my part to advocate that we make sure that that's the case. But I look forward to how this conversation progresses. I think in my mind there's still a lot to shore up, and I am grateful for the presentation today, and I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Floyd. So just housekeeping, it's 10:33. This meeting goes till 11:10. We have 7 council members. I just want to make sure, I want everyone to have a chance to speak. So just please keep that in mind. And we have a lot of people in the room if there are questions that need to be asked. So I have Chair Gertis, and after that, Councilmember Harding, you go, then Councilmember Gabbard, and Councilmember Fig Sanders, and we'll go from, and then, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I got everybody on list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Councilmember Driscoll, thank you for bringing this item, and Jason and Brian, thank you for the presentation. Okay, a couple of questions, and then I'll share some thoughts. And I probably have questions for Petey and Evan. So, Chief, good to see you. Chief, my question is around call and path, and so I probably should know this, but are anybody on either of those teams, call or path, are they being proactive, or are they only going out on a call?
Okay, so the PATH team, Police Assisting the Homeless, that is a proactive team. They go out every day, and it's not just downtown, it's citywide. They make contact with our homeless population to see how we can address them. Also, Amy Foster team, Housing and Neighborhood, is that other part of it that helps out. Then we also have St. Anthony's Hospital that comes one day a week with a nurse practitioner that rides with one of our PATH officers, who we can then continue those contact with unhoused people. As far as call is a generated service. So when an officer or someone else makes contact, they can refer that person to a navigator. That navigator can help the person through the system. And if call is not on any calls, then they're instructed also to come down to the downtown quarter to help out.
I should clarify, though, call does not address homelessness, right? So they address calls generated to the police department around mental health issues. And so I think oftentimes I hear council members kind of use that interchangeably. They do not have access to HMIS. They do not do any of the assessments that are required to house people. And so I've heard in the past when y'all have had this conversation talking about increasing call, but they can't actually address the root cause of the problem or see the past history of a client and what services they've been offered and what they really need to assist them. So I do want to make that distinction. We have one street outreach person who can be paired or unpaired with the PATH unit, and they are proactively in the city all day, every day, during Monday through Friday working hours. So there is not a street outreach individual in evening hours or on weekends. And they are going to various hot spots, and also working to address issues that they see or that get called in or written into the mayor's office.
That's kind of what I wanted to make sure we were talking about, is that I wanted to understand the distinction of the two and how one operates in comparison to the other, because if this moved forward in some iteration, what I don't want to do is double services. And if we're doing it somewhere and we're doing it well, I'd rather just add to that rather than create a total new line.
And I should mention, Councilmember, in the past, the county had a street outreach team that was available countywide. That has gone away. And so everybody is kind of doing their own thing, right? So we have the person that we hired an individual internally instead of depending on other nonprofits, because we felt like having a locus of control was important, to be able to have them reporting to us. We could share the issues that we are seeing. So I think there is some change in the number of people on the street in some ways doing outreach, because the county is no longer funding a street outreach team, which was a part of their portfolio. They have a $10 million social service portfolio in the county. We have a $700,000 portfolio. We call it 3 Girls in a Car. So, and some of those people are, paying the bills and managing our social service contracts. But in addition to the person that the city has on our team, there are Metropolitan Ministries has had a street outreach team. That was an AmeriCorps group that has since gone away because of the federal funding changes. I think that may come back in some form in the future. They're committed to that. It's just a matter of kind of backfilling that. Directions for Living has a contract through our social action funding that whenever we find individuals that need a higher level of mental health support, we will reach out to them, because the call navigators are not licensed individuals. They have licensed people on their team they can call out when they need an assessment. But so we use Directions for Living in that way. They also have social action funding to provide storage. And so I know that is the complaints you most often get, is when you see people who have a lot of items around them. We have our own city storage that we can offer. We have the lockers at St. Vincent de Paul that you've paid for. But as you've probably seen in the last couple of years, people have more than can probably fit in a locker. And so we'll call Directions out to have some dedicated conversations with people and offer them a storage unit if they'd like, and to help them secure their belongings.
I thank you very much for that context, Amy. Okay, I want to switch gears to funding, and I know parking was talked about, and I want to, and maybe my lens is a little different because I park in downtown every day, whether I come here or not, because I go to a different office. But do we have data on parking and zip codes of people that are using our parking meters, if they're paying by, like if they use the online, what's it called, Park Mobile? Like, do we have data that shows more, how many people are from here that are parking here and how many people aren't?
No, but Park Mobile might be able to generate that, and I'm happy to ask them to.
I'd be interested in that. And it's not that, we have a lot of visitors in St. Petersburg, but all the people, there are lots of people that are working here, living here, that are also paying a lot of parking too. And so I don't want to, I struggle with the parking thing, because I think it's very easy to say it's visitors, and if it was parking, I mean, there's a lot of us that are also using parking downtown. And so I want to be careful with that lens.
If I could, council member, that might be a good opportunity for me to step in. So good morning, City Council. It's good to see you. And just want to give you a slight overview, and I'll touch on your issue on kind of where the mayor's at on this issue, so you know, for this discussion. I mean, certainly This is an interesting idea. You see that it's done in other places. I think it can provide good service. Our preference, and we've shared with Mr. Mathis from the beginning, our preference would be for the business and residential community in downtown to fund this themselves. That would be our overall preference. You know our budget situation and the difficulties that we have with our budget, and it's always difficult. We have discussed internally some possible funding sources in case City Council is interested in wanting to do this. We're kind of in an open position, wanting to get feedback from you. One of the things that we've looked at in this discussion on parking, let me just clarify, if we could expand our parking meter situation, so somewhere where we're not getting revenue right now, but we could expand the parking meters, say the Edge District, in order to do maybe a short-term funding of a project like this with the hope that the private property owners would take it over in the future. If City Council wanted to do something like this, that was our thought on potentially a way to do it, because it's difficult to come up with new money, and you know that. So that's kind of where the parking idea came from, and I just wanted to kind of let everybody know what our thought process was.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so that was really my only question. If we could get that data, I think that's probably, if there is some data to be seen, that would be helpful for my context. Sorry, I'm trying to pick the ones that I want so other people can talk as well. I appreciate Councilmember Floyd's comments about shifting. I definitely don't want that to happen. I don't even want that to be a thought. And so I'll just go back to funding real quick, and then the program overall, and then I'll let other council members get to it. I'm okay with this if it's a special district. I'd like to see the parking, and I'd like to hear more about where we would add parking in order to do it. But as of like today, if you wanted to implement, it would be special district. That just with the budget constraints, the uncertainty of how funding is going to come back from FEMA and all these other things, with all of the long-term and short-term expenses we're going to have, I'm struggling very hard for this to be something that we pay for extra services at this point. And I've shared that with you. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I want to be very careful about this, like the phase 2 services and how we do this. Again, I don't want to double up on services. I would much rather add to a line that's working. And so, you know, if we were to go and implement this, somebody who we pick for phase 1 might not be the right person for phase 2, and that worries me as well. So there's some questions there that I think we'll talk through. But again, I want to be very clear. And I know there was some talk about CRA. I'll touch on that really quickly. If we were going to do it in one CRA, we need to do it in all the CRAs. Like we're not going to pick one to do it. And so, you know, as far as I'm concerned, we should be looking like at activity centers. I mean, when I first came on council, one of my biggest complaints was Tyrone Mall. And, you know, I got Tyrone Mall to clean it up. You know, we didn't go in and do it. And so that's kind of where I'm struggling. I know downtown brings a different dynamic than Tyrone does. But still, I think, and again, Councilmember Floyd touched on it, that we've got to figure out a way to do this equitably. And right now, it seems like the only way to do that is through a special district. That's the way that I see it currently. So I'll leave it there and listen to other council members. Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I'll limit to one comment. Thank you very much for taking on the challenge. I think it's a worthwhile challenge, and Brian, thank you to you as well. The concept is very intriguing to me. I didn't realize it was quite that pervasive. There's obviously a need for a piece of real estate that gets used as much as downtown does. I completely understand that there are no cigarette butts or gum anywhere in my neighborhood that I can think of. But we can walk out this door and find them right on the front steps. There is no doubt that there is a need for it, and I appreciate the endeavor. That the funding mechanism, as Chair Gertis talked about, it needs some fleshing out. But I think it's a doable, absolutely doable business model. The idea of the first word, the clean part, fully in support. But I want it on the record from my chair ahead of time that I'm having a real struggle with the second part. We have a tremendous infrastructure, and as has been talked about in this meeting, this police department has evolved into the next generation of policing. I am extremely confident in the PATH unit. I have firsthand seen a lot of proactive policing from that unit, and you can see you can see how just the concept of what we're talking about today, there's conflict between what it seems to want to accomplish and what the PATH units and the St. Pete Free Clinics of the world are able to accomplish. So I appreciate the soft touch. I appreciate the willingness to see how delicate an issue this is. But you'll have my full support for the project as a whole, and especially the first part. I'm going to struggle with the second part. And Chair, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to go back to the beginning, Brian. I think some of this is for you. Back to the beginning of the presentation where we talk about the clean and safe program structure. And maybe I've missed it somewhere along the way in the conversation, but I want to understand. So if the businesses and or the residential communities in this area decide that they want to implement this BID, what is the structure to actually implement that? Is it a vote of special election? Like, what does that look like? I need to understand the process for putting something like that together.
And I'm going to defer that to Mr. Mathis.
Okay.
He's done a lot more research in kind of the establishment of those districts, but it is a vote of the property owners themselves.
Well, it is. It's an unusual vote. It's a little bit like a historic district in some ways. So basically, city council, there are two ways to do it. One is at the legislature, and that's where it's a development authority. Some communities have done that so that the local, I will say a little bit cynically, so the local officials didn't get blamed for raising taxes. They could blame Tallahassee for doing that. Now is probably not the smartest time to ask Tallahassee to raise taxes on anybody or to help St. Pete out, so that might not be a good solution. The other problem there is that Tallahassee then controls the district. Mm-hmm. And so in West Palm, they had a business improvement district, and some well-heeled condo owners decided they didn't want to participate anymore, so they hired a lobbyist to write them out of the district, and the downtown organization didn't know that until the law was already passed. So I would be hesitant to cede this control to Tallahassee. I think it makes sense to keep it local. The local organizations that do it, Tampa and Jacksonville are probably the best examples. And in that case, the district is created by the city council. You say, this is the area that we think we want to address. A notice is sent out to property owners who have an opportunity to protest the creation of the district. And we would need to spend some more time with legal to look at exactly how that happens. But my understanding is if less than a certain percentage protest the district does move forward. So it's not like each person votes. It's like if you don't get more than 50% protesting it, it falls and does not move forward. That's my understanding of how it works.
Okay, and so the challenge I see with the second, okay, because let's go back. My other question was, does the legislature have to approve this or manage this or anything like that? So thank you for that answer. But as far as the second one goes, I think that goes to my question between, there's this conversation of, is it commercial only? Does it include the residential? Does it include apartment buildings where you just have one owner of the building? I mean, that is, I think, a whole web that we don't have time today to even get into. But if we're going to go down this path and continue this conversation, I think we need to have a real conversation about what that looks like. And then from the standpoint of, you mentioned like a business assessment instead of taxation, how that is enforced. To your point, if somebody, wants to be in it today, but they don't want to be in it in 5 years, how does that work? There's a lot more questions and answers around the actual creation and enforcement of it that I think we need to take a deep dive into at another meeting. So this may even be something council may determine is better for a cow, since we all are obviously very interested. And a committee, 1 hour committee is not sufficient, in my opinion, to really tackle this. So I will leave that part there. Have you looked at any sort of funding that would be a portion of maybe the sales tax generated within the area versus it actually being an assessment on the property owners?
As far as I know, nobody in Florida is doing that. You certainly could do that. I think if you did it some sort of interlocal with the county, it would be basically creating some sort of a special taxing district where you maybe captured, almost like a TIF, but increased sales tax. That's definitely a possibility. I don't know of anyone doing that here. There might be some other examples around the country.
Okay.
And I will say, we didn't want to come with like a fully baked proposal. We want to say, what are your ideas? What are your priorities? What are your values? What do you care about? So that we can make sure that whatever we do move forward with, if we move forward with anything, it reflects your vision and your priorities as well. So I'm happy to look into that and see. It's easy to do.
Yeah, I'd like to have a conversation about some more creative ways to look at funding this. I'd like to have a myriad of options because I'm very concerned about us kind of getting very laser focused on one, and then maybe it does pass, but then maybe it's not sustainable.
Right.
So let's have more conversation about that. Now I want to go to the services, and you talk about the enhanced cleaning services kind of as the phase one, the pilot, if you will, and then the homeless navigators being in this second phase. So from all the research that I have done around BIDs, the number one criticism is that they don't sufficiently address the needs of individuals experiencing homelessness. And so to have this in phase two, I think misses the mark. If we are truly going to make a program like this beneficial, I believe it has to be the front purpose of why we're doing this. But I think that, to my colleague's point, Chair Gertis and Councilmember Floyd, I think that there is a lot of work in that space that we at the city need to really invest in, and we need to have real conversation in. The PATH program, yes, it's working, but to hear Administrator Foster say we have one outreach person Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, like, that's ludicrous. We can't continue down this path. It's not working. And when I've talked to individuals who don't live in downtown, but come to downtown and frequent downtown and understand the challenges that exist, and I discuss a program like this with them, they say, oh, well, are you just moving homeless individuals around the city? Is that's what's going to happen with these resources? That stigma is going to exist if we don't put homeless initiatives at the front of this and really make sure that we are doing a cohesive program that really addresses the need. The one individual that came to council last week who talked about kind of what he sees, he lives in downtown, and what he sees as individuals who really truly need help. They cannot get help. And then the other faction, which is just individuals who want to create chaos, right? And I'm not using the words that he used necessarily, quoting him, but that was kind of how he separated those two in his mind, because he sees this every day. And the cry for us to do more to really help individuals who need help and cannot get those services. So if we don't have a real conversation about that, we're completely missing the mark. I would like to know, because I understand, and thank you, Administrator Foster, for kind of clearing up what I think is the misnomer around what call can do and what call can't do. But our contract is coming up in, Chief, another year, I think it is. We'll be looking to renegotiate that contract. I think there could be opportunity. We created that program. We were trendsetters with that program. There is no reason why we cannot take that program to the next level. And that would be our opportunity. So, Chair, I'm going to leave it there because I don't really have questions that we can answer today. But I wanted to set my expectations very clear, like Councilmember Harding said, from this seat, from District 2, and the input that we would have into a program like this. Homeless services have to be at the forefront of this, or cleaning up your garbage and your graffiti and your weed abatement downtown, who cares? If we're not actually helping individuals and creating this in a way that it has a outspread to the entire city and a benefit, then I don't even want to continue the conversation. So I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard. And as to a motion to refer this to a CAL, I think that is a great idea. We'll take that up at the end of this meeting.
It wasn't a motion because I'm not.
No.
Okay.
No. But we are going to consider
Got
a
it.
motion
Okay.
at the end of this, a committee member. So, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you so much. So much of, well, first of all, hi, thank you. Hey, Jason, how are you? So much of what I was thinking has been said, but I'm going to start off by saying I hear the call program, I hear the PATH program, but we still have to remember those are paid with taxpayers' dollars. And so we're asking everybody in the city to pay for taking it to the next level for one section of our city. Let us not forget that. So by finding a way to fund this where those that are requesting this need to be held accountable for that. The same, one of the first things that I wrote down, phase 1 and phase 2 need to flip. When I hear the statement that if we're short on funding, the services is generally what would get cut first. When it comes down to homelessness, and I know that we're saying it's not a focus on homeless, but I've heard homeless 100 times. I have not heard, and the speakers that spoke during open forum made it very clear that their support was because of the homeless, and they didn't use graffiti, they didn't use any of that in their conversation. It was the homeless. I haven't heard any conversation that has been had with the Homeless Leadership Alliance, because they are struggling financially as well, but they are the area experts when it comes down to homelessness. Have we talked to them? I hadn't heard them or seen them in the presentation at all, but I'm glad that Councilmember Floyd made it very clear. We don't want this to be moving our homeless around, which is what I see happening, because we build around some of these areas, and then all of a sudden, now you got to move. Now you have to go. And I will say our social action funding dollars are limited. And we have so many organizations applying for those dollars that if we're going to increase something again, we need to be careful at looking at increasing taxpayers' dollars. Because like you said, the young lady that was on fixed income, I didn't bring all this trash. Why am I the one paying for it? Well, when we increase taxpayers' dollars for a program that's only going to focus on one area, that's exactly what we're doing on a larger scale. That is exactly what we do. I don't care what you try to call it or how you try to move the words around, but that is exactly what we're doing. The small businesses, we've had a history of some of the smaller businesses that can't compete, and they've been forced out of downtown. And I'm just trying to find a nice way to say that. And so if that's going to be the effort in supporting those small businesses, what conversations have we had with the greenhouse? What other conversations have we had with the OSD department to ensure that some of those businesses that this quote-unquote maybe tax is impacted upon will be able to get additional assistance, especially once we decide how we're going to fund this. So I got a whole lot of notes, but I know we're late on time, but I will say the phase 1 and phase 2 does not sit well with me. Using taxpayers' dollars to focus in on one area does not work well with me. The residence assessments, and I know we're going to put this out for RFP. I don't want our police officers, because if we increase their hours, that's still taxpayers' dollars. No matter how you look at it, that's still taxpayers' dollars paying for a specific area. So I do agree with our chair about it being a special district, but I want us to be mindful that the PATH program, the CALL program, is not designed to address issues with graffiti and cleanup and things like that. So taking it to the next level, I don't want cleanup to be the next level of CALL. I want us to put more money into helping those citywide that actually need mental health assistance and those resources. I got a lot more notes on here, but I think everybody else pretty much summed up what it is, and I think, you hear what the requests are, and so I appreciate it. Yes, we want our city to be beautiful, because we want to entertain our residents and our visitors with that. But I'm truly looking forward for an additional conversation, because there are a whole lot of questions with a whole lot of gaps in how we're going to do it. And Councilmember Gabbard used that fantastic word of sustainability, how we plan on doing that. So with that being said, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Givens. Councilmember Driscoll, I know you want to hear from everyone. You want to have you want to hear from everyone and then go after or go now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And I'll wait till the end.
Yeah. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. I look forward to having more in-depth conversation. I'm grateful for this. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Jason. I definitely would like to see, I think I agree with Councilmember Gabbard and Deborah Fix Sanders. We need to have this in phase 1. This is needed. I don't think it'll work if it's in phase 2, because we need the help of our community partners, the people who are already doing this work. I mean, we just need to collaborate with them. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Work smart together. I'm thinking about people like St. Vincent de Paul's, Pinellas Hope. You already mentioned some of the other groups, Metropolitan Ministries, St. Pete Free Clinic. These are people who already have folks who are out there, boots on the ground. And that's what it should be about, making sure that we're mobilizing our effort if we want the effort to be successful. I think just sitting in an office and hoping that that one person's going to get the job done when you have hundreds of homeless people out there, we're missing the mark. And again, that's what I want to make sure is at the center of the conversation is our unhoused population. Granted, we want to support businesses and keep downtown clean, but we also want to make sure that we are providing those transitional living services to our unhoused population. Also, I'm excited to hear that the CRA is a possibility when it comes to a funding mechanism, because I want to see this spread across the city. I would love to see this stretched out into the South St. Pete CRA, and because I think about the need for these types of services, and it's not just concentrated to downtown, it's across our entire city. So excited to hear about those conversations about negotiations with the county. I do have a question for you, Jason. Have you researched any local municipalities or nationwide who have an opt-in policy where commercial businesses, property owners can say, hey, similar to our city water bill, our utility bill assistance program, we want to opt into this service, pay a little extra to make sure that these services are available?
Yeah, there are a few. Wynwood has one in Miami, which is an opt-in. The other one is the Magnificent Mile, actually, in Chicago, is an opt-in. So both of those, the Magnificent Mile's been going on for a long time, and it's just, for a lot of those property owners, it's just the cost of doing business. They know that. The challenge with that is that you end up having a few people who are paying to benefit everyone, and people who are paying end up getting resentful after a while if they're the only ones who are writing checks. We have had some really good conversations about some individual companies who want to step up and help to support these efforts, and I think there would be some philanthropy. I don't think it would be sufficient to actually move the needle. I think people want to help, they want to be supportive. I don't think it would be to the amount that would be required to actually make a significant difference. So.
And I appreciate that, Jason. I think there are people citywide who would want to support this initiative, because we may not all live downtown or work downtown, but we certainly play downtown. So to make sure that we have a beautiful, sprawling downtown, that's something that we want to keep going in perpetuity. But we also know that you got to pay to play. So if you want to have a business downtown, it costs, right? So you got to make sure that you're eating the costs. So I want to make that clear. Also, I want to make sure that we, again, just keep it focused on our unhoused population. I have heard and I have talked to some people, including some of the folks who spoke last week, who are concerned that there are people who are out there who are just crying out for help. And I think this could be a great program that could really help those folks. And again, to Administrator Foster's point, that one person can't do that job alone. Call can't do the job alone, because this isn't what they've been trained to do. That's not their specialty. So to have people who specialize in this area of working with our unhoused population, I'm excited that we're leading the way here. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone for the great feedback today. That was really the goal, was to introduce the concept and see what everyone thinks. I, too, have taken a lot of notes, and I look forward to continuing this discussion and coming back with maybe some proposal of some sort. What I'm hearing from some is that we need to look at doing all of this at once and making sure that our expanded services and attention to the unhoused and those who need special assistance is really prioritized. When Administrator Foster was speaking about her staff, how she has one person, I'm remembering now, I think it was in our operating budget workshop that I asked for consideration to add to that to help meet these growing needs that we have. So that's one way that the city can look at helping, perhaps even in a lean budget year. I loved hearing the different takes on how we might be able to fund this, and I too believe that it really should be focused on those who live and have a business, own property and businesses downtown. When I hear we need to be able to do this in other neighborhoods, I agree. And I think starting it here, it's like, man, if we can be successful at this downtown, we can do it anywhere. But in each neighborhood, it might look different and it might cost different. That's why I feel like we also want that to be equitable, because other neighborhoods may not be able to say, yes, I'll pay more for these services. So what if we come up with a way to dedicate a certain amount that they're already paying that goes into this? That way, if you wanted to do, and so two ways to look at that. If you wanted to do it in another neighborhood, the idea that you convey to people is we would take this much of the money that you're already paying and put it into this project. This gives people more control over where their tax dollars go, you know, and they can see the benefits when they walk out their front door. Now, downtown is part of a CRA. We actually could start by using money from that, which is the money that people are paying in. So it's an idea that I think is worth exploring, but in general, so that this doesn't just cover CRAs, it can cover Tyrone or any of that west side, best side neighborhood. Any neighborhood can have a discussion around using the money that they're already paying in to go towards a program that is tailored to meet the needs of that neighborhood. So that's the big picture here that I want us to look at. But for now, within this, I do feel like utilizing funding out of the in-town CRA would make sense. It is different because in-town CRA is usually spent on capital projects, things that are that you can see, and not so much on programs like South St. Pete CRA. When we talk about this again, I would like to have an explanation of what the steps would be, what we need to do to make that happen, if the body agrees that that's how we would want to move forward. So there's that, and I am not on this committee, but I do hope that a motion will be made to send this to a committee of the whole. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I have maybe a minute to say my comments. I will say this. This is not a new concept. This is a concept that we just need to work at a longer committee meeting. I will say that when it comes to neighborhoods, we've had special assessment districts. We did it in Crescent Lake back in the 90s. It's not new. There's money for neighborhoods where if they want to go ahead and do a neighborhood plan and they check off all the things they want to check off, they can go ahead and do their special assessments and pay for that. It's not something that we haven't done in the past. We have neighborhood matching grants. I think this is a fantastic idea, but we need to talk a little bit more about it and hash out the details. So, committee members, I have the chair here who controls the cow, and he can provide some information on how we can do this.
Thank you. Can I make one quick
Yes.
comment? Sure. Thank you very much. I just, to Councilmember Driscoll's point, the map will need to be looked at if you're wanting to just, if you're wanting to use CRA dollars,
know.
because your map is in
Right.
I know.
multiple CRAs. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
Yeah, and to your point, Chair, the boundaries have to be clear. Like, for instance, Williams Park is not in the in-town CRA. It's not in the CRA. I mean, the boundaries are very, and there are places in downtown that are not part of the in-town CRA, so that's a very
Just
good
wanted to
point.
make,
Yeah.
yep. Thank you very much. Okay, we are pretty full upcoming for Cal, but I'm assuming some time is probably an okay thing to give some members some time to come back and work. We're thinking maybe October, if I were to make a motion with that. And I also, Councilmember Driscoll, I look to you as well. We'd be looking at October at Cal.
If,
I'm happy to look at it, but if we were to go to the next open spot, that's what it is. But Janie and I can work together, but I'm not going to nail this down if that's okay.
my concern is that we have a real need right now. And if you're talking October, that's after we pass the budget. And so if we want to allocate funding for this in advance, then that's how we would have to do it. It's not how I would like to do it. But because funding is a big component of how this moves forward, I would like to do it before we pass the budget.
Well, what I'll tell you is I certainly can work with administration and Janie's office to see if we can make that happen, but right now I don't want to make that promise. So my motion would be to refer this to a Cal and not give it a specific date, and I'd just give you my best efforts.
Okay, well, put us down for October, and I hope that an earlier date will be seriously considered.
Okay. So I'll move to refer to a Cal, Chair.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Yep. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Rob, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Just if we could get some clarity for staff going forward. Just kind of what I heard is when we come back from the Cal, I think maybe an overview of the current services provided downtown. We didn't get it. We got into that some today, but not too much. You know, I don't want to take up the whole time with the Cal, but that might be a good idea. Just kind of give you an overview of what happens now. More detail on the funding options is what I heard, and a potential scope of work, maybe for an RFP process. Does that sound good to everybody to come back with, kind of direction-wise?
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. In addition, because you've heard so much feedback and because there are city departments that are here and hearing some feedback on how the different elements are could contribute to this goal, if there are internal changes or adjustments that can be made that will benefit the conversation, any new ideas that could be implemented, we'd love to hear about that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think we have some direction. First of all, for those that are not, that only see us on the TV, there are a lot of people in this room that have been patiently listening to everything. Thank you all for being here and for making sure that you're available for any questions. We really appreciate it. Unfortunately, you're probably going to have to come and make it to another meeting because this is a very long conversation and a very necessary conversation. Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll, for bringing this important item. I appreciate everyone here being cognizant of time. The chair has advised that he's going to move, because we are running late, he is going to move BF&T to 11:25. With that said, meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good job.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
Evan?
My name is Evan. I graduated from St. Pete.
St. Pete High? All right, good to meet you.
My name is Mario.
Mario.
From St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
The Mayor's Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like
Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. There you go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with a field group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
Our Future Ready Academy really consists of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. You get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxic gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge. And then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes. They're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Rec, the construction crew.
They building a clay pit. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix, spread it in so it can lock.
Cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I swear I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with the traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're gonna run it up the pole and out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up our radars, which kind of scan the cars when they pull up to the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important. You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He started out and he continued and completed everything that he set out to do. So I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, you know, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve.
St. Pete has been my home since 2000, and it made me feel welcome from the moment I got here. I saw celebrations, I saw art, and I saw an openness to having the LGBTQ community celebrated.
I feel welcome, I feel accepted, I feel that I can be who I am fully, 100%.
There's really something here for everyone to feel welcomed, to feel involved in their community, and to feel supported.
The LGBTQ plus community here in St. Pete is a close-knit group of people. We all work together. We all are here for the same common goal, to feel supported, to feel included, and that makes me feel welcome here in St. Pete.
We celebrate Pride every single day through opportunities, support, and community building activities and events.
We are proud of who we are and how we live our lives. Thank you, St. Petersburg.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright. Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing opportunities for all is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events. potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out.
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out.
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, I mean, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do, and I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it, and I know that we can do it.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated toward like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, where everyone can come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz. District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders. District 6, Gina Driscoll. District 7, Corey Givens Jr. And District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. We will call to order the June 12th, 2025 City Council meeting. If we could do a roll call, please.
Driscoll. Here.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Curtis.
Here.
Gabbard. Here. Harding.
Here.
Hanowitz. Here. Dick Sanders.
Here. Okay, today we will have our invocation given by our own council member Fig Sanders, followed by a moment of silence to honor Tampa City Council member Gwendolyn Henderson, and then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody will please stand.
Thank you. Please bow with me. Here we are once again gathered together to humbly ask that today and every day be filled with mercy, understanding, and grace. That we realize our work should be a reflection of justice, equality, and inclusion. We pray that you would guide us as leaders with your divine wisdom. May we lead with integrity, seeking your guidance in all of our decisions. Father, we trust you, and we yield to your spirit and to your wisdom, to your perfect will, and pray that we not grow weary. Because as we pray for our nation, our state, our constituents and city, I am compelled to pray for the joys and trials of everyone on this dais and within the sound of my voice. Let us define our commitment with a dedication to serve. Lord, we thank you for the gift of community and for the blessings we receive through our relationships with one another. Help us to cultivate a spirit of love, kindness, and compassion within our community, within our city, so that it may be a place where all are welcomed and valued. Bless our mayor, our administration, our city team, and all who proudly call St. Petersburg home. And we also send prayers and condolences to our Tampa colleagues with the sudden loss of Councilwoman Gwen Henderson, a true community advocate. Lord, we thank you, and with all of these blessings we say and pray, amen.
Amen. Please join me in a moment of silence, remembering Councilmember Gwendolyn Henderson. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Councilmember Fig Sanders, thank you for that invocation. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second. Seeing as we have a motion and a second, no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to pass the agenda unanimously.
Okay, council members, we have a consent agenda with the addition of CA1. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to pass the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, we'll move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with a clerk. Only the individuals wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you're speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments, or when you have reached the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comments is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comments by alternate means, including by email only. And Mr. Chair, we do have some speakers.
Okay, let's call 2 at a time, please.
The first 2 speakers is Andy Oliver and Dylan Dames. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
My name is Reverend Andy Oliver. I'm pastor of Allendale United Methodist Church in St. Petersburg. I'm here today because of the vitriol directed at our unhoused neighbors during last week's meeting regarding the proposed Clean and Safe program. Last year at Allendale, we allowed unhoused people to sleep outside our church. Some neighbors immediately accused them without evidence of defecation, theft, and other stereotypes, none of which was true. But that's how deep these assumptions run and how dangerous they are. We know what works: one-on-one, relationship-based street outreach. I want to thank the council members and committee earlier today who lifted up the need for more outreach workers, for housing first strategies, and for mental health resources, not more systems that criminalize poverty or just shuffle people around the city. Almost every week, I reach out to Helen Rhimes, one of our city's hardest working public servants. She builds trust with those who aren't just experiencing homeless, but who've had homelessness thrust upon them because of the policies and systems that we uphold. It was said that the Clean and Safe plan isn't about unhoused people, but last week's outrage said the quiet part out loud. I agree with Jason Mathis on one thing: downtown should belong to everyone. But last week when he listed who everyone includes, he left some people out. So let me fix that. Downtown belongs to the veteran sleeping in a doorway who hasn't been able to access his benefits. It belongs to the trans teen who comes to the park to feel safe when home isn't. It belongs to the grandmother living in her car, still showing up for her part-time job. It belongs to the outreach worker offering water and dignity. It belongs to the man pacing and talking to himself because our mental health system has failed him. Downtown belongs to them too. If we say the city is for everyone, then our policies, our dollars, our compassion, our vision must reflect that, not just in speeches, but in how we treat those with the least. Because if downtown doesn't belong to the most vulnerable among us, it doesn't truly belong to any of us. Just before this meeting, a reporter asked me, "So what do we call the homeless person who's angry and causing chaos? The difficult ones?" I said, "We call them human." And we realize that the issue isn't their existence. The real issue is our deficit of compassion and empathy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Dylan Dames. I live at 4546 Fifth Avenue North in Central Oak Park. I'm speaking on behalf of Faith in Florida today. So in 2023, some of you may remember that 4 or 5 dozen folks came in here opposing the construction of Palm Lake Urban Sanctuary because they didn't want drug addicts and high-risk people in their neighborhood. This council, including council members Floyd and Gabbard, called out the classism, ableism, and selfishness in those comments, and unanimously voted that the comfort of one group was not worth the well-being of vulnerable residents. Later in 2024, neighbors of my church, Allendale United Methodist Church, overwhelmed us with threats and vile comments about an encampment of unhoused folks. And even though Faith in Florida and Allendale worked tirelessly, who really turned the tides in housing those people was you. Amy Foster and a street outreach team prioritized the rehousing of these people over the petty comforts and the perceived safety concerns of the neighbors. This is the kind of St. Pete that I work, organize, play shows, and call dolphins in. I advocate for the city because I've seen y'all try. This is a city with decentralized cold night shelters and tenants' rights workshops and progressive housing experiments like Innovare. Commenters from the past meeting may think that unhoused people are the problem, But I think y'all are better than that. You know that the problems are gaps in wraparound services, low staff street outreach teams, and a stubborn housing affordability crisis. I hope you'll remember that public parks are for the public. Clean and safe programs represent displacement and wealth transfers to the private sector. It does not actually promise cleanliness or safety. If an unhoused person moves from the street to anywhere else but a house, no progress has been made. I hope you'll make the right choice and lead with justice. Thank you.
The next two speakers is Jay James and Chase Harold. Go to either podiums. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Hi, my name is Jay James, and I'm a third generation native of this here city, 2042 27th Street South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33712. And I give homage to my ancestors and elders who helped build this city. And, you know, there are several things St. Peter's known for, and one of them is our park system. We have one of the best public park systems of any medium-sized city in this country, particularly our waterfront parks, you know? Cities are spending millions and billions to try to get what we already have. And the park that sparked all of this is Williams Park, named after one of our founders, established 137 years ago. Quite literally the oldest thing in the city. You know, besides, let me not do that. And it was a place for all to gather. All that is except my ancestors and those of other black residents of the city. I am disheartened to hear that the city government is entertaining a plan to take us back to a day when all residents are not welcome in Williams Park. I find it concerning that some are using the tactics and strategies of oppressive governments to fearmonger y'all into doing this. Scapegoating. You know, we talked about someone being harmed. That had nothing to do with the hosteless people that are in Williams Park. Dehumanization. We are all humans. And to talk about people as if they are not is wild. You know, and I just find it wild that we are considering privatizing the first public institution in the city. The first. As Dylan said, public parks are for the public. You know, and the thing is called clean and safety. You know, when I feel safe is when I'm with the community. And this plan would not make me feel safe in this park. I go to Williams Park frequently and I have no issues. Maybe if folks have these issues, we'll actually go and, you know, commune and talk with the folk there. They get to see that these are humans and we should do what we can to provide the resources for folk who are houseless to have a home, housing first. But to privatize a public park and to kick folk out is wild.
Thank you. Hi, Council. My name is Chase Harrell. I live at 3242 19th Avenue South. And I would also like to speak on the Clean and Safe Act that is being proposed and the demonization of our unhoused. So I'd like to start by highlighting how far the city has come. Gulfport used to be a sundown town. We have grown as a city, however, as Jay just highlighted, we still speak of certain groups of human beings as if they are less than. The city consistently demonizes the unhoused, yet makes legislative decisions that allow homelessness to persist en masse in our community. As leaders elected to represent us, including our unhoused population, who are also human beings with human needs, then it is your job to enact meaningful, compassionate legislation that rises above persecution of marginalized groups like the unhoused. 99% of us in America are closer to being unhoused than we are to being a millionaire. Has any policy besides housing for the homeless led to these folks getting back on their feet? Is that the City of St. Pete's goal, to help our most vulnerable? The city's policies around housing have certainly failed to curb homelessness or poverty. The time to change those policies is now. Without a change, our homeless population will continue to grow as our terrible capitalist economy offers no safety nets to prevent our poorest from falling through. In the words of Ms. Fig Sanders at the start of this meeting, our unhoused need mercy, understanding, and grace. Poverty is a policy choice. These folks need housing, they need jobs, they need compassion, not pearl clutching from the rest of us. Is liberty and justice for all a real value that we hold, or empty words we as Americans say to make others think that we are virtuous? History will always remember the choices that we make. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers.
The next two speakers is Rowan Finley and John Stewart. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Rowan Finley, 4461 Crestwood Drive, Northeast. I've lived in a lot of different places, and I truly love living in St. Pete, but I really am sorry to say that I have never lived in a place that genuinely has such awful anti-homelessness measures. If y'all want a thriving downtown, we really need an accessible downtown. If you want families downtown providing economic prosperity, we need a paradigm shift. Places to sit for the elderly, places to sit for families, and a shift towards accessibility for everyone. Pushing people into the shadows just results in shady behavior, and creating places where the public wants to gather, where there can be a public eye, with public bathrooms and water fountains and places to sit, that's what discourages shady behavior. If we invest in real community outreach, not increased police presence to act like mall security guards, that's what will result in real safety for everyone. I've seen what it looks like when people and governments push people into the darkness, and I've seen what it looks like when people are allowed to be in public. Why should our government pay to cycle people in and out of jail when we could be spending it on public housing? I find myself deeply upset at the lack of public affordable housing. I find myself upset at the lack of an accessible downtown. And I find myself upset at the idea that St. Pete is a place where I can't enjoy going downtown with my family because my grandmother and spouse need places to sit regularly, and they cannot because of the anti-homelessness measures, because of the way that things are set up. I've met too many people who have become houseless in this recent hurricane, and they're still struggling. We need a paradigm shift that results in us taking care of our unhoused people and will result in prosperity for everyone. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Good afternoon. John Stewart, 2130 Burlington Avenue North, St. Petersburg. During the comments on the Clean and Safe program at last week's City Council meeting, we learned that homeless people can often be a source of fear and rumor. Several people claimed that a stabbing downtown last month involved a homeless person. After 5 minutes on the internet, I discovered that no one involved in that tragic incident was homeless. In fact, one of them had a house in Bradenton. If we're going to help people off the street, we need sound data, not rumors. The far more important thing we learned at last week's meeting was that virtually every speaker emphasized the need for the city to help unhoused people find housing. Yesterday, ProPublica published an article about what not to do to get people off the street. Since late spring of 2021, Portland, Oregon spent $200,000 per homeless resident. And during that time, the homeless death rate quadrupled. Why? Because they took money from stable housing and poured it into shelter beds. Councilwoman Driscoll has said that this process of helping homeless people will be a series of steps. And today, the other Blue Man Group, FAST, is offering you a way to take that significant step. Thank you. Coupled with plundering its stable housing money, Portland carried out 19,000 sweeps, a euphemism that means doing to homeless people what Hurricane Milton did to many people in St. Petersburg, destroying their personal space and their possessions. Cities should be in the business of housing, not hurricanes. I'll send a link with this ProPublica article to your email boxes later today, along with some other articles with ideas about successful cities, what they're doing. Because, I mean, we have a lot of talent here in St. Pete, but new ideas are always welcome. One thing those successful cities have in common is networks involving everybody: homeless, police, business owners, social workers, and others. Last week, St. Petersburg College Downtown Center Provost Caron Jean-Baptiste said SPC is committed to being a partner in the solution. What if the city partnered with SPC and its students to assist those in Williams Park just across the street from the college? I taught at Osceola High School in Seminole for 33 years. During that time, I invited students to join in Christmas caroling at homeless shelters, which we called Still No Room in the Inn, because there isn't. One of these students was so inspired by the caroling that today she is the co-coordinator at the Celebrate Outreach weekly Saturday morning breakfast. Last week, we served 95 meals in cooperation with Metropolitan Ministries. A partnership with SBC would change lives now and in the future, and that's just one possibility. I urge you to work toward a...
Thank you.
The next two speakers is William Kilgore and Vicki Majors. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Hi, my name is Vicki Majors. I live in St. Petersburg, and I'm very concerned about bikes and scooters.
Vicki,
and I think
can you give us a cross street?
I live on Beach Drive.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm very concerned. I've watched a lot of vehicles, electric vehicles, scooters, skateboards, one wheels. They usually are using one hand on the handlebar, the other hand vaping or looking at their phone. I know there's been more accidents than we're told about because I know people that have told me that. I talk to the police all the time and they say there's nothing they can do because they're permitted on the sidewalk. So I brought my 2 pictures today, not for sidewalk riding, not for sidewalk riding. The companies that make these, who knows what commitment they've made to you to get permission to add 900 more. But what they do is, the concern now is they're dropped and they're not returned to their stalls. So I read that one of the revenue sources may be to fine the people who drop them. Okay, what do you think the chances of that are to really generate revenue? I don't think very much. How you can generate revenue is to license the bikes, license the people that ride the scooters, fine them when they're in violation, and then if they repeat offenders, forbid them to rent. But the place to ride them is the street. We have bike lanes rarely used. I've rarely seen anyone on a bike lane, but I do see them flying at 40 miles an hour through Staub Park, and I'm not exaggerating. They are 3 times faster than the cars move. And there's very few bikes that have the courage, and they're good bikers, to ride with cars. These people are all over the place. They go against the lights, they run red lights, they don't ride with traffic, they ride any way they want, they don't stop at 4-way stops. So 2 days ago, a friend of mine lives in Tampa and Paris. He sent me the article from Le Monde, and I translated it. The bicycle, a sign once of total coolness, has become a symbol of aggression, of every man for himself, and of urban chaos. Between pedestrians, acceleration at red lights, duels with cars, one hand on handlebars, the other used for mobile phones or vapes, riding in opposite directions to traffic, and it's an unsafe environment for most. And this is Paris. New York is trying to stop it. We're adding more, 900 more, I read. I don't think, once I almost saw a waitress killed on beach bringing food out, and they don't care, they just fly.
Thank you.
Done?
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Hi, thank you, Chair. William Kilgore, 2550 28th Avenue North. I'm with the St. Pete Tenants Union. I want to talk about the committee meeting this morning. There's a PS&I committee. Several folks spoke about the Clean and Safe program. I want to go into that idea of the BID, the Business Improvement District. I just want to be clear about that because that wasn't discussed. What this is it authorizes the wealthy property owners in downtown to direct and administer these so-called services of their choosing in public spaces and on public property. So this is publicly sanctioned, privately directed. The primary motivation for the lobbying behind this. It's not the benefit of of the residents. It's a way for downtown property owners, these rich developers, these corporate landlords, to maximize their bottom line, grow their investments, and have a greater governance and control over public spaces, public resources, public property, such as parks. I'll give you an example. Gaslight Park in Tampa. They worked there with the city, that their business improvement district, to remove the benches, similar park to Williams Park. They removed all the benches, and then they lent them part of the park to put this patio furniture with all these different rules that are, you have to be drinking a beverage or have some food from somewhere to utilize that patio furniture. And it was an anti-homeless measure. It was nuanced. It wasn't like, we're going to go in and harass people. So we'll remove the benches, things like that. Those kind of decisions that are being made. And a lot of these ones, too, have private security. We don't need private security people walking around policing public spaces like that. I think it's fundamentally anti-democratic. We already have public departments to deal with all that. If we have an issue with park maintenance, let's increase funding for park staffing, the parks department, create good union jobs that we have through the city. Issues with litter or graffiti, we have a sanitation department. Increase funding and staffing for them to take care of that if that's a problem. And most of all, for the homeless services, we don't want policing or bid private security, whoever it is. We need more social workers. And more importantly, we need to fund the services themselves, because the services themselves are inadequate. You can go out and say, hey, sign up on this waiting list. I'm already on the waiting list. There's wait lists, eligibility requirements, limited capacity in all these programs. And that's what needs to be focused on, not giving corporations more control over the public spaces downtown. So I wanted to share that with you. I appreciate you all listening. Thank you so much.
The last two speakers, Mr. Chair, is Matt Widener, and I believe it's Zandale Loring. Please go to the podium. State your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Members, my name is Matt Widener at 1201 Eden Isle Drive. I'm here once again to complain and express outrage over what's happening with the water bills. This is about my 6th time being in front of you about this, and I remember looking each one of you in the eyes over many hearings and in the committee of the whole, in which each one of you individually expressed a direct commitment to get to the bottom of what that problem was. At the last council meeting, you guys authorized up to $65,000 to Stantec in a resolution in which Stantec was directed to report back to you about what happened. What happened? Apparently, you're not getting that report, because the response that comes back from administration is that what you approved was not a prospective report to, quote, get to the bottom of the problem, but that was the information that you had in your committee of the whole packet. That is not at all what I understood. When I listened to that committee of the whole, what I heard them telling you, each one of you, was that they were going to get to the bottom of this known billing issue. Mike, did you ever get to the bottom of your dad's $1,000 bill? Do you have any idea about what happened there? Probably not. Councilmember Floyd, you had a member that had money swiped out of his account, a single father who couldn't feed his kids because that money got swiped out of there. Do any of you have any idea what happened with that billing? Remember the committee of the whole, what your staff told you was the best we can come up with was the water came in and it came out and turned off the water, right? Those free flow events. Mike, you came up with the best one. It was just a glitch in the matrix. No. The thousands of dollars that are coming out of people's accounts is not a glitch in a matrix. That's debilitating to people. I'm here today specifically because I got a demand, a request, a plea from one of the salt of the earth people, Rob, that you talked about that you know are not lying. And this money coming out of her account that she absolutely knows they didn't use 20,000 gallons. And yet there's no relief for her. Mike, she's reached out to you. There's no relief. You guys know this is not right. You appropriated the money for Stantec to report back to you, and yet the June 1 memo from Candace is that we're just going to start turning off power again, or water again. Remember that? You guys have not gotten what you were promised. You guys have not gotten what you promised your constituents was you were going to get to the bottom of it. Any one of you has the opportunity, and I say the obligation, to set an agenda item to bring this back before you and get real answers. 6,000 bills were adjusted. Do you have any idea why they were adjusted? Do you know what the dollar value was? The people paid money for a plumber. Maybe they got a credit for, $30 or whatever off their bill. But they got no real relief. That memo for winter says $1.7 million in relief was provided to your taxpayers. But if they just credited money back on a false bill, that's not relief. Any one of you can call for an agenda item. Somebody do it, please. Thank you.
My name is Zandel Flournoy. Used to live at 3475 32nd Avenue North in the Distant Plaza housing. In Distant Plaza, all of a sudden, got mad with me. They was taking direct deposit out of my account. They stopped. I called to find out why. They would give me no explanation. And I was in Atlanta at the time when my aunt needed to get a defibrillator. I had to rush back home because she said they was going to tow my car and move all my stuff out. I had to get on a flight, come back home, and I only got part of my clothing, fully furnished, memorabilia. My mother's family Bible really kills me. My furniture, dinette set, bedroom set, all gone. I had 2 identity thefts, had to shut down everything. And I feel there need to be a resolution to them funding me back, and then they turn around. I was trying to get in 55 plus because I'm independent. I don't like a lot of noise sometimes. And they wouldn't give me a voucher. And I want them to give me a voucher so I can move on. I got the elderly agent on Kroger Boulevard. They're waiting to assist me if I get a voucher. And garbage, ridiculous. Take out the garbage, 2 carpet pumpkins. One morning, raccoon, half my body stood up. They don't fix nothing. I did my doctor, primary. He was wondering why I was having breathing problems so bad because the bedroom was molded. We couldn't figure it out. So they wouldn't fix that. I called code enforcement. They got mad about that. I had pictures, just signed a new lease and everything. And they revoked it and wouldn't give me a voucher. And I just want some resolution to that. I had baseball cards from Cooperstown, everywhere. From high school basketball at Bogey, everything. Games in Philly, New York, everything. And I drove buses up there for 20 years and never had problems. But come here to where you're spending money and people living out on the streets. I gave some people a canvas yesterday, sleeping on 31st and 4th Avenue, storming. You got to take care. If we're a community, it's got to be for everybody. We're one nation, under God, indivisibly, and justice for all. And we need to stick to that.
Thank you.
No more speakers.
And nobody on Zoom? Nobody on Zoom. Okay, we'll go ahead and close open forum, and we're going to move into awards and presentations. And we've got a Distinguished Citizen Award given by Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of the best things we do as City Council members is to recognize outstanding citizens in our city. And I'm honored today to honor a wonderful young lady in our city. She's extraordinary, someone who has grown up in St. Petersburg and is now representing our city, not just nationally, but internationally, and that's Sonoma Casaca. Sonoma began her journey in sports early. She's playing soccer since she was 3 years old. Over the years, she has trained, competed, and honed her skills, ultimately earning herself a place as a goalkeeper on multiple U.S. women's youth national soccer teams. She made her international debut with the under-17 women's national team, then helped Team USA bring home a bronze medal at the Pan American Games in Chile. And this March, she was called up again to the under-20 U.S. national team. To put that in perspective, The under 20 women's national team camp roster features just 22 college players and 2 professionals from throughout the United States. Only a small percentage of high school players make it to a college team, and even a smaller percentage progress further. So let's give her a round of applause for that. And that is so impressive.
Sonoma
That's just the tip of the iceberg. Because throughout the years of training and dominating on the soccer field, Sonoma has been just as focused in her other pursuits. She graduated from Shorecrest with honors, joined multiple national honor societies, and served all 4 years on student council while ranking nationally in not 1, but 2 sports. You see, not only is Sonoma a successful soccer goalie, she is also a 4-time Florida state champion in the javelin, a state record holder, and an All-American who placed 4th in the nation at the 2023 Nike U.S. Outdoor Nationals. Wow. Now, coming off her freshman year at Notre Dame, Sonoma has without a doubt continued her streak of excellence. She started as goalkeeper in 17 matches, helping to lead her team to the Elite 8 in the NCAA tournament and earning a spot on the All-ACC academic team. Sonoma's blend of athletic, academic, and personal achievement doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of years of discipline, resilience, and heart. Sonoma is the kind of student athlete and the kind of person who sets a powerful example for our young people here in St. Petersburg. And none of this happens without support. So I want to take a moment to recognize the coaches, the mentors, the teachers, the friends, and especially her family. Her grandmother Pat's here, her parents Amy and Joe, her sister Molly, who have walked, run, and trained alongside Sonoma on this journey. 2 of her biggest supporters that I love to recognize are her Shorecrest track and field coach and director of admissions coach Mark Brown, as well as her goalkeeping coach Kristen Russell from Florida Premier Football Club. Your guidance and your belief in her potential have made a lasting impact, and we thank you for being part of the village that raised this remarkable young woman. Now, before we present the award, we'll show 2 short videos that offer a glimpse into Sonoma's journey. The first video aired back in February of 2023 when Sonoma was a junior and had just made the under-17 women's national team. The second video is a highlight clip featuring Sonoma in action during a September 2024 match in Notre Dame. It's just one of the many moments from an incredible freshman season. And with that, can you please play the videos?
Sonoma Cassica is back on Shorecrest Prep's campus after spending 9 days with the USA's under-17 youth soccer team in London. It was a golden opportunity to experience where the game was developed in the 12th century.
Something that someone could ever dream of doing, representing your country on an international stage like that, getting to wear, the USA crest and getting to play and just having such a passion for the sport. It's a dream come true, and I can't wait to, look into the future.
It's a bright future for this high school junior who was just one of 20 players invited to play for the U.S. soccer team. It's a big step towards her ultimate goal of representing USA in women's soccer.
Growing up, I've always, watched Alex Morgan, Alyssa Nair, all my U.S. women's national team icons. And I've always thought, I want to make it there one day. I want to be there. I want to inspire young girls like, they've inspired me my entire life.
As a 17-year-old junior, Sonoma has a lot of options. She's pretty good in soccer on the U.S. women's 17 and under team, but she's also pretty good when it comes to track and field. In the javelin, she's won back-to-back state championships in her first 2 seasons. USA wasn't the first invitation for Sonoma. Last summer, her javelin skills as a 2-time state champion got her a call up to the Nike Invitational in Oregon.
At first, it was a hobby. Freshman year, when I came out here, I didn't know what to expect, and then winning states. And at the end of my freshman year, it was an amazing honor. It's a very fun sport. It's almost an outlet away from soccer, too.
Her goal is to go for the 4-year high school sweep in the javelin. So is there a conflict on which sport she'll play when she heads off to Notre Dame in 2 years?
Right now for college, I'm going to just focus on soccer. I love javelin. I love it so much, but soccer, has been such a big part of my life. I've been playing it for 12 or 13 years. I can never let that go. Also to focus on soccer after, hopefully going pro and focusing on that during college.
In St. Petersburg, Kevin O'Donnell, Fox 13 Sports.
We have one more video.
McDermott makes a move, takes a shot, and oh, what a save. Kasica.
You see her pulling it back to that right foot, and a tremendous save there with the right hand from Sonoma Kasica to maintain that 1-goal lead. And you got to give credit to Notre Dame. A huge road win against what has been a very good Virginia team. Chukwu comes back, scores a fantastic goal, and 3 huge points on the road in the ACC for Nate Norman and Notre Dame.
So Sonoma, your list of accomplishments isn't long, but what matters most is your heart, your humility, and your desire to grow. I'm so glad your sister, my daughter, and other little girls look up to you, who remind us that greatness comes not just from ability, but from perseverance and purpose in achieving our goals. On behalf of the City of St. Petersburg, I'm proud to present you with the Distinguished Citizen Award. You are an inspiration, and we can't wait to see what comes next. And now I will read the award. Whereas a great city is only as great as those persons who give exemplary service to their communities, whether through participation in voluntary programs, through unique personal achievement in their profession or other endeavors, or simply through a lifetime of good citizenry. And whereas such service that is truly the lifeblood of the community and the city so often goes unrecognized and unrewarded. Now, therefore, as a duly elected member of the St. Petersburg City Council, I hereby recognize that in Sonoma Kasica, we have an outstanding citizen, one who is worthy of the esteem of both the community and the great city of St. Petersburg. Congratulations. Say a little word.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm incredibly honored to receive the Distinguished Citizen Award from the City of St. Pete, my hometown and the community that helped shape me who I am. Firstly, thank you so much to the St. Pete City Council for presenting me with this award. It is truly an honor to be recognized in such a positive light. Thank you to my coaches, teachers, teammates, and especially my family. Your belief in me has been my foundation through every challenge and success. To my family, especially my parents, you are my constant. Your sacrifices, encouragement, and endless love have guided me through every challenge and helped me stay grounded through every success. This award means more than recognition. It's a reminder to lead with purpose, give back, and represent the city with pride wherever I go. To the younger students out there, keep dreaming big and working hard. You never know where your dedication will take you. Thank you again for this amazing honor. I'm proud to be from St. Pete today and always. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Sonoma. Thank you for representing St. Petersburg so well. I very much hope that my daughter is watching right now, so she has something to strive for. To your parents, first of all, awesome name. And for a lot of different reasons. But having a unique name, I love seeing other unique names. Then you add Sonoma to it. I have a son named Cade, after a Napa Valley wine. and so, but just thank you for everything you've done to pour in. I was not the athlete, not even in the same universe, but I just know what it's like to have parents that pour into you to give you that gift of being able to go after your dreams and to be able to go to the next level and to the next level and to the next level. And so a big thank you to your parents and to your teams. But Sonoma, thank you so much for all that you do, all the work that you put in, and know that we're cheering for you. And we want to see you at the next national team and your professional career. And we'll have you back when those things happen. How's that?
Yep.
All right. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to move into legal, and we've got I1, and I think Joe Patner is joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Afternoon, Council. Here on two matters. I'll take up the settlement first, which I think is the first one listed. It's a plaintiff, Cameron DePila versus City of St. Petersburg. This is an employment matter. The plaintiff was a technician with the city, had filed a complaint based on, under Section 1983, complaint based on harassment, she alleged due to race and ethnicity, as well as retaliation. There were 2 counts that were dismissed by the federal judge. There were 2 that remained. We took on balance trying to judge the defenses as well as the what sort of evidence the plaintiff could bring forward, and we came to a resolution of $75,000, so I think it's fair under the circumstances. Like I said, everything's all about balance and risk. I'm not saying the department did anything wrong. I know the directors have denied that they did anything wrong. I have no reason to disbelieve them. However, when we kind of balance, the risk of it, like I said, I personally feel it's a fair settlement. So,
move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item I-1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, and now we'll move on to I-2.
Thank you, and thank you for the previous vote, Council. In a somewhat related matter, I'm bringing forward a resolution to approve a $50,000 retainer to re-retain the firm of Jones, Hurley, and Hand. They have handled our employment work in the past. They're currently handling our workers' compensation. When they've helped us out on employment in the past, we're just using the same terms as we did a few years back. I'm hopeful, this could be temporary, maybe a little bit longer until we found the right employment person to fit in. But anyway, we think that this will position us nicely, for the near term.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item I-2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're going to move into reports, and we're going to start with F1, Saturday Shops Update, and we are joined by founder and CEO, Renee Edwards. Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, thank you, Renee and team that are here. This is an update of what it is that we are trying to do in the city of St. Petersburg. We spoke earlier in regards to those communities, those needs of the city of St. Petersburg that need additional help to get others where they're going. So I know Renee is going to go into the history of this, but what outlined this for me and encouraged me to continue to support this initiative is that it took small business owners that did not have the opportunity to share their wares, to sell their wares. And some of the stories that we've been able to have success for has blossomed. And I know she's not going to say it on, herself, but small businesses need much support in the city of St. Petersburg. Our city is growing, and to be able to provide the opportunities for them to be able to grow, learn entrepreneurship, and have the opportunity to do so was the reason why I wanted for Renee Edwards and Saturday Shops and the other ventures, and I'm going to see if she's going to tell all of her ventures, to be seen by council members today, because we are truly helping a community in the city of St. Petersburg. And I'm proud to introduce the founder of Saturday Shops, Miss Renee Edwards.
Hello, everybody. I'm Renee Edwards from 2905 87th Place North. So Saturday Shops was born from a place where we had nowhere to sell our wares. We started Saturday Shops at Bethel Community on 54th Avenue South, and Saturday Shops began to expand from there. Saturday Shops is also a venture capitalist for academies. So we have the Interactive Vendor Academy, and we also have the Retail Teaching Institute that takes place at Brandon Mall in Everyday Shops. With the Institute currently, We have had over 300 graduates, and we also have had 104 vendors inside the store. Saturday Shops also has a phase 2 of their vendor academy, which is hosted at the chamber. We currently have 5 minority business owners inside the chamber store. Saturday Shops has had 114 markets, averaging 80 vendors per event. Saturday Shops markets have generated over $1.14 million in small business revenue in 4 years. Additionally, 102 vendors participating in the Everyday Shops retail location have collectively earned more than $228,000 in sales since April of 2024. The difference is all of our courses are interactive. You get to learn in the classroom, and you're able to practice in the store and also at the markets. You're able to work with your skill set and better your best. Saturday Shops is also community. To date, we have given away more than 5,500 hot meals and over 2,000 turkeys to our families in St. Pete. Also, our backpack giveaway is the largest backpack giveaway in Pinellas County. Annually, we provide 2,500 loaded grade level backpacks with 1,000 uniforms to the community, free of charge. For fundraising, we have hosted our second golf tournament. Our first year, we raised $25,000. This year, we raised $34,000. Our next steps, we're looking to partner with St. Pete Fire Department and Duke Energy to do an interactive food truck academy. The food truck academy should prevent some of the issues we've seen with food trucks catching on fire and stuff of that nature. So we're working to build that academy to start for 2026. Some of our milestones are having our first vendor in the Grand Prix and also creating our first interactive workbook academy. Finances. It typically takes $8,000 to $15,000 per event, depending on size and location. We've seen from 3,000 to 7,000 customers that shop Saturday Shops on any given Saturday. Thank you guys for taking the time. I have 2 vendors here with me that have been with me from the start. So the first one is Son of a Brisket.
Good afternoon, everybody. Naja Campbell, as she said, Son of a Brisket. That's how she knows me. I go by Son of a Brisket. I'm from Tampa. Renee's helped me out, not Tampa, Texas, I'm sorry. Renee's helped me out a lot just in our short time of knowing each other. I originally met her. I was laying in bed and I was just looking for events to go to when I first started my food truck, and she was one of the first ones to reach back out to me. She gave me the chance to jump into her vendor class when it was already full. She said that was because she liked my name, so she gave me a chance. So here we are 4 years later. As she said, I was in the Grand Prix this year, and I appreciate her for that. With the opportunity of that, she's also given me the opportunity to just help out with the golf tournament she was speaking of. One thing that I told her, I said, I don't want anything for this. If you're helping out the city, I want to be there as well to help out too. Whenever the hurricanes came through last year, she was like, hey, we need food trucks. I said, let me know where I'm going, and I'm there. Renee, Saturday Shops, they are all about helping out women and minority-owned businesses as well as other businesses as well too, just not specific to that. But just for me, it's a family. I really enjoy being a part of it. I really enjoy working with the city of St. Pete, as I tell everybody all the time. St. Pete shows us love, so we're going to show love back. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for your time.
And Ruthenia's Place.
Hello. I'm Ruthenia George, the owner of Ruthenia's Place that I run with actually 3 of my 20-plus grandchildren. The 3 of them my husband and I have custody of, and the reason why I started Ruthenia's Place was to teach them that there is life after trauma and that they could live out their dreams. They didn't have to settle for statistics and the trauma that life was throwing at them. And so one of them, who usually, Renee will tell you, is my right-hand man. He's usually everywhere with me. We started 4 years ago. He was 10. He's now He will be 14 this month. And it has been a tremendous blessing. We started out with Renee at one of the first events at Bethel Community Church. I had no idea what I was doing, knew nothing about vending. All I knew is I prayed and asked Lord what I could do for my family and to leave a legacy for my grandchildren. And he gave me Ruthenia's place. And we went out there, set up 3 tables, didn't know what we were doing, didn't know how to set it up. And actually somebody came out there and gave us a $25 donation the first time we were out. So I've taken part in the first academy class that was given for Saturday shops. We have advanced into everyday shops where we go out and he travels with me. We go out and we do bead demonstrations there at everyday shops. So it has been a great blessing and we're looking for continued growth. The girls, they do the artwork, some of the artwork behind the scenes, so we're more than just beaded items. We also create sensory stimulation items for those that are neurodivergent. We create resin art and canvas art as well as hair accessories, and so the girls help out a lot. They're quiet and behind the scenes, whereas Mr. Darion, he is the director of customer relations because he loves doing all the talking. So that is what he does. He will talk to anybody, anywhere about everything. So the growth has been, as a matter of fact, when we did the first class, he was in it with me. When we did the first session of when they taught us the appropriate way to set up our vending tables and how to display our merchandise, he was a part of that also. So he has enjoyed it and he has learned from it as well. He even went so far as to take a business class at Hollins High School, where he is in Hollins, because of the inspiration that he has gotten from all of this. So thank you for the opportunity and the advancement.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Ms. Edwards, for being here, and to each of you as vendors, I appreciate you for showing up as well. I tried son of a brisket at the Grand Prix, and I took some home, and it was delicious, even better the next day, so thank you very much. Again, Ms. Edwards, you are a silent force in this city, and I appreciate all that you do. For years, you have been behind the scenes, moving and shaking, and I was talking to Shelley the other day, and we were like, who was the person? I asked her, who was the person that got all those food trucks out during the hurricane? And she said it was Renee Edwards. So I can remember when we had folks who were in need who didn't have power and electricity, it was you who brought out your guns. You really did, and you made it happen. So I appreciate you for that. I do have a couple of questions. My first question is about the economic impact. Can you talk a little bit about the jobs that you've created through Saturday Shops, jobs that have been created by some of your vendors? How has it impacted you in the businesses that you're working with?
So with the jobs that we've created 10 jobs for the Saturday Shops team. We also have 5 staff members inside Everyday Shops. And all of our vendors, especially my food trucks, they've expended their staff. Like son of a brisket, how many you have now? Oh, he's added Monica, he's added more people. So basically each one of them, as long as they're creating revenue, they're able to create staff. So all of us have grown with at least 4 or 5 staff members on Saturday, every food truck.
Awesome, and that's just a testament to the fact that not only are you eating, but you're helping other families eat as well. So
absolutely,
that's amazing. I do have an exciting point that I was just so happy to make mention of, and that's the Food Truck Academy. So thank you so much for doing that. I've talked to so many businesses that are looking for a place where they can get that development, that capital, the knowledge. And so I appreciate you pulling all your resources together and making that happen there. I do have a question. Are you connected to the greenhouse? And if so, what services do they provide?
Yes, we're still in conversations about it because we're looking to actually buy the food truck, and the greenhouse actually hosts the academy part there on site. So we're still in negotiations discussing it.
Awesome news, wonderful. And what is your vendor selection process if someone wanted to become a vendor? For those who are listening or people in the audience who might have a food truck, or they may have a product that they want to sell at Saturday Shops, how do they go about doing
What they do is they go on the website and they fill out the information section, and it comes directly to me, and then we set up a consult.
Awesome, thank you. My last question, Can you talk about Everyday Shops? Did you say that was located at the Brandon Mall?
Yes, Everyday Shops is in the Brandon Mall. It's the retail store directly across from Charlotte Russe. So Everyday Shops also has the Retail Teaching Institute associated with it. So they're learning how to better their brands, how to expand their business while their products are on the shelf, and they also get real customer feedback. So that actually helps them. So Saturday Shops, you start there, and then going to Everyday Shops is like a promotion pretty much.
That's great. Is there a reason why you chose Brandon instead of somewhere like Tyrone Mall?
Tyrone Mall doesn't have the traffic. It doesn't have the crowd that we were looking for to sustain, because mall rent is very expensive. So we currently pay $4,500 a month, and we couldn't do that at Tyrone.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr.
You're welcome.
Your friends being here today. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to take an opportunity to say thank you for the work that you're doing in the community. I've participated with nonprofits that have signed up to come out to events that you put on, as well as I have a friend who comes out quite regularly, and I've referred other people. I don't know if those have panned out or not. But really, I think one of your points, Councilmember Givens, is the process to sign up with you all is very straightforward. And in a lot of other circumstances, it's not. It's quite onerous just to become a vendor at like a market-based thing. So I really appreciate that. And I think that, every time I go to an event, it gets better. Some of the best events I've been to in the city have been ones that you put on. So I just wanted to take a second and say thank you, because we haven't spoken before, but I recommend you to people all around town. I really appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. And just like Councilmember Floyd, I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for what you do. And I thought it was a great presentation because it just showed all the elements that you're tackling, the educational component, and making sure that the vendors out there have all the resources that they need to succeed. And I love these two vendors that came here. And I have to say I agree with you. Son of a Brisket is a fantastic name, and I smile every time I hear it. So thank you for being here.
Councilmember Gabbard.
Well, I'm just going to pour on and say thank you as well, but specifically thank you, Renee, for the work that you did after the hurricanes and getting the food trucks out, getting food in people's bellies when times were dire. People were working hard. People were trying to save what they could from their properties, and just knowing that we, as council members and my legislative aide, could bring a warm plate from a food truck to a family to help them made all the difference in the world in those moments. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope you all heard that address that she gave for her residents. She is one of mine now. She lives in District 2, and we've got some good plans for what's coming up in Fossil Park later on this year, so stay tuned. Unity doesn't just happen on the west side, just so you know, Council Chair Gertis. We're going to be having some unity on the north side, too.
Absolutely.
So, yes, so Renee is spreading her love far and wide, and we are here for it. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you for everything that you do, and congratulations.
Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Okay, well, I still have a whole lot to say because we've been there since day one, and I hope everyone is hearing what is really happening. When you take a no, several no's, and you turn it into a yes, not only for yourself, but for hundreds of other vendors. Renee did not brag enough when it comes down to these ventures. When she started, she doesn't get a lot of funding. We don't give city funding much at all. She's not telling the fact that she went into her own 401k to fund it initially. She's not telling the fact that she has spread Saturday shops from Chicago to Tallahassee, from Atlanta to Miami. Now you're in Lakeland. And all of these people see you now, and you've been invited to so many different events to host this, to host that, because your niche has been supporting small business owners and vendors. And again, I like to say there was one of your vendors that was homeless.
Absolutely.
And you were able to help her out. See, you don't tell all of these stories that you should tell of all the things that you've actually done. And I don't know if I can tell the other surprise. I'll let you save that one for that. But she's a straight true hard worker. And she never does it for Renee Edwards. She didn't tell anybody that while she was out delivering food, she lost everything after the storm as well and had to move. And you would never know that she was having that down spiral of her own life because she was out there trying to help other people's uplift theirs. And so it's the main reason why I support you so strongly is because the people that you helped pull from a really bad place, you've allowed them to learn, grow, facilitate true entrepreneurship, which is so many people that, for whatever reason, cannot get a job in the workplace, could not get, any type of employment anywhere else, could not vend anywhere else. I don't know if you've told anybody no, because I know you haven't told anybody no that I've referred.
No.
So I'm hoping that everyone is listening and learning and looking because our small businesses need that support. Everybody don't make $100,000 a year, or they can come and get certain assistance. I hope people are listening. And as far as the store, y'all got to try it. Brandon Mall, right across from the Apple store, just before you get to the food court, right next to Books A Million. When I tell you she has a prime location, and I just have to tell you how proud I am of you. I really am. I am super, super proud of everything that you've done and all the people that you benefit and that you help and that you're supported. So please know, we're going to continue to not only brag, but we get ready to come and beg because we're going to need some further assistance. I'm so excited about the Food Truck Academy.
Me too.
So again, with that being said, thank you for coming so that the community can see. And I don't think they saw that picture of Magic Johnson and who he was standing next to. Yes, it was me. Oh. But thank you so much, Renee, for all that you've done for the community. A lot of our unsung heroes are not